Hello, John Doe. Every single time I play music on the stream, I always get some kind of fucking copyright flag and risk of a fucking strike of the channel, so you have to get my vocalizations instead. Today is April 30th, which also means it is the launch of the Crucible expansion announcement, which I'd missed the live stream of on Twitch, so we're going to probably have to watch a bit of it before we get into the content there. This is not important for people who will not be playing Path of Exile with me once the new season starts on April 7th. But we got a long time since then. We're gonna have content, children, don't you worry. Uncle's been in the kitchen cooking. I promise it's not burnt. I'm just a slovenly human being. Treat you're not even Slaanesh once. In this Path of Exile Crucible, you'll learn about an ancient race of titans who once shaped the primordial surface of Raycross. In this rig, you will earn the ability to forge the powers onto your weapons. Our April expansion contains a Crucible Challenge League improvements to the Atlas skill tree, 9 new Vol skills, over 10 new uniques, revamps to Breach and Abyss, reworked Pathfinder and Saboteur Ascendancy classes, new quality of life features, and so much more! Passive trees for items, it was only a matter of time. True. Alright. While we wait, we shall watch. Now turn the light on. Come to my Gucci! What you see deep inside of my womb. Remember, kids, clean your keyboards, or you'll get cockroaches underneath your keys if you're not using ones that are made with keybinds.
One of many. Eons ago, my kind walked the molten surface of this world. Now, we seek a champion.
Who don't, baby? Who don't? It's the return of the fucking Trial Master. in the viewpoints between what is a desire to have the ability to use pretty much anything to do with map clear, room clear, zone clear, there's a difference between speed and viability, and this has all the reekings of fucking Trial Master. I'm not a fan of standing still. Nobody is.
You must endure the heat of the Crucible. To forge weapons unlike any Raycross
This is definitely going to be a Cyclone League.
has ever seen.
Let's read that fucking passable skill tree. Hold on. Excuse me, did that say Resolute Technique on a fucking weapon? Are you mad blood? Are you fucking absolutely bonkers? Wackus bonkers with free Resolute? Bro, I don't like playing weapons, but you're gonna make me play a weapon. They even give them passives. They give people the ability to fucking suck at gem-like qualities. My god.
Take up the power of the Titans and bring obliteration.
I wonder what the Vol skills are. Ooh. Vol Ice Crash? Vol Ice Arrow? Vol Ice Lance? What is this? Finally, a fucking rework to Abysses. I have no idea what they're gonna do to Breaches to make them better. They just don't pay out. They're not good. Abysses are argumentative. We don't do Abysses because we want to get the Abyssal items. We do Abysses because we need Stygian Vises. Having a leather belt that can be socketed with a jewel that can then potentially say, you cannot be afflicted with corrupting blood, is extremely powerful that costs me nothing but a belt slot. Something that I would have been putting into the passive tree inside of a jewel gets to be put inside of a belt. And that's about it. It doesn't get any better there. So the only thing you can do is buff the loot drop, which really means buffing the drop of the shards, which doesn't mean anything, because we don't run these things unless we're playing an elemental build. And even then, it's only ever going to be based for fire or lightning. And unfortunately, the only one that is worth getting is Zoph's Blood. So I'd only ever run Zoph. And then once I have Zoph's Blood, I no longer have to worry about things like Avatar of Fire on the tree. So it's like, I don't care. I like to see what happens. Abyss rework is a lot better than a Breach rework. Atlas Tree Gateways. Wonderful! We don't have to spend 50 billion points on the goddamn bar having to go from one side to the fucking other. I love it! Oh, let's take a look here. Is there anything major I can recognize that you changed? Harvest and this are still in the same place. I don't see anything. What? No. No. You moved Expedition. Expedition used to be down here where you see Delve. They moved Expedition upwards. So it's going to be later on in your Atlas tree where you're able to take this. They moved Legion down and around. I'm pretty sure you still have the first essence in the same place. Dominion is still in the same place it's always been. You made the connector points for these side veils before reaching up to the next veil of map chance. Move to the sides more. And they don't look like they have a connection to the branch off points to turn off passives. It's making it look like, instead of the tree doing a spread up and then branch out into 4 directions with a middle path that goes up, and then you have the 2 split offs that touch your first essence and touch your first strongbox, it looks more like it's doing this motion. It goes up in 3 directions. Maybe you still have omnidirectional one. I can't tell because the text is in the fucking way. Instead of doing that number, you got one there, one there, one there, one there, and one there. It's doing this. It goes up, it hooks down diagonally, and goes outwards. And they moved things that are more valuable in the beginning towards the top. So you have to actually be deep inside the mapping process to get to them. I can think that they did that to justify the use of the Atlas Tree Gateway, so that if you want to go to a particular part of the node, you must path to the node to turn it on, then go across, and then continue from there. Overhaul on masteries. Big ups to melees. Pathfinder rework. Blade Vortex might be getting a play this season. Saboteur is probably going to be really wild with elemental builds. There's a good chance that Saboteur is going to be wild with elemental builds. It might be a get back. You know, as an apology for taking away the height of power that was Poison Trap. April 7th, 2023 is when my life will be dominated by the game again. I don't even know what I'm gonna do. Hello. Is this even in English? What do you mean, what is in English? My explanation? It's a lot harder for me to explain without a visual aid. Anywho. Alright, boys and girls. Today is a day for group keckery. Green room. Stupidity will be abound. Alright. This fucking shit. Heaven Wall of yesterday. Okay. Y'all got 5 minutes. And then I begin. Okay. That chore's done. Hey, are we ready to go, people? I hope so. Make sure everything's right. What is that? Close that. Close this. Close calculator. Close this paint. Close this. Time is now 23:24. Call it 23:40. And open 4 minutes, I think, was Path of Exile. Alright. First, there was dissecting the Manosphere, which was more like pre-gaming the Manosphere. Today, we have connecting the Manosphere. And ironically enough, there's another one called Connecting the Black Manosphere. Gotta continue to hurt your heart gets better. Hello, hello, hi, hello, hello, hi, hi, hello, hello, hi, hi, hello, hello, hi. Alright.
What is the cost? Well, the cost is...
Sparking a match effect. Very cute. Last time, you tried to insert Attack on Titan's plotline into descriptions of the Manosphere. You do understand that in the context of the story, the character Eren Yeager is trying to basically stop a minority country from being genocided, right? And that Titans are akin to slaves, right? What you saying there, Signifier? Are you saying slaves deserved it?
What is the cost? Well, the cost is polygamy. And so we rein that in with enforced monogamy. Because everybody from the outside, and a lot of times, I think advice in their best interest, not yours.
Again, Gary Vee is not a part of the Manosphere. You just go to this because he's a successful white man who seems to have a group of people that happen to be funded in him through crypto bros. And a lot of crypto bros happen to be online edgelords who have a lot of money invested in those kinds of stocks.
I'll just keep moving forward until I killed my enemies. If you're not charismatic and funny, people aren't gonna watch. So we make jokes all the time.
Remember, Fresh and Fit platformed actual rapists and have a platform designed not for helping men, but for trying to demonstrate what they consider to be the folly of women. Which is, women are so, well, obsessed with clout, that they are willing to go into a podcast where they potentially could get mocked and used as accessories and props, then being people invited to discuss and talk about ideas because they have opinions that need to be heard or opinions that they want to say.
Time. We make fun of Spanish girls, white girls, Asian girls, all that shit, bro. We love you a long time. We do all these jokes. We make that's a fucking eye. We make fun of them, bro.
Remember when I said that they're going to talk shit about Adam Preach? Yeah, he's going to talk shit about Adam Preach. He's about to tie twin sisters to the motherfuckers that were willing to put up a fight because they mocked another man's fucking wife.
But as soon as we say, yeah, we don't date the Shaniquas, ha ha ha, we don't dabble in the dark. Oh my god.
Transphobia, misogyny, vast violence.
Just like we left off the last video in a bit of a weird spot. Timing and technical difficulties kind of made it impossible to create a useful transition into this video, and over the last few weeks as I did.
It's called making a single fucking video, dude. I understand. We know what you're doing. You're creating a one-parter so that people come to watch the two-parter. Granted, this has about 300k less views than the first part did. So, like, we get it. However, stop lying to me. Jay awake? She is not awake. Yesterday she yelled at me, today I'm yelling at her. We're in the money, we're in the money.
More writing and research. I ended up writing a script that was nearly 20,000 words long as this part 2, which was just too much to make a coherent video, too much technical difficulties, kind of made it impossible to create a useful transition into this video. And over the last few weeks, as I did more writing and research, I ended up writing a script that was nearly 20,000 words long as this.
What is y'all's obsession with deciding, oh no, I made a video, this video is far too long, people won't like this? People, yes, are going to lean towards watching shorter videos than longer videos, but on topics and subjects where they claim that they have a serious foot in the matter and skin in the game, they're going to understand that some things are going to take more time than others to discuss. This obsession that people have with Jenny Nicholsoning themselves because they can't deal with the fact of the long is really fucking weird. It's really fucking weird, okay? When you guys make this take and you make this position of saying, oh no, I'm not going to watch that video. He literally goes half over the time. He goes double over the time. 10 times over the time than what we talked about. Look at how long it is. Look at how big it is. It doesn't need to be that big. Things women say to men when they whip it out. It becomes weird when you then put out long content and you show up for the long content and then you say, oh my god, please, yes, more, daddy. Which one is it? Do you not like it when it's long, or do you like it when it's long and thick with knowledge?
This part 2, which is just too much to make a coherent video, too much to address the things I wanted to address effectively. I know all of you like super
Also, your captioners are out of sync with your fucking dialogue.
long videos, but I'm not going to reviews, so I'm just going to put it out there now that if you're here specifically to hear my takes on Kevin Samuels and the deepest parts of the Black Manosphere, you're gonna have to wait a couple of months probably, because that's been put on the back burner. I only talked about the Black Manosphere for all of like 15 minutes, and this garnered a nice amount of content from them, including a 4-hour roundtable from what I'm sure are 3 of the most popular and charismatic black men you'll ever meet.
Those who offer any critiques to it at all or perceived as misogynistic, sexist, transphobic,
But you're gonna have to wait for a real response, because now that I've kicked that hornet's nest, I want to give those guys in particular the appropriate amount of attention and not just have it be a specific piece of a larger puzzle, because it's...
Now that I've kicked the hornet's nest, I want to give it a proper amount of time and not let it just be a piece of a giant puzzle. Now that I've used my audience as a giant sledgehammer upon which I can smash everybody by the same plaster language I use to describe them, I want to wait for them to give takes about me so I can farm them for the massive amount of content that I am intending to garner from this topic. Yes, I understand what you're saying. Stop using weasel words.
It's its own unique organism. So, you guys, you know who you are. You can close the video. So, Kevin Samuels slander, etc.
You guys, you people who came here to watch me talk shit about you, you can close the video. I don't have any content for you yet, but give me like a month. Give me like a month. Give me like a month.
But you see the timeline, we still have plenty to do. This video will still be looking at the manosphere in general and present my views and assessments on what it is, why it is, and what to do about it. I will explain why I think hustle culture grifter Gary Vee is connected to everyone's favorite kooky racist uncle Jordan Peterson, and how all of that connects somehow to Attack on Titan.
Kooky, racist uncle Jordan Peterson. Jordan Peterson is a racist because he tells people probably don't have the stupidity of going about doing dumb shit just because you want to do dumb shit. Such as his adherency of understanding how culture and life ties to the poetic mythos of religion.
But before that, I do think I need to review some of the main points from the last video, just in case. First of all, many think of the manosphere as a space where people learn how to pick up women, or complain about women, or live life without women, or why we should take away rights from women, etc. I argue that all of this stuff...
There are some who believe in that, but to label everyone in their manosphere is somebody who would do that is wild. And you do that in literally 15 seconds.
From the benign to the extreme, is connected to a concept called hegemonic masculinity. First introduced by sociologist R.W. McConnell. In short, hegemonic masculinity is a framework that explains why men dominate society, and more importantly, what types of men or what features of men tend to dominate in a given space at a given time. For the sake of brevity, the Chad, as we've come to know him in internet culture, is what we might call the hegemonic ideal. And anything less than
No, it is a meme. As in, it is a mimetic ideology. It is a mimetic parasite that attaches itself to the perception of what we in society have cultivated from how we rot life. Last time on Carl hip thrusting himself into oblivion. The Chad is the depiction of the idealistic man that represents all the factors of a thing. If you use the framework of hegemonic masculinity, you say the Chad represents the best, quote, of society. You know the last time that phrase was used? You know what we called it? And by we, I mean Germans of the National Socialist Party? No? Pause for concern. Pause for concern. Pause for concern. We called it the Aryans. Arium futurum. Every culture, every society has a word and a phrase for what we consider to be the peak male. Black men have it. White men have it. Indian men have it. Mexican men have it. Spaniard men have it. Japanese, Chinese, Korean men and women and femboys have it. The problem with the framework of that ideal is what's opposite of the Chad. That's right, it's a two-parter meme. The Chad and the Virgin. If the Chad represents the peak, the best, or at least in the actual term you're using it as, the average of society, the Virgin represents the underside, the Untermensch of society. When you place the Ubermensch versus the Untermensch, when you place the glory hound against the underdog, what are you doing? You're reinforcing a hierarchy. There's a hierarchy not because patriarchy created one, but because society, viewed by nature, created one. Problem is, as with all problems with things, when people call people an alpha wolf or an alpha dog, what they forget is that the alpha wolf is also the daddy wolf. It's a lot less the biggest wolf gets the biggest piece and has all the mates, and more like the man with all the mates has a lot of fucking kids. Take the average child from any pairing, from a 2.3 child household, which basically means an average of 3 kids. You take the oldest child, you take the middle child, you take the younger child. You compare the eldest child, or the middle child, to your youngest child, and you compare how you treated them. We talked about this last stream. You compare them to how you treated everyone. You're going to end up with a percentile and an average that represents something stochastic to the whole. In the case of stochastic hierarchy, which is to say, the kind of thing that has happened through presentation of the media that we created, the entertainment that we created, this perception doesn't come from patriarchy. It comes from literature. It comes from storytelling. We made the perception of there being a Chad, not just because there were Chads in life, as has been in story, but because that's how the world works. Sometimes there are people who are going to be really rich. Sometimes there's going to be guys who are really poor. Sometimes there's going to be guys on the median who are average. And in even the average, there are people who are considered Chads and virgins and incels. Even amongst the dweebs, the Poindexter, the Gleeks, the Blurds, there is a Chad and there is a virgin. There has always been an upperclassman and a lowerclassman, even if they're on the same level of class. Thought y'all motherfuckers hated these things and wanted to dismantle them. The first step to breaking the regimen of any hierarchy is to stop using the hierarchy and stop defining people into a hierarchy.
Chad is lower on the hierarchy. All males, regardless of race, economic, sexual orientation, or presentation, are expected on some level to aspire to be a Chad as much as possible. The further you are from Chad, for whatever reason, the lower you are on the social hierarchy, and the more exposed you may be to social sanctions, bullying, ostracism, etc. This is a...
That's because the people who are deciding that aren't men, it's women. If men acted the way that women do when it comes to money, fame, power, sex, adoration, status, etc., you'd see a lot more hypergamy amongst the men. However, you only ever see this hypergamy in one kind of man, and that's the fuckboy. Especially if he's a sugar baby.
Massive oversimplification of a very complex concept, so I'll be leaving some links in the description if you want further research on this concept. Another thing I talk about is how being far from that hegemonic space, that Chad ideal, but still internally believing in it and desiring it, and externally being sanctioned for not having it, this can lead to a sense of what sociologist Michael Kimmel calls aggrieved entitlement. Kimmel states that men, especially white men and boys, are socialized to think that they will all be the stars of their own stories. That as long as
they are the stars of their own stories. What you're claiming that they believe is that they are owed more than they have actually earned in life. That somehow, because they are the son of an oil baron, that entitles them to all the privileges that comes with being the son of an oil baron. And if they're not given the entitlements that they believe they deserve by being the son of an oil baron, they will begin to behave in the form of aggrieved entitlement. The problem with this assumption, and how it doesn't end up reflecting 100% of the time, which is why it's not a rule of society, because anything that is a naturalistic rule is proven in nature, as is in the domestic society of the homunculi known as a human, is that when you use that phrase, you use that as the framework to then slander incels, otherwise known as men and women who are single, not men and women who can't get sex. Because if they're supposedly entitled to sex, you then say, well, they have that aggrieved entitlement. They believe that you deserve a girlfriend. And it's like, I don't think that's what they want. But you don't even care to ask. You throw out the term, and then you say the explanation, and then everything after that is like reposting Coke memes on Twitter.
Is they appropriately perform masculinity, the rewards of being a good man or a nice guy, such as getting girls, getting respect, being successful, etc., will come to them. However, this is not the case and has never been the case. Once the reality of this not being real settles in, a sense of resentment can build up as young boys and men begin to recognize that their social contracts have been broken. As I realize that this is akin to what many might call the red pill, being awakened to the reality of what gender performance really is for men and boys. And I argue that this is where you begin to see the development of nihilistic or antisocial ideologies in some men, aka edgy boy behavior, when they don't.
No. What causes the red pill is the realization that what you were told in grade school, as an elementary school child, does not apply to the jungle that is the real world when you start entering into middle, high school, and secondary learning. What you're describing is what happens when motherfuckers take the black pill! Otherwise known as the black pill, not the blacked pill. That's the pill that white women take. Also known as the black fuck pill.
Have the best coping strategies for this realization. There's a lot more to that video. It was over 90 minutes long, but those are the core elements I need you all to kind of get that leads to my main argument for this video, where I really start to dig into the manosphere as a whole. More than anything, the manosphere is about reifying and affirming the status quo, especially as it pertains to men. The status quo tells us that men should be this assortment of traits society has deemed appropriate for men. In fact, not being this assortment of traits,
not society, women.
The status quo tells us that men should be this assortment of traits society has deemed appropriate for men. In fact, not being this assortment of traits as a man is why you're unhappy. And more importantly, my product, which you can find here in the manosphere, whether it be advice, some type of content, a special soap, a vitamin regimen, a special type of workout, whatever it is, can help you be better at this assortment of masculine traits. Or, more concerningly, my product will show you how it will be easier to be all those traits if it weren't for those insert marginalized group here. And this is why, despite not generally being considered a part of the manosphere, I would begin describing the manosphere by talking about a guy like Gary Vee. Thought Slime just did an excellent video examining Gary Vee that I'll link in the description, but in short, Gary Vee, a motivation.
Thought Slime, an individual who is a part of the very example of why people have taken a black pill? Your friends, your compatriots, your compadres, your homies. Doesn't get better, only gets worse.
Speaker, entrepreneurial guru, business guy whose basic game boils down to work really hard, make yourself miserable, do whatever you can to build a business and a brand, do all of that and nothing else in 10 years, and then somehow this will make you rich. This is an oversimplification of what he sells, but not really.
I'm on a hot no excuses kick. I have a lot of female entrepreneurs. I have a lot of fans that are African Americans. I spent a lot of time in that community in my college years. I just think I'm giving the best advice to women and minorities in business today, which is tough.
Wow.
To me, V represents the manosphere entryway where tons of normal men and boys might pay a visit to at some point in their life, the world of men's self-help. They might just be looking to escape the rat race that is normal work, or improve their salesmanship, or start a business, or dress better, get bigger muscles, etc. And in doing so, they may come across a lot of self-help growth philosophy figures who offer that type of advice to boys and men. And the thing that we have to contend with for this space and the manosphere as a whole is that a lot of this stuff is useful, helpful, and important, especially for normal men and boys who have weaker social skills, or may have been lacking to certain type of knowledge that can be passed on from other men in their communities, or are just in need of explicit instruction or motivation to make certain changes in their lives. The world of men's self-help by itself isn't a problem. The problem is that many of the foundational ideas that permeate this space can prime these boys and men for worse things later on in life by emphasizing ideologies and tactics that can be harmful both to them and the people around them in the long run. Bad advice is abundant in any self-help review, no matter the gender.
I truly believe that every person can make $1,000 a week by waking up at 5 o'clock in the morning to garage sailing on a Saturday for 4 hours and then posting the stuff they find on eBay.
So while at this level of the manosphere, you might get things that are typical of the growth philosophy self-help space, such as NFT, Bitcoin bros, Sigma, grind set stuff, dopamine, detox.
And there it is. You did not include Gary Vee for any kind of advice that he gave. You included him because of the yuppie mentality of things like Wall Street bets. That's really bitch made, bruh. That's really bitch made.
Dopamine, detox, nofap, etc. type of stuff is all through here. And on the grand scale, while
Gary Vee has nothing to do with nofap. No Nut November, nofap have nothing to do with Gary Vee.
this stuff is awful, these are still really just goofballs trying to make sense of the world around them and survive this hellscape like the rest of us, except with maybe kind of bad and toxic ideas. Dan Olson speaks on this a bit in his Line Goes Up video about NFTs. He talks about how the eroding sense of safety and strength of the modern labor market and the continued narrowing of the promises of the American dream that hard work and talent are what will make you rich and successful don't quite work.
The basic psychological profile of the average buyer is someone who is tenuously middle class, socially isolated, and highly responsive to me. Being tenuously middle class gives them enough disposable income to engage with a pretty expensive system, but also very potent anxiety about their financial future. Ultimately, the driving forces underlying this entire movement are economic disparity. The wealthy and tenuously wealthy are looking for a space that they can dominate, where they can be trendsetters and tastemakers and can seemingly invent value through sheer force of will. And that's how it draws in the bottom. People who feel their opportunities shrinking, who see the system closing around them, who have become isolated by social media and a global pandemic, who feel the future getting smaller. People pressured by the casualization of work as jobs are dissolved into the gig economy and want to believe that escape is just that easy.
All that bootstrap rhetoric has really never been real in this country, but it's even less real in 2022 than it was in 1972. Aside from...
What is being an influencer, signifier? What is being an influencer? It is us deciding to pull ourselves up by the bootstraps and make content. It is us taking a gamble and shooting a shot in the dark and saying, you know what? I think I can create value out of nothing. And I'm going to demonstrate it. And I'm going to put it to task. And I'm going to see what it creates and if I can get something back from it. And what you find when you start doing that is that your voice carries. As you've clearly learned from the size of 500 fucking subs. That if you say the right words, and if you do the right things, you might be able to trick. How big is your channel now? 438k people? That you have something important to say! It's not just you. And it's not just people like you. That also extends to people like me. From a side of not taking my online platform seriously until about 2018. And when I say serious, I don't mean getting serious about politics. I mean, after the death of my friend, deciding, you know, he's not here to give me guidance anymore. I'm going to have to learn how to lead myself. Growing from 21 subs to 2K, and potentially more. That is, in essence, entrepreneurship. The kind of advice that you could get from Gary Vee is the same kind of advice you would get from Devin Nash, because they are one and the same. They're both yuppies. They both are interested in the data and numbers behind markets and business. The only difference is, Devin Nash is someone who was there for the culture of creating, whereas someone like Gary Vee is all about the business of getting quick, getting rich, and getting out, and going to the next business venture. That is the nature of the kind of business that Gary Vee cites himself in. It has less to do with trying to take advantage of young men and more to do with taking advantage of a burgeoning, developing market. Because markets that are very young have yet to really decide where they're going to go, and are usually going to be no man's lands or new ventured ground that hasn't been exploited by the government, and then you usually get the fuck out of them as soon as they're getting exploited by the government. Any person who happened to be paying attention very recently to the banks that became insolvent around cryptocurrency, and that all the crypto buyers that were being told that they wanted to take interest in said bank had to dissolve all of their ties to cryptocurrency. That is one of the things that Gary Vee is actually interested in. He's not interested in self-help advice for minorities and self-help advice for groups. He's more interested in the money. If it helps you in your business mind, prepare you for the world, or just your sales pitch to help you learn how to speak to people, that's a thing that he can help with. But, like, if I took every single person, which technically you could say Gary Vee and Jordan Peterson are tangentially related in that concept, but if you were to take somebody like Gary Vaynerchuk and you compared him to Jordan Peterson, they kind of give the same kind of perceptions, but from the other way around. Gary Vee talks at the simplistic, intuitive, become in touch with your inner salesman, Wolf of Wall Street side. Jordan Peterson talks from the deeper, more grounded, more rooted in mythos sense of masculinity, from the sense of learning as a child into an adult. They're from the same side. They're not the same side of the coin, but they're brushed around the same edge of the coin. If you get my analysis, if you're catching my drift.
The fact that a lot of these guys aren't necessarily hard workers or talented in the first place, those who are hard workers or are talented still see how the most predictive factors of being wealthy and successful in the world we live in today is usually coming from wealth and success in the first place. So many of the iconic mogul type guys that are in this circle, such as Gary Vee, Elon Musk, Jeff Bezos, etc., come from either a significant wealth or at least a pretty good head start. But their fans still follow and emulate them, hoping that despite not having rich parents that can pass a business on to you, it can help them find the same success.
Okay, hold on. Whoa. Even with Elon's family possibly having connections to an emerald mine, that motherfucker still made a .com bubble and still made a .com business of his own that then became PayPal, that he then sold and then go on to create multiple businesses. You can't compete against modern day Tesla and say, oh, listen, bro, listen low. Your family got to where they were because of their money. Okay, sure, he didn't get off the ground to be in that position with the hairline he had back then, looking like he was 40 at the age of 21 because of that. Let's go along with that lie if we can, shall we? What about every other person with that exact same profile? For every single person like that of Anita Sarkeesian, every single person like that of Zoe Quinn, otherwise known as Chelsea Van Valkenburg, of the Valkenburgs. A name that if you were able to mention it in passing, if you go to one of the many Ivy League schools, gets you a full ride scholarship, regardless of whatever you do. What about the Renfamouses? Which is to say, the Lauren Tiffany Atencio Coopers of the Nicholas Wayne Atencio family, a U.S. Republican who is a oil venture business tycoon, whose extremely far-right daughter, formerly a member of the Tea Party, goes to the extreme immediate far left and starts using her daddy's and mommy's money on the internet to get into slapbox arguments to dox motherfuckers like me on the internet. What's their excuse? Why aren't they big in business? That's right, because they were nobodies. They didn't have any actual talents to their names. What they did have is they had the massive funding backing to be able to deal with small-level legal problems that they brought themselves into, and using the internet to get them clout and fame. A lot of these guys don't have internet clout and fame. The average guys that you're shitting on. The average dude is not probably going to be able to get a loan of $1 million like Trump, but they don't need to. They just need to get a good idea off the ground with just enough funding behind them to make the business work. And possibly a good woman giving them all the sloppy toppy behind the scene. Tell them, you can make this work, baby. Baby, I really think we got, I think we got something here. I really think we can make it work, baby. I'm with you all the way.
With power and money doesn't have to be good looking or have a great personality to attract women. And he will be respected by everyone regardless. Don't you want that? Don't you want to be an alpha? Well, then follow me on Twitter, buy my book, sign up for my seminars, and get my life coaching. And don't forget to sign up for this NFT thing. I don't know how NFTs work, but I know you have to join because I get a lot of birds on Twitter.
I mean, again, yes, calling them shitting on him because you want to shit on, shitting on and including Gary Vee because you want to shit on NFT bros is really fucking cringe. Because we all know about that kind of grifter. They happen to be the exact ones that are directly after this segment at 1847. People are going to give that advice no matter what. Signifier. People are going to say, if you want to be this, 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 and this, buy my self-help book and I'll teach you how. We get the ads for it all the time. I get as many ads for people telling me how to improve my life, coming to my doorframe trying to sell me fucking home security services, as I get motherfuckers trying to sell me all-improved cleaners. Even though the cleaners actually fucking work. Industry-level strength shit. They aren't even allowed to sell the shit in stores. They have to go door to door. But you cannot shit on men because people will sell them a Ponzi scheme on the internet, okay? That's like if I wanted to say, how dare you, women, because I had a thing against people trying to get my mother in the Avalon Club. At which point, Mama! Mammy! Mother! I'm talking to you! Lord. The bit doesn't work if you don't respond, Ma. Are you in the bathroom? Okay, I was gonna ask you, have you ever sold Avon? Okay. Okay. What the fuck is Princess House? What is Princess? I've never heard of that. Crystal Furniture? That's what you're they sold Crystal Furniture? Okay. So yes, my mother did indeed sell Avon and a bunch of other shit that I never heard about. It's a circle of cope.
It's awful. I want to reiterate that most of this stuff is very normal, and the vast majority of men in this Gary Vee section are normal dudes just trying things out, and they shouldn't be attacked for that. I am not trying to cancel masculine coded things that people like and want to research in communities that develop around them. I'm not trying to cancel hiking or manscape. I said it as a joke, but also because what you'll often hear from right-wing and reactionary supporters of the manosphere and manosphere type rhetoric is that the woke mob and the SJWs just want to stop men from being men, eating meat, and watching.
Well, if you claim every person who says there are people who have actively tried to subscribe themselves to control people, want to control people, and you call them the woke mob, it's a little bit weird when they are right. But they are also half wrong. Meaning they have half a point. Which means you have half a point. They have half a point and you have half a point. Play the section again, please.
Very supportive of the manosphere and manosphere type rhetoric is that the woke mob and the SJWs just want to stop men from being men, eating meat, and watching football.
Fans will not be satisfied until every last cartoon character is deeply unappealing and totally androgynous. Until the moment you wouldn't want to have a drink with any one of them.
No, that's not the case. And I say that as a...
So, when you say those people on the right believe that they're trying to take away your sexiness, but then they actively take away the sexiness, leading to me needing to make a fucking titling thing that looks like the thing that I posted the other day. If I can find that fucking tweet. It's probably very old at this point. Lord knows it'll probably take me a while to scroll through my media feed to find it. This is taking a little bit too long to find. I could have swore I had this shit up here much further. Was it before or after motherfuckers washing the chicken with soap? Yep, nope, found it. It wouldn't have been necessary for us to make pictures like this. This is a result of exactly the thing that you're describing. That's not people going crazy. That's not people being that's not people being told, "Ah, well, see, the thing that's happening to you isn't really happening. You're just crazy." No, all of the things on this list. I'll even take the fucking chroma key out. All the things on here, all of this is a result of what has happened just in game design, just in literature, just in storytelling. It is something that is obvious and on its face and done specifically by people who want to control shit because they have told you it's no longer for you, dude, bro. Lying to them is not a good idea. We have very long memories. It's also really fucking weird. When you guys go this far to lie and say that's not happening someplace when it's actually happening is fucking weird. Which leads me to think that you're either uninformed or you don't really have that big of a tie to the thing. Which is why when people like Anthony Gramutria come around saying the dumbass shit he said about single-player games and trying to use the stats of game drop-off after people have played, beaten, completed, or gotten bored with a single-player game as an example of it wasn't even about having fun with the game, they just wanted to make trans people unsafe. It sounds really fucking dumb. Just like it sounds really fucking dumb when you take the rhetoric of you were trying to make trans people feel unsafe, and then a trans shooter goes on into a goddamn mass killing spree in Tennessee and then gets gunned down by the police. That's a little bit less like you're trying to do things to prove how you deserve to exist, and more like one person now making an entire group look fucking bad. Politically and expeditionally.
Not only football loving barbecue enthusiasts. But what I do want to point out is that all of these spaces still present a very hegemonic and commodifiable image of what idealized masculinity looks like. The packaging of it all speaks to principles of what masculinity should be and how it should present to the world.
You don't see many wild stallions anymore.
While these types of spaces don't hold really any explicitly negative elements in them, they prime the pump for those who consume this type of content to be more easily taken in by the bad faith actors that exist in other spaces. They reinforce the appeal of hegemonically masculine identity and performance and sell to boys and men that they will only really be happy if they can be more like these types of men. In short, they're all about affirming and selling the status quo of what masculinity is and should be. Here's a really important thing to get about this concept in general.
But there is no status quo amongst average guys amongst multiple spectrums. The status quo is whatever the status provided by the quotient decided. My dude. That is to say, if somebody from the status quo of Breadtube tries to hold me to the status quo of Breadtube and says, Carl, you could never be like one of us. You're too much of a chud. You're too much of an incel. All of your talking points, all of your mannerisms, your associations of people, they're abhorrent. But then I go to the status quo of me, and I decided after a deep, thorough investigation that I am 100% that nigga. I don't care what you say to me. Because I'm not going by your standard or going by my standard. And in my standard, I can do whatever the fuck I want. Within reason. And within my principles. My principles, not just being big booty bitches and cream pies. It means integrity. It means meritocracy. It means I will believe it when I see it. You're gonna have to show me something. Ash, cash, or grass. One of the three. If that's my standard, as the status quo within Carltopia, written and designed by the work of the Book of Carl, your status quo doesn't mean anything to my status quo, because right here, we go by my status quo. Just like in the land of Defty Significatia, if you decide that is your status quo, that's your status quo, and my status quo cannot endure upon you your status quo. What am I saying here? Anybody who knows anything about foreign politics, tell me what I'm saying here. No? A little bit too deep for you? Let me get more real to you. When I immigrate... That shit. Let's not break my headset, thank you. I pulled so hard, I bent it. Okay, still works. When I immigrate people to my country, and I tell them that they need to assimilate to my qualities, to my standard, to my living ideals, to my social ideals, to my social standard, and they decide to bring their first, second, or third world traits into my country, and they either choose to ignore what we have as founding principles of social standards in polite society, or they actively try to push their standards onto me, and I do not want to accept them, and they don't want to accept mine, that is them rejecting what they would claim is the status quo, signifier. When people come to places like America, and they decide they want to bring their qualities from the old world with them, and they are untenable with modern society, such as they believe in beating women, I'm going to tell them, no, you can't beat women. When they bring their standards and their qualities in their society that tells them, we decide women go to honor courts where a man will accuse her of being unfit and unclean in the eyes of Muhammad, and we deserve righteousness to make her clean by beating and stoning her, like they did to my cousin. I don't allow that! Because that's the status quo here in the first world. In the second and third world, that might be what they believe is the status quo. But we don't play that shit here. American Sam don't play that shit! The comparison isn't just because, you know, that I don't know if he means that, Carl. No, that's really what it means. It's as simple as that. It's weird. It's weird, bro. It's weird. I feel like I'm losing my mind listening to this rhetoric that allows something like an honor killing court. Because that's what you're saying. Maybe I'm reading too much into it. Maybe I'm not able to make the simple connections. Maybe my brain's firing on too many cylinders. Maybe I just need to have a Snickers. If you can bring Snickers to my house and make sure she wears the real big glass heels, that'd be great.
Boys and men, that they will only really be happy if they can be more like these types of men. In short, they're all about affirming and selling the status quo for what masculinity is and should be. Here's a really important thing to get about this concept in general. Do not mistakenly conflate high performance of masculinity with happiness and wholeness. And do not assume that men who have access to certain privileges through these frameworks are somehow immune to the struggles and barriers of late capitalist dysfunction.
Now insert Breadtube into that. Do not believe that by being a part of Breadtube that you will gain access to all the things and that you will be happy in this system. You'll constantly be performing an action that represents you as a perfected version of a male, but you will always be used as a standard to compare and contrast and bully others into being like them.
Definitely many benefits and rewards to high masculine performance under patriarchy, regardless of race, but even the men who have the highest aptitude for performing masculinity can find themselves in hollow and unfulfilling lives. There's lots of media that actually does a good job of deconstructing this, by the way. It's just that I don't think people fully get the message, or that the message is drowned out. No.
They don't really get it. But we do, because of our Shinigami eyes.
Pickup artist Neil Strauss became famous in the mid-2000s after he wrote a book about the underground world of pickup artistry at that time. It eventually even got a reality TV show, and he got tons of women and became rich and very successful in the process. But his life was in shambles even after getting married and trying to settle down. He dealt with sex addiction and struggled mightily in his marriage before getting divorced. And after this, he wrote a follow-up book nearly 10 years later where he cautioned against his previous glamorizing of the high-value man lifestyle that he lived.
So you've had a change of heart. I guess
So he sold people a lie that he knew was a lie. He did so to capitalize on the market of people he saw as easy people to market off of, and then the cards came falling down because he was living a life that is unfulfilling, because chasing ass is not fulfilling. Getting ass after chasing ass is fulfilling. Which is to say, the lifestyle of a lover boy, like Andrew Tate, is not a fulfilling lifestyle, because most men are not going to be fulfilled having multiple girlfriends in multiple different countries. Saying that I got hoes in different area codes. Most men will be happy with one. At the most, 3. But, you know, what do I know? I'm just some nigga.
every time to hit a real low. And for me, it was meeting someone I cared about, being really in love with this person, or so I thought. Then cheating on her, getting caught, and breaking the heart of someone who loves you and hurting her that much that I started thinking, well, maybe I'm just completely wrong about everything.
To further clarify that the lifestyle that he was living wasn't ideal or high value or to be glamorized anymore because, well, that's the mistake he made in the first place. But when you're convinced that this life is what you want and need, you miss the lessons that people who've been there are trying to give you. It's like when I was an undergrad, or just early 2000s for those millennials who remember the time frame. If you were in college and you were a guy, you probably had a Scarface poster on your wall. But people never remember.
No, I did not. I had a Pokemon the First movie poster on my wall. And a framed picture of Lou Bush, number 52 from the San Diego Chargers. And a $2 bill that was my first ticket and my first tip that I ever received working in food service. And an expired ticket to a game of the Columbus Cottonmouths versus a team that I can't remember. And then eventually, the Taco Bell poster, signed by the amazing Brando. All of these other things I got from the local Dollar Tree when they were selling micro posters from my time in the factory. All that there, plus this Japanese pocket monster clock that I drew on crayon with that you can still see the crayon smudge on above the number 12, and this light. That's what was on my wall. There was also in my old house some Pokemon trading card stickers that were on my door frame. I used them to measure how tall I grew through the years. I wish I had a picture of my old room and the front of the door, but I don't anymore. Yeah, I'm him. I'm me. I'm Carl. I'm him. I'm not them. Stop comparing me to them, please, please, please.
The end of the Scarface movie. Wrapping it up, I don't have a lot to say about Gary Vee, obviously, but it's more about the section of the manosphere that he represents, that gateway drug of the manosphere. Men just seeking help, trying to make their lives better, and sadly, they open themselves up to being grifted, gaslit, and possibly even dragged deeper into the manosphere from that point. So if you click on this video after seeing that runtime...
Nope, I do not do curiosity shit. Thank you. Nope. I'm just like Erudite. I refuse. I refuse. I refuse. Capacoli!
That we want to make that you want to see. So I want to say thank you so much, Curiosity Stream, and the people at Nebula for sponsoring this video, and back to the video. If I told you I was going to talk about two black men who have a large following of mostly young males and talk about a lot of modern issues, usually pertaining to women, and are emblematic with some of the major issues I have with the manosphere, you probably think I was talking about Fresh and Fit. Fresh and Fit obviously are a very popular target here on LeftTube, and for obvious reasons, they're fucking awful. But I don't have a...
That's what we call a whipping boy. It's a very old well. It's a very old well, and unfortunately, like most old wells, like the majority of the people who are now irrelevant that aren't in Breadtube, only efferentially, like the Amazing Atheist, their well never goes dry, because they always find a new fucking low, because they keep trying to get views, to fight against public figures that they cannot speak against, because they can't even be in the same room with them, otherwise they get their ass whooped.
A lot to add to a Fresh and Fit discussion. I went on record in saying that they're just so bad, I don't care. I understand they're harmful, not trying to undermine that. I just don't care. Talking about them, to me, feels like a waste of time. But I think more can be learned and understood about the manosphere by looking at a much less toxic, but still very problematic black duo in Abbott and Preach.
It's wild how, when you inputted this section here in your chapters, when you inputted your chapters here, you label this chapter as Fresh and Fit ... exclamation point question mark. Which means you knew what you were doing when you wrote that section. You knew what the fuck you were doing when you wrote that section. You knew. You knew. You fucking knew. You knew. You just didn't care. This was the piece in the part that I saw earlier in my time studying this topic that brought me to even wanting to discuss it. The fact that you would try to talk shit about Abbott and Preach. Channel bigger than both of ours. Relevant for years. You know why that is? Because they said what they fucking meant.
Since you haven't figured it out yet, what I do better than anybody is adapt. Last night was plan A. Tonight, plan B. There's always a plan B.
Not too far from the benign goofiness of the Gary Vee group is the elusively toxic Abbott and Preach group. Except I imagine that
the elusively toxic Abbott and Preach truth. Niggas being real on the internet. Let's get a quick sample, shall we, of that elusive toxicity. I showed you guys this yesterday, but we're gonna watch this bit in further because it's very important that you watch this.
we forcibly used to white girls. We used to put crack in their cigarettes.
Whoa! I told you. I told you. Yo! I told you. Hey, yo! I told you. Shall I hit play? Oh, yes, you shall.
We used to run trains on white girls. Robin Hood.
It's okay. We just run trains. Not the worst thing in the world. If a girl want to have a choo-choo train ran on her,
Oftentimes, they don't want to. I'm not saying that it's always the case, but oftentimes, when you run a train, they are being set up. And that's the problem with choo-choo, because I didn't buy the tickets for all those passengers. Yo, they go to the apartment, they want to do there, oh yeah, that's just my roomie, whatever, whatnot. Then they get in on, and then next thing you know, the door opens and 4 or 5 niggas come in. The train thing, yeah, it's a funny thing to joke about and stuff like that, but the reality is, most of them girls don't want that.
Oh, we used to do it without permission. So it's not like she came over and said, hey, I want to sleep with all you guys. Yeah. We say, hey man, that white girl like you, get over here. And then we put,
Shit. And then we put shit.
The elusive toxicity of Apple Preach. How dare you speak in the right of women and not having them be ran trains on by niggas? Don't you understand? You're helping a problem. You're part of the problem, bros. You're part of the problem. You're part of the problem. How dare you? How dare you speak for common decency? Don't you understand that you're helping hegemonic masculinity? The audacity that it takes to say that sentence, and the speed at which I can go to any random fucking video. Any random video! It's like, bro, you mean the guys that when they were called out and said, hey, yo, fam, what's box? You want to talk about it? Let's be about it. He's like, all right, words. Tell me the place I'm in the womb. I'm going to take you and I'm going to take him right after. I'm going to fuck one bitch and I'm going to fuck the other bitch. And they said, no, I don't want none of that. I don't want none of that. No, motherfucker. You talked about and tried to bring in Evan Preach because you knew that you weren't going to have a lot of content to say out Fresh and Fit that wasn't already said by other people. So you decided to go for what was supposed to be a fucking shocking swerve. Which is weird that you happened to reference wrestling in the exact same moment that you did that shocking swerve. Woo! Woo! That's how you know you're reaching, boy. That's how you know you're reaching. You should have stretched first.
that the age range for the Gary Vee community skews a bit older because it's such a wide swath of different types of boys looking for helpful information, whereas Ab and Preach are very much an online and YouTube friendly thing. They make this type of content that is likely to skew younger and more impressionable. It's hard to find reliable demographics.
Younger and impressionable. That's what we go for when we're talking about younger, impressionable men. We talk about headline news. And when we talk about this headline news, we actually talk about the deeper things that a person can understand from those headline news. You know, the elusive toxic masculinity of a woman having zero accountability for shit she did on the internet.
That's like a big thing for me, is I need to make men obsessed with me. I need to have that power over them. Think well. I just don't think before I speak. I just need more I'm just impulsive. I'm just impulsive and retarded. I'm obviously severely mentally ill.
Nah. And said that he was doing that for underage people, and she tried to walk that shit back. So the one who said she got raped by when the dude bent over and said, eat my ass. Wait, what? This is what you claimed happened. She said she went on this date with this dude, they were flirting, went back to his place.
And then I made like a joke about it. My first video was like, LOL, that one time when like this like LA comedian like kind of forced me to eat his ass when I was like pushing against him, LOL. And it was just like a funny video.
Wait, you made it sound funny? That's not really extreme.
And this might be a bit fucked up, but like, unfortunately, that's gotta be one of the hardest things to force.
Oh my god. There was a lot of pressure on my head, and he was like keeping my mouth full and making sure that he was not making eye contact with me, so I couldn't say no. Like, it was very weird.
And basically, she was eating from the back, and then she went home. And I kept thinking to myself, not hard to do something for you while you're on all fours, and leave behind you, and express. I'm just saying. Listen, if you want me to do something to you, bitch, you gotta give me your back. Give me money. Where your money at?
If he holds the gun in his butt cheek, he's just like, give me money. Yeah, put it in the pocket, put it in the back pocket, yeah. You scared while the guy's like screaming, oh, you know?
He was being very menacing. Sorry. So yeah, she did that.
The elusive masculinity of mocking stupid situations. Don't you understand your pipeline to the alt-right? Shit. Every time you say something stupid, I'm gonna pick a random video from Ab and Preach and I'm gonna just play it to demonstrate how ridiculous your premise is.
They don't the channel without knowing the actual metrics, so take that with a grain of salt. But I think it's pretty fair to say that their core demographic probably skews in that late teen, mid-20s range that, you know, probably most of us have. Especially for young men and boys who are seeking creators that offer male-centered perspectives on trending topics.
You're a young man and you want to learn, avoid making mistakes that I made, take some notes.
I found Abba and Preach pretty early on in my own YouTube creator journey because I was looking for black male commentary creators who weren't outwardly toxic. Initially, I was happy to find Abba and Preach, but it didn't take long to see that while not being outwardly toxic, their content still had a lot of concerning elements. To their credit, I want to be clear, we're kind of 50-50 with these guys, and I'm going to not be 50-50 in the video to illustrate the problem, but I want to make sure it's clear that there are elements of Abba and Preach I think are redeemable. I just wish those other elements weren't so bad. They tend to take aim at what is an overzealous and often unfair media landscape and general tone around gender from the perspective of men. They see it as often too critical towards men around certain issues. Abba in particular seems to be very invested in calling out elements of hypocrisy in the ongoing gender wars that are popular in social media, as well as TikTok, YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, wherever you want to go.
A lot of you guys are feeding into your own perpetual failures in life and then getting mad at the market and shitting on it. Women do it as well. I find it fascinating. Everyone's always blaming everybody else. Men nowadays, women nowadays. No, some of y'all just need to do some self-work and figure your shit out. And it's a lot easier to say to women. And you know women do this. Women get on the TV shows and be like, what's wrong with men today? Why don't they have their shit together? Because we're going through some shit. We are. And guess what, ladies? You going through some shit too.
There is a prominence of feminist rhetoric and wokeness and SJWs that can sometimes have blind spots on how people engage with gender as it pertains to men, including queer and trans men. I will argue with anyone that women know a lot less about men than they think. It's actually hilarious sometimes. There are a lot of situations where, from a man's perspective, women sometimes will get passes on overtly toxic, patriarchal, or even homophobic behavior that we wouldn't get, or that men are sometimes not allowed the space to grow and learn from certain behaviors or mistakes in the public sector, etc. However, there's a lot of nuance that often gets left out of these valid grievances that, you know, I don't have time to get into, but you all kind of know what.
I'm getting a counter. I'm getting a counter. I'm getting a counter.
They are. And as I pointed out in other videos, the problem in the gender wars, black or otherwise, isn't men versus women. It's really everyone versus patriarchy, but that doesn't get the same amount of clicks. And
if it's everybody versus patriarchy, people would begin to realize that when people are describing and pushing back against people trying to overlord them while using this eventual Sky Daddy as an excuse for all of their justifications, that they are basically just talking about everybody versus woke scolds on the internet. And that the pervasive need to constantly frame everything in the form of SJWs versus anti-SJWs is just a divide and conquer tactic. That's not working anymore. Because, like what was recognized with the stupidity around things like Atomic Heart and Hogwarts Legacy, that doesn't work as rhetoric anymore. Where you can't bully and antagonize and slander somebody because at a distance, you really don't like that you're starting to get embarrassed about it. If you want a real-world example of what it looks like, take one of the TikToks that I happened to make today, which is a furtherment of another thing that happened. So, where is it? It's in here somewhere, because I know I made it like an hour before I went live today. Where is that motherfucker? Here it is. So,
naming a trans character.
The timeline on this is very simple to follow. There's a user who is bitching and whining and moaning about Hogwarts Legacy. And I said this.
Sir Ona is the same as that Friends joke where they...
Damn, bro, that's wild. Here's the thing, though. This isn't the 90s. This isn't a Friends episode. That is literally a product of the time, and the product of the time of 2023 is that a VTuber by the name of Pickamy, directly after the other well-known VTuber Silverveil that has been covered in the news cycle, is now going to be quitting the career choice and graduating, which is fancy VTuber speak for, is getting fired and retiring their identity, and they will not be reprising another one to my knowledge at this point in time. We'll see if that changes. But they will be retiring and graduating at the end of March, and all of their material shut down. And do you know the reason why? The reason why is because they were harassed. Not even for playing the game, but for showing desire to play the game. There's no amount of Darvo. There's no amount of coping. There's no amount of seething. There will be no beating of the seething allegations. You have actively, you, collective you, the royal you, the people who actively participated in the harassment.
Thank you for the super chat. I'll read that at the end.
For the rest of you, the consequences are coming at this point now.
Today is Pygmy's last day, by the way. That gets the general gist. That person, then... Where is it? 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 Where's the response? Response is in here somewhere. Here it is.
Bro, that's wild.
They made a response and then tried to take me out of context here. Here we go.
Bro, that's wild. Here's the thing, though. This isn't the 90s. This isn't a Friends episode. That is literally a product of the time. And the product of the time of 2023 is that a VTuber by the name of Pickamy.
Man, that's wild. The legislature of
Human Rights Campaign Bill condemns Tennessee's bill for trashing discriminatory anti-drag bill. The discriminatory anti-drag bill disallows you from having drag shows in front of children. Who then, this dumbass, then goes on to say this.
Tennessee functionally made it illegal to be trans in Tennessee.
Disallowing children from being involved in drag shows, that is an inherent act that is, and I am so sorry for having to say this phrase, the trans equivalent of a minstrel show, is denying being trans. Wonderful point. Let's keep going.
So I could give a shit about a VTuber.
Bro, that's wild.
Which then leads to me being able to now say this.
Hey, you remember when that motherfucker's trying to take me out of context because Tennessee has the law saying you can't have trans shows in front of kids? You think he has any comment on the recent shooter, or is that ignoring history in front of him?
Which is the background, for anybody who's wondering, why I happen to have, let's pray there's no porn in my timeline. I don't think there is. This figure that I've made earlier. Gonna have to zoom all the way out from the filter. Yeah, that's what we like to call in the business thinking with your common sense. I'm gonna make a TikTok later. I'm gonna make sure to stitch that shit. I'm gonna make sure to stitch this in here. In fact, let me record it right now. I'm gonna record it right now. Later, I'm gonna make a TikTok, and I'm gonna at him again. And I'm gonna put this fucking phrase in here. I'm gonna ask him, so what was all that shit you were talking? Because, you know, if it were me, I think I'll take you getting angry at a trans character named Serona Ryan over a trans shooter killing kids and trying to kill kids. You're not accountable for it. You're not directly responsible for it. But, you know, it's just really funny. It's just really weird. It's really funny and really weird that you would say, I'm willing to sacrifice a fucking VTuber's career because of a bill. And the bill said, bro, you can't have drag shows in front of kids. I think the rhetoric is breaking down, bro. I think the rhetoric is breaking down. Something ace acceptance. Ugh, fuck, God, it's all fucked. It's all fucked. They're all dumb. They're all stupid. They all can't think past their own viewpoints. And it's weird when they can't. Because when they're asked to actually explain themselves and to hear and be accountable, it's like, no, I don't want to have conversation with them. They're mean. Oh, really? I wonder why it was mean. It couldn't possibly be the behavior that you said and the obvious stupidity of what you said. No! They're just a bully. They're just a bully who likes using trans people like cudgel. Well, we use them as a cudgel and sledgehammer. A jackhammer even. A shotgun even. An AK-47 even. Moving on.
A lot of people hear the phrase patriarchy and decide to shut off their ears even if everything they're hearing makes perfect sense. It's like telling white people about white supremacy. For younger...
Or, it's kind of like telling people about how they're authoritarian crybullies, and that when I say no, it meant no.
Boys and men weaned under patriarchy and lacking models and frameworks, or in many cases just the language to engage with these topics around gender effectively, it can feel affirming to see confident and charismatic men, especially black men, speak on some of these anxieties, to call out double standards and make an effort to bring women to task in a way that they often don't see on some of these issues.
Okay, so the issue that I'm having with this discussion is, like, I think it's fine for everyone to talk like this esoterically, but we do have a crisis, right? We do have an issue with a lot of people who are very likely to die alone, who are basically getting in their own way with some of these ridiculous standards, and they face a lifetime of loneliness. So we can get up here and we can be saying all this stuff and it sounds cute, but I'm a pragmatic person. I think about what's good for society and what's good for communities. And so when I see so many people who are being left behind, to me it just sounds so sad. I hope you guys rethink some of these ideas, because even though it may work for you and it may be fine for you, you got 3 other girlfriends down the street who are gonna die alone. And that's what's sad. So that's all I want to say.
So having Abba and Preach, or numerous similar figures, because they are not unique in this style of content, talk about issues of lookism for men, or double standards for intimate partner violence, or talk about how to better talk to girls or maneuver relationships. Talk about the way men show emotions outside of aggression and lust are seen as lesser than. This is valuable. In some ways, it might almost seem that Abba and Preach are trying to deconstruct hegemony by challenging norms that often aren't challenged.
You mean like applying common sense until it sticks to your fucking forehead? Yeah, everybody does that. That's what we do when we mock you. We're applying common sense and taking your framework and applying it to the world. And realizing that your framework only works in a small lens, not a frame!
Further, they do also make a lot of content that is critical of the most ridiculous elements of the manosphere and alpha male podcasts and political issues, etc.
You preach to these men that they have to always seek this thing, that this is the way to live, that this is the best way, but you don't even walk the talk. That's what I find distasteful. It's like a Derek Jackson talking about be faithful to your wife, don't pay for box. Come to find out this man's cheating on everyone. How are you any different? Can you tell me? Now everyone's gonna go, well, you know, we're attacking people on the manosphere. I don't care about the manosphere. I don't care about none of this. Move with integrity in life. That's it. I'm not here about some scene. Oh, you can't go on this live. I don't care. At the end of the day, the truth remains the truth. When I came to the game, when I was listening to Patrice, we didn't call it Redpill, we just called it the truth. These niggas is fronting on some points.
On the surface, they may seem like a nice, safe entryway into discourses around social issues, but specifically aimed at men. But sadly, that's really not the most accurate description of them from my perspective, or other creators with similar styles of content. It doesn't take long to look at the whole of Alan Preacher's content to see that it closely resembles anti-SJW content that you might have seen during the Gamergate days. A large portion of their content boils down to...
They are a reflection of what you would have seen during the anti-Gamergate days.
Sneeko met Charlie.
Who's Charlie?
Most critical, the guy, the white dude.
I'd love to see that little soy boy come up here and mess with me. You all...
Who did that?
You do have it in the background? You do have it?
You all know he ain't gonna say anything to my face. Is that Charlie?
Is it part of the anti-SGW Gamergate days to make fun of a person who outright admitted to being cucked by his girlfriend and enjoying it? A man who then went on to try to mock somebody on the internet and tried to use guns to intimidate him, and he said, respectfully, click, click, roll up. These are magazines, not clips. Is that what it is? Is that what it is, Signifier? Is this representative of Sargon? Is it? Is it, my nigga? Is it? When you say things, do you think, when you say these things, do you think before you say it? Also, let me get to the super chat now. Lord, have mercy. Christ, have mercy. It never ends. You just keep saying words and you think that they make sense. They don't. Ah! Ooh, does that mean men are a nuanced perspective on female-related spaces and topics too? Well, you see, in having a nuanced perspective is also called being a chud. And you're not allowed to have nuanced perspectives if you aren't giving them what they want. Because you see, when you do what they want, you're being a good man. When you're doing what they don't want, you're a chud. And if you're doing what they don't want, and you have a point while you're doing it, you're just an asshole, bro. Nobody wants to listen to that. I am counting my fucking stars. I want one of you to say the stupid shit. SinglePlayerCarl is a pipeline to the alt-left. I want one of you to say it. I want one of you to say he's a pipeline to the alt-right. I want one of you to say he's a pipeline to the alt-left, so I can specifically shit on that group. And then you have to say, well, actually, that group really hates him, but he still is, he's a piece of a greater whole. Because if you say anything along those terms, even if you even try to say, oh, that person, oh, that's just a fucking, that's just a fucking troll, I'm gonna challenge you to have a fucking discussion with me. And I'm gonna make you stand up to every single bit of what you fucking said. You gotta stop it. Y'all gotta stop it. Paint everything you want as something negative as you wish. But when the reality comes around and you have to admit, actually, they can be funny and I can enjoy the shit they have to say, fuck, that means I'm a chud too. You have to realize this all-consuming logic of everybody I don't like is an evil Nazi doesn't work anymore.
So crazy woman gets home for stupid things she did.
But all the things that got them so triggered. Goodness gracious, we don't want anybody offended. Somebody called politically correctly.
And a significant amount of their content is simply antagonistic towards trans women for cheap views. A lot of this is something that...
And a lot of the views is just antagonistic towards trans people for cheap views. Just had to sneak it in there, didn't you? You just had to sneak it in there, didn't you?
Sneeko met Charlie.
Who's Charlie?
Most critical, the guy, the white dude.
Didn't you? Didn't you? You just had to do it, didn't you? Oh. Where's that old clip? That really old clip. Shit, I saw it. Here you go.
Would you date someone who's trans? Would you date someone who's black? Would you date someone who's fat? Would you date someone who's disabled? Now, honestly, I don't know what the answer is to those questions, but I've met a surprising number of people who would say no to all, or at least some of them.
Yeah, I definitely say no to some.
I'd say no to some.
Argument is that it's just a preference, and that you can't control who you're attracted to. I think most of the time that this is brought up is in regards to race. I'll link to a couple really good videos in the description about racial dating preferences, but in this video, I want to talk about our other biases. Let's start with trans people. Would you date a trans person?
No.
Honestly? Think about it for a second.
No.
Okay, got your answer?
No.
I need a second.
Thank you.
Well, if you said no, I'm sorry, but that's pretty discriminatory.
I'm done.
Where you going, nigga?
Fuck this shit. There's no discrimination when I said I wouldn't date a person that has a penis.
The content just mocks trans people. How could you mock a trans person who's so strong and is so brave? They privated the original video in which they responded to years ago. Bro, they have such strength of character! You have to understand, man! They're so strong! They're so fortuitous! They are built for Tonka Tough! But Carl, Riley Reid was just around for a while. You can't hold them to that standard. Yes, I can, because they promoted them as that standard. The reason the video went private was because it was then brought to public attention. And then they got mad. We see this happen all the time on Twitter. People say shit, and they get really fucking brave, and then all of a sudden, they get mad. I'll give you a perfect example. An easy example, actually. An example that literally happened over the span of a week. And really, for this, Dub, you have to specifically thank Lenore. Because Lenore is the one that brought it to my attention. Which is to say, I already knew of the person in question. But the situation itself came to my attention because Lenore brought it to my attention again. So, there's this lolcow by the name of Soulsborne Motor, who is a trans individual who uses their trans status to antagonize people on the internet, because they love to antagonize people on the internet. This individual has a penchant of talking a lot of shit and getting real fucking mad when they're told that their takes are fucking brain dead. Now, what makes this really important, what makes this really cute and unique, what makes this really fucking embarrassing is when you realize the speed at which it happened. See, this person doesn't like the fact that I tell them that they need to learn to get with the fucking times and stop being a bitch and stop being rude and mean, because people can tell them, fuck off. Right? Right. So, the user, when I was mocking them about a few days ago, before this, was mad. So, Lenore mentioned me to them, and they were upset because it had not been the first time that Soulsborne Motor had been mocked by me. So they quoted one of my banger tweets, where I made a joke at the extent of people getting really mad about saying, and I quote, a phrase that said, trans people are really strong, we can live and take anything, and you guys can't even take a full day of being trans. And I made the joke of, apparently, 41% of you approximately can't either. They got mad about being the guy who makes fun of suicide. Leads to immediately this person saying, I'm not debating my right to exist with you, get bent. Otherwise meaning, if you don't respect me in being trans, I will literally shoot you. A sentiment that was repeated here by such a user saying, kill Christ cucks, behead Christ cucks, roundhouse kick a Christ cuck into the concrete, slam dunk a Christ cuck baby into the trash can, crucify filthy Christ cucks, defecate in our Christ cucks food, launch Christ cucks into the sun, dance day of vengeance. Leading to this a person immediately protecting the tweets. Again, this is not responsible for the Tennessee shooter. However, this kind of rhetoric can easily be used by your political opponents the way you use everything against your political opponents. It's wishy-washy. It goes back and forth. It don't take long. A person who says, I'm a contemptible human being who deserves scrutiny and deserves to be considered a foul fiend from the blackest pit of hell, is also telling other people to commit suicide with a lower tier god meme, and can't even be bothered to be honest about it to the point that she blocks them after they do so. Somewhere along the line, somebody has to take accountability, and nobody's taking accountability. So, if you won't be accountable, you will be mocked for it. That's how society does accountability. What we're seeing here is very much the same. When you claim we're attacking trans people, we're not attacking trans people. We're attacking the ideas they're presenting. And unfortunately, much like you said in your last video, people who have always been given preferential, if not exclusively privileged treatment when treated like everybody else, begin to think that it feels like oppression! So maybe the trans people, when asked to have a conversation, should have a conversation instead of repeating the same talking points to people and telling them that they're evil individuals because how dare you, how could you, how could you, how dare you. Because it's ridiculous. And it is ridiculous. It's extremely ridiculous. Because on the face of it, it looks dumb. From the example that we had yesterday from Clout Shark, before I had to display that this man talking shit about people who call themselves the Joker puts himself in Joker makeup, individuals like that would say shit like that and then think that there's no incoherentness. What was it that Abba was just quoted saying? Move in integrity? These motherfuckers do not live in integrity, signifier. That's why it happens. They get mocked not because they want to make fun of the villains that you have labeled the villains. They take accountability into a court and they tell them, be responsible for the things you're doing and saying. Live with the integrity of the things you're doing and saying. And they're not living in the integrity of the things they're doing and saying. And then when we make the video about them, suddenly they get really fucking mad to the point that they delete their content. Or they lock their tweets, or they delete their channel, or they delete their Twitter accounts, because they don't want to be associated to something just as dangerous as cute space buns. Where people, ironically, playing a video game that's supposed to be about inclusion and building and diversifying a community, become extremely, what's the word? Controlling. Exclusive, even. Moving on.
That's called straw feminism, which is where someone takes the most extreme or uncharitable interpretation or representation.
Is it called straw meninism when you do the same thing to your rivals by taking the worst clips of them? Oh no, we call that clip chimping.
Feminism and uses that as an avatar to argue against the entirety of a concept or a gender or a group itself. It's basically
so clip chimping.
It's just cringe reaction content where the subjects they tend to tackle a lot are women and girls.
You mean what Fresh and Fit are?
Not of the minds, we never make jokes at the expense of women. I'm still mad that transphobe Hall of Famer now, Dave Chappelle. I'm still mad that Dave Chappelle spent an hour complaining about trans women but didn't have one joke about the girl that accidentally glued her hair to her head. That's hilarious.
Yeah, I'm upset that you didn't talk about this topical piece of news. Why did you talk about the topical piece of news in the same breath that you gave a full-throated explanation of how you care about a trans person so much that they were at the beginning of a show and had a friendship with you because of something that happened during one of your sets? You are not a human being, man! You're not a human being! How do you complain about the thing that Chappelle explicitly did because that person died? Oh, I'm in pain. I need more popsicles. Bad news, chat. I didn't freeze enough for today, so this is all I have left. I'm about to get the sweats!
Is this low vibration, othering comedy about women at their expense? You kind of see that same punching down vibe as something that I think they've never heard saying.
Punching down is when you treat everybody like everybody else, and you don't give them favoritism.
And all of it ends up serving a very specific viewpoint and agenda that again supports the status quo.
Having an agenda is when you talk about literally everything. Literally everything. In your banner. It is in their banner, my nigga. We talk about everything! Punching down is when you treat everybody the same, and then everybody else who's mad about it can't handle it!
For example, in this video, they make fun of a female soldier who struggles to complete a military test and use that to jump off into a critique of forced gender quotas in general.
Watching this video.
Because the gender quotas and gender standards are constantly being lowered because the women cannot meet them. This has not been a thing that came up because, oh my god, I can't believe it. I can't believe it. Military standards up for women are a joke, right? Let's go to that video, shall we?
All right, today's topic, since it's Women's International Month, let's keep going.
Army Captain Sarah Cudd would not give up during the final moments of the grueling 12-mile foot march to achieve her expert field medical badge at Fort Dix in New Jersey. The last step in earning the badge was to complete the 12-mile trek in 3 hours.
Did you see the other man just? Did you see my man? Oh my god, this is a long ass day. It's a long day for sure. Shit, I gotta cross that goddamn line. Oh yeah. Hey, come on, Sarah, pick your ass up. Shit. Did you see that? This guy just strobed. He just casually strobed. Yeah, I ain't mad at that. Let's go.
While carrying 70 pounds of gear, with 13 minutes to go, the captain fell to her knees in exhaustion. But with her soldiers cheering her on, she rose to her feet and crossed the finish line.
It's more like, if you don't finish this, bitch, we're all doing push-ups. Get your ass up. Let's go.
She's a captain. That's not happening.
No.
Okay, when you're a commissioned officer,
you're good.
It's not like NCOs.
Oh, okay.
NCOs get treated like grunts.
Yeah.
Officers, they get those suits.
Is she getting a rub down after this?
She get whatever she wants. Okay, cool. Get her pussy ate by the NCO too.
Goddamn.
He's also not wrong. As a Fed, when you're a commissioned officer, you don't get dressed down and treated like a grunt. This is what we call a puff piece, signifier. This was a puff piece by the media. In this 8-minute and 30-second video, you get angry about a giant PR fluff piece and them talking about a giant PR pluff piece.
Captain Cudd serves with Army Public Health Command in Fort Knox, Kentucky. She was only one of the 46 candidates who achieved the badge that day, and the Public Health Command says up to 80% of people fail. We think Captain Sarah Cudd really defines what determination means, and watching this video is truly an inspiration to never give up.
I feel inspired, but unsafe. I'm gonna tell you that. I'm just being real. The other dudes strolled through like it was nothing. But hey,
I mean, it's the groveling and the praise that people get. It's like just for doing their job.
Yeah. Just doing what they're supposed to do.
There was like a point in the military where they transitioned to really allowing women to join the forces in droves, but they really wanted to encourage it because from a public relations standpoint it worked really well. And also to be fair, many women in the military was a very positive thing because you needed as many recruits as you can for certain jobs where women would be proficient at. So it's all positive. But the way that they push some of them through the success stories that they were trying to pick, like you would have Marines, right, who are males and who get passed on for promotions for women who met an inferior standard, right? Even though they were working for the same job, right?
That's what the standards of pushing.
And that's where you had like that whole like affirmative action within the military, which is absolutely counterproductive and unfair to everybody else who's trying to get it because every promotion comes with a huge pay raise. Yeah, better postings, better opportunities in a lot of ways, more responsibility, and the ability to keep progressing, right? It's patently unfair. When I watched this video and the whole fucking PR piece about it,
you were frustrated. You were triggered.
I just cringe. I don't get triggered because, like, at the end of the day, when it came to like physical tests and all that stuff, for me it was easy to excel that shit because it wasn't that difficult, right? But it made me cringe how insulting the standards were. Yeah. People are doing the same thing. They're like, bro, this is pathetic. That's what we're looking at it for. So that's why I look at this. I'm like, really, is this the standard you want to set for these ladies? And listen, there's female service members who go balls to the wall. They go hard, right? And they get the most amount of respect from other dudes because dudes see they trying to carry their own weight irrespective of their gender. Which, who's gonna hate on that? But some of this shit, like, I got really offended when I saw them doing the push-ups on their knees. That's what killed me. Yeah. Already you have less push-ups. Did you on your knees doing these push-ups? That's not real. Yeah. But that's how desperate they were to get into the door.
Yeah, and the difference is really big. The difference of push-ups that you have is really huge.
You need push-ups for nothing. No. You get down right now, probably give me 100. So,
yes.
I don't know.
Versus just push-ups.
Just
walking with it front.
Right? Like, we love to, like, I don't know, highlight the mediocrity or someone, like, I guess, persevering against something that was difficult for them. But it's like, you should have been trained for this and being able to do this a long time ago. It's not like these rucksack marches are the hardest thing. Why do you have, like, some injury, like shin splints from having to do this? There's no reason why you're struggling when you've been in the military that long. You know? Like, there's some folks in the military who get in, they pass the test, and then they just let themselves go.
Yeah, because they don't have a job to do whatever they're not on the field like that. So.
Right, and then they're still able to say because they can relax. I'm like, bro, y'all need to keep some standard,
like cops. It's just like cops. There's some cops that get in the force and they don't ever shoot. They have a gun. They never go to a gun range.
Yeah. I mean, there's so many things wrong with this. Yeah. You know, like her weapon's there, she falls to the ground. That's
dangerous. That's dangerous. That's a liability.
Even if it's unloaded, like they make sure that you don't make bad habits. Why? Because if you actually are in the field and you do have your rifle, you drop it like that, a discharge can go off, you can kill a soldier. Like this is not stuff you would normally praise. Also remember, she's a captain. If you don't understand, there's two tiers, right? You got NCOs, which are non-commissioned officers, and then you have the commissioned members, who are basically people who have degrees or special interests, who are in leadership positions. Okay? The pay's much higher for them than it is for the NCOs. The NCOs are in a leadership position, so imagine she's leading, but she's not leading by example. Think about that. And I'm not even saying out of your unit you gotta be the most fit, but if you're at the back end, you can barely pass. How do you set the example for the troops that are under you? And the truth is, that's why a lot of NCOs don't respect the commanding officers. There's a lot of people who are, just got their
because they know they wouldn't be able to do the same work as they would. Physically, they would not. Yes. They would not. Every time I had a job, I had a boss, and he was like being cocky about his position and shit like that, and was yelling at me to do some shit. I was like, do it. Yeah. Run the department. If you're not running it, do it. Do what I do in the time that I'm doing. It's easy for you to give shit whenever you give shit. Do what I do. Do it. Yeah. That's all we don't respect them.
Imagine like the difference between you and somebody else is just the fact that they have a degree. Yep. Their confidence level is not that much higher. Sometimes it's lower, but they got a degree, and that matters to them. I just wanted to bring this up. It's just one of those things that cringe. And these motherfuckers are talking about removing some of the physical tests because 40 to 50% of women are failing.
Just accommodate.
They're talking about removing the physical tests. As a kid, hey man, listen. I saw my whole time when I was in there. I was actually very shocked. I didn't know it was gonna be like that. I was very surprised by how slanted towards women. A lot of the brasses, a lot of this. It's very strange. But that's another topic for another day. When you guys want to?
No.
Let's know what you guys think in the comments below.
Huh? Now say that shit again.
think they went on record as saying they don't care much about. And all of it ends up serving a very specific viewpoint and agenda that again supports the status quo. For example, in this video, they make fun of a female soldier who struggles to complete a military test and use that to jump off into a critique of forced gender quotas in general.
Watching this video is truly an inspiration.
It's describing how a commissioned officer is not leading by example, is them using her as a springboard to talk shit about something when he actually said some of the realest shit that could ever be explained about the military. And compared it to normal average people working day jobs where they have to take shit from people who cannot bust their ass like they do, demanding from them things that they cannot do themselves in higher paid positions. Physically, pain.
Never give up.
I feel inspired, but unsafe. I'm gonna tell you that. I'm just being real. The other dudes strolled through like it was nothing.
There was like a point in the military where they transitioned to really allowing women to join the forces in droves, but they really wanted to encourage it because from a public relations standpoint, it worked really well. And also, to be fair, many women in the military, also toxic, but they really pushed some of them through the success stories that they were trying to.
Notice how he skipped through that section that he just cut out. Let's go back to it again. Let's see if you missed it.
There, she falls to the ground. That's dangerous. That's dangerous. That's a liability. No, it's not these rucksack marches are the hardest thing. Why do you have like some injury like she just water?
It's water. It's really tough.
Who's gonna hate on them? These members who go balls to the wall. They go hard. Pathetic. How are they looking at them? So that's why I look at this. I'm like, really? Is this the you want to say things? And listen, there's female service members who go balls to the wall. They go hard, right? And they get the most amount of respect from other dudes because dudes they try to carry their own weight irrespective of their gender. Who's gonna hate on them? From a public relations standpoint, they do well. And also, to be fair, many women in the military, also toxic, but the way that they push some of them through the.
Did you see it? Let me play it for you again.
I'm gonna tell you that. I'm just being real. The other dudes strolled through like it was nothing.
There was like a point in the military where they transitioned to really allowing women to join the forces in droves, but they really wanted to encourage it because from a public relations standpoint, it worked really well. And also, to be fair, many women in the military, also toxic. They go balls to the wall. They go hard, right? And they get the most. Like, looking at them. So that's why I look at this. I'm like, really? Is this the you want to say things? And listen, there's female service members who go balls to the wall. They go hard.
What did I just say about chip clipping? What did I just say about clip chimping? What did I just say about clip chimping? When I lie out of my ass and I take Adam and Preach out of context to try and make them really weird, is that me being a good black Breadtube content creator? Or is that me lying about other content creators so I can fish for clout on the internet? It looks like shit to me, Eddie!
But the way that they push some of them through the success stories that they were trying to do. Like, you have Marines, like, who are males, and who get passed on for promotions for women who met an inferior standard, right? Even though they were working for the same job.
Here they make fun of a vapid girl in a dating show, but make sure to insert the ever-present simping, anti-simping argument that is somehow still a thing in these YouTube streets.
I live in California, so I've been around basic women like this before.
Instagram model proves she's got more than beauty.
No. If you have like two, it's aight, but down you're like going on all these dating apps.
Oh, wonderful. It's a Jubilee video.
Here we go.
Nobody has his accent, those fake titties, and doesn't have a poppy Instagram. Let me find out.
Oh, you'll find out already.
What do you think her follower count is?
225.
I'm gonna say 75K.
I don't even know what that girl is.
I don't know. 1 million! Is that her? That's her. 1 million.
That was closest.
Something about those titties and that accent, you have to get influenced with poppy. Let's know where you're not.
Yeah.
Alright, so I'm on the home phone. You like McDonald's, Burger King, Wendy's, Taco Bell, Popeyes?
That's disgusting. I'm sorry. It's one thing that you got those places when you got the motherfucking half, that's fucking nasty. Am I
You
crazy?
just group them together. Hold on, you just wait. It's not so much. They group. They know what they did. They know what they did.
We organize their dysfunction.
Yeah, which is fine.
That's mad, bro. What are those apps? What are people even download those apps for? Do you get coupons?
No, you just download them.
That's random, bro. And also, McDonald's in America is disgusting. It literally tastes like dog poop.
I haven't had it that many times. I think once or twice.
So Canada's McDonald's is decent. You know, as a kid, I used to eat.
I don't go to McDonald's in the States.
Bro, I haven't been to McDonald's in general in like 5 years.
Yeah.
When I used to eat it, I went to America and I'm like, bitch, it's the same franchise. Then I went to Portugal and had it and I said, bitch, it's the same franchise.
You change the flavor depending on where you are.
Oh, yeah, because the regulations are different. Yo, McDonald's is not the same in America, in Canada, or in Europe. And I'm sure people come even Asia. People say,
Everywhere,
like
everywhere. Like when I went to the States and I went to Virginia like 20 years ago. I went to Virginia and that's the last time I tasted some American McDonald's. I usually like to order a quarter pounder. Yeah. I ordered there. It was greasy between two buns.
It's a lot, isn't it?
I was like, what the fuck is this?
Yeah. And did you cut when they said, you want this bottle? And they pull out a big one.
Yeah, I was like,
what am I eating for time?
I was thirsty, not dirty. I don't want to take a bath in the thing. What the fuck? Yo, you want to the whole bathtub, bro?
Oh, okay, when I'm feeling. Oh, okay. Honestly, those are good dating apps. I can't complain about those.
Bumble and Tinder are good dating apps?
They're dating apps.
Well, I like that he labeled it when I'm feeling lonely. At least he's honest about it. Because a lot of people do use it. How many women I know fucking get on Tinder, start swiping, match with people, just delete the app like 2 days later.
Yeah.
So on. And then do the same thing next month when they get broken up with, or when they watch a movie and see love on the screen.
Yeah.
There you go.
Definitely.
Some of you felt targeted, I'm targeting you.
Yeah, that's exactly you. That's you.
The hug.
It's insane how lame they are and unaware as well. But to be fair, dudes are the reason why they're that unaware, because dudes will censor them anyways.
Oh my god, it's hard.
Maybe it's because she's an airhead, but everything she says, I'm just thinking about her lips. Once she goes, it's hard. I'm like, yeah,
Here they make fun of a white feminist doing the white feminist.
Oh my god, we have to get to the point where she's clipping these strips out from.
With Tower Hotel. So did you get that photo? Yeah. Okay, so he's a photographer. Okay.
You takes a regular picture of the girl. Ooh, he's a photographer.
Oh, it's also an old iPhone too. I was like, how do you go to the main page?
iPhone is not old.
He has a followers app, so that means like he's an influencer.
No, I'm just petty.
I appreciate the honesty, dude.
Bro,
No, I'm just petty.
I don't think she recognizes that she comes across the airhead.
Oh, you're on Depop too? Hey, you be selling clothes or what?
Not buying.
Oh, you buy it? Okay, that's what's up.
Oh, okay, you be selling clothes? Okay, so you're an entrepreneur? Nah, I'm a customer. Okay, broke. The way she got turned off when he said, nah, I'm buying? Yeah, she's like, that's not my thing.
Oh, this guy's funny for sure, because he has an app called iFunny.
He's funny because he has iFunny. Like, where I have a face in a book because I got Facebook. What the fuck is this?
Oh.
I'm just trying to keep it stealth.
Trying to be innocent, trying to be a good boy out now.
No, hold on. Stop. Did she look at his phone but try to look at a reflection? Play that shit back. Play that shit back. Did she just, no, because she's trying to catch a reflection.
Bro, I told you, bro.
It's a little thing, bro.
Oh
I took one look
at him like, this guy Instagram for sure.
And he's on Prime. Okay, so he's advanced in technology. He's on Amazon. Yeah, he seems really smart because he plays chess.
Huh?
I don't think I want to get to the part where you clipped it out. 2 influencers talk about a person who on Jubilee is behaving like a vainglorious airhead. And that's them. What was that again? What was that shit you was talking?
That is somehow still a thing in these YouTube streets.
I live in California, so I've been around basically like this before. It's insane how vain they are and unaware as well. But to be fair, even though they were working for the same job.
Here they make fun of a vapid girl in a dating show, but make sure to insert the ever-present simping, anti-simping argument that is somehow still a thing in these YouTube streets.
Simping, anti-simping argument. Where is the simping and anti-simping argument?
Oh my days! Julie, you know what the fuck he was doing with that one.
I don't know how to work Android, so he's lucky. Oh, he's Asian for sure because he has like Asian like fonts. And he watches anime. I see him like.
You know how many black people watch anime?
I guess she didn't expect anybody else to speak Japanese, so when she saw the letters and anime, she just assumed the person.
Oh my god, that guy is Asian for sure.
Oh, he's Asian for sure.
I wish I was. Maybe if I get DJ Kyle, I'll come back as a Japanese man. She eliminates the Android people.
Yeah.
This is the most vanity
100%.
The Android. Oh, look at
Bro, I'm sorry. You called it. I'm sorry. I could have said something about this girl where you could tell she's an person like iPhones only.
We called it, bro. We said that.
I live in California, so I've been around basically like this before. It's insane how vain they are and unaware as well. But to be fair, dudes are the reason why they're that unaware because dudes will simp for them anyways.
Oh my god, it's like it's hard.
So, when you live in California, there's a certain archetype of person who you're going to meet. And that archetype of person is what this woman is like. They don't date people who don't have iPhones because, bro, I could never date an Android user despite iPhones being expensive bricks that can't be bricked and rooted to do what you want. I could never be with a guy who doesn't like go out to dance, but then they are frequently not telling the truth about being lonely individuals that don't know how to live alone. So they always have to fill their bed with somebody else. The kind of person that says, you ain't really getting over somebody unless you're getting under somebody. This kind of behavior is enabled by people going after them, signifier. Women who have not yet hit, quote-unquote, the wall. The wall. Meaning, not this woman is undesirable. Because her eggs, bro, her eggs! But because, bro, I'm not attracted to this. You're not a good person. You're not a good fit for me. I don't think I can see myself in a relationship with you because you're judging me for vain things like what I use as a shopping app and what animes I watch. I don't think I could be with you because if you're going to judge me for something as surface level as that, what's going to happen when I introduce you to my parents? That kind of girl is enabled because she has 1 million people telling her on an application where all she's got to do is pose that she looks hot. And hot guys, or hot girls, or guys that want to be with hot girls and guys, have put a price on what that means to them. For them, it's likes and tweets and DMs and slides into the DMs. A modern woman presented with the same thing, where she goes from a rags to riches story, is not going to react the same way because it's going to be too much. Because who the fuck needs all of that? Even for people like myself and you, we are a case example of what happens when you give normal people that level of fame. That's what influencers have become. There's an aesthetic that goes with it. And for a woman of that aesthetic, not a lot going on in the cabeza.
I live in California, so I've been around basic women like this before. It's insane how vain they are and unaware as well. But to be fair, dudes are the reason why they're that unaware, because people sit for them anyways.
Oh my god, it's like, it's hard.
Maybe it's because she's an airhead, but everything she says, I'm just thinking about her lips. When she goes, it's hard, I'm like, yeah, it is.
Here they make fun of a white feminist doing the white feminism and not minding their own business.
Wait, what do you disagree with? You don't think that catcalling can be like a little enjoyable sometimes?
It's not. It's disgusting.
It's always disgusting.
Of course.
Everybody's seen this clip. This is a Sneeko clip.
Is that a maybe feel good?
No.
So what's your opinion on these three women disagreeing?
There's a camera in front of them, and they're trying to be the camera. That's it.
The hostility is fascinating, isn't it? Women can say one thing and no one can say, no, you're oppressed. You're just doing this for the camera. You can't even have your own opinion as a woman.
No, there's valid critiques.
We don't need to say that one. That one's very obvious. Everybody's seen that fucking Sneeko clip. If you haven't, my god, how are you this lucky?
And important things to maybe talk about in all these videos. But then you start to recognize that this is a pattern here. A pattern of shallow critiques of outlier worst case scenario moments.
Shallow critiques! Abba regularly has deep discussions with fucking Destiny. He regularly has deep discussions with Destiny.
Oh yeah. Hey Carl.
Hello.
So I'm gonna give you guys the crazy shit, and you laid with him. That means you ain't shit either.
As of 4 fucking months, my dude. Actually, even longer than that, because technically, Abba's been inside of Destiny's orbit for a while. But this is just the more recent shit that Destiny has publicly put onto his shit. Like, here, in this debate where Abba was talking with, Max.
Because you're too fucking scared to. Because you don't know when to shut the fuck up. No one's ever told you. Sometimes you just need to shut the fuck up. If you've spoken...
How the fuck you say surface level critiques and you miss... Well, actually, no. I know exactly why that is. It's because Signifier doesn't do debates. He only does friendly discussions for people that he's already friends with. And all of this still tying back to Mr. Girl. And I'm not touching that topic. I don't care about Maxwell. I don't want to platform him on my channel.
Moments to kind of make their young male viewers feel affirmed in their distrust and aversion towards anything that somehow connects to feminism or egalitarian issues or any systemic analysis of the social problems that Ab and Preach purport to care about.
Motherfucker, they cover topics and news, and what's been in the news is motherfuckers losing their minds! Fellas, is it anti-SGW to laugh at people going too far?
The message is that all this feminism stuff is just a bunch of dumb girls talking nonsense. It's like when Fox News wants to talk about a black issue and then they invite 4 black Republicans with fucked up haircuts to talk about it as if they have well-informed takes when they don't.
I'm a common sense guy, and a lot of liberals at the moment don't have common sense. I got a lot of heat from my family and friends for hopping on the Trump train.
Somebody explain the hair to me. Just why, bro? I just want to know why. Like, who are you trying to look like?
And then, of course, Fox called.
See, it's not funny when you guys make fun of women, but I can make fun of Terrence K. Williams all the fuck I want because he's on Fox News. Integrity? What's that?
Oh god.
Want to die.
Authoritarians hate humor. What is being left with them being laughed at?
They also hate unfair fucking tie-ups when this motherfucker's actively recording himself getting his fucking retwist done. Are we gonna have to go this far? Are we gonna have to make it black non-persona to have dreads as a content creator? If you have dreads, that means you're perversively and extremely fucking annoying? Is that what we're gonna have to do? Is that how we fix this? God, I'm mocking it because of his edge up? Really? Why don't you mock for the goatee too? Somebody let DB's Woodside know that having this kind of haircut is cringe!
So I find this funny because FD signifier is like just isn't this a status quo thing? Like he was just talking about this bullshit and then he decided to make fun of somebody for not fitting the status quo.
Be careful, he might try to revoke your black card.
I mean, he wouldn't be the first.
Saffron, opinion. None. None whatsoever? Okay. Moving on.
before hopping on the Trump train.
Somebody explain the hair to me. Just why, bro? I just want to know why. Like, who are you trying to look like?
And then, of course, Fox calls it fair and balanced. You can even see through a lot of their thumbnail choices that they are.
Fox News using a misnomer, which in their case is what we call branding, as saying Fox News is fair and balanced, is not them saying we are fair and balanced in our quality. That is a thing that they say, just like the Young Turks say stupid shit all the time. Or what you could say all the time. Or what Clout Shark says all the time. Or what Xanderhall says all the time. Or what Vosh says all the time. Or any Breadtuber and any Crumbtuber in their orbit would say, repeating and mocking other people that they like or don't like all the time. These are words. These words, these are words. And also, well, since it's right in front of me, you do realize that using the example of Big Red is important because Big Red is one of the base examples of what a feminist actually is and operates like in the wild? It's why when Big Red was a part of the Cassie J movie, she was one of the premier individuals that were researched and interviewed because you needed to actually hear from their mindset what they believed. Fortunately for us, that was put on the internet. So, let's see if I can find it. The Red Pill, Raw Files. Does feminism work on men's issue? From Big Red herself. I forgot what her name is.
It's no longer relevant. Yeah. Tell that to all the victims of rape culture. Tell that to all the people who are still suffering like a wage inequality. When you look at the CEOs, the top-earning CEOs, they're making like hundreds of millions of dollars per year when they're male. But then when you look at the top-earning female CEOs, they're making maybe 50 million. So I mean, really, yeah, okay, fine. Their companies are going to be different. There's going to be different dynamics in each position. I get that, but they're still CEOs. They're still running the joint. There shouldn't be that huge of a discrepancy between male and female. So those are just examples. And there's still a lot of sexism in terms of like gender roles, and we're still expected to be wives and mothers and things like that. So no, we're always trying to dismantle gender roles. At the end of the day, that's really all we want is to really dismantle gender roles and make sure that hey, you know what? If you are for example, in custody battles, if you're the better parent, we want you to have custody. That's it. I don't care what your genitalia is or your gender identity. It doesn't matter. If you're the better parent, you get custody. If you make more money, then you have to give up the alimony. That's it. That's what it is, right? So I mean, there's still a lot of discrepancies between men and women, and the idea that feminism is no longer relevant, it's just no.
So a lot of them already say that feminism doesn't fight for the rights of men. What would you say to that?
Prime Reaper. Oh wait, I'm already famous for saying that. No, really, because feminism is a movement about the discrepancies, like when it comes to women's equality, because we're still not there yet. And so when we create a space, our own space, to talk about our own issues and the things that we have to deal with, whether it be harassment or objectification or income inequality, whatever the case may be, these MRAs decide to like go trample on our parade and say, but what about the men? I'm sorry, you have been taking over our politics and our media for God knows when. Well, since God knows.
When they come here and say, "Ayo, bro, what about the men?" they come in and ran on our parade. Meanwhile,
Carl, I find it hilarious that all these issues stem from leftist thought. They think resources are extremely finite, so they have to argue for social concern, which means resources.
yes. Let's see here. Activists pull fire alarm at World Health Summit.
Nicht ohne Grund ist heute Sanchez Rebellion, also Wissenschaftlerinnen, die jetzt hier
So we are discussing pressing issues. Someone pressed the fire alarm. And he's not really supporting our debates over here. They are doing some protests about climate and things like that, and think this would improve our discussions. And I think the best way to improve the discussions is just continuing without hearing to it.
Trying to find the clips of her pulling the fire alarm. They might just be deep down inside the videos that we've had from all the years of anti-SJW content, which is unfortunate.
Oh, I'm sorry I had to leave the room for a bit.
Welcome back. You didn't miss much.
Error.
Very comfortable leaning into problematic imagery in order to drive views from a very specific population that these types of images sequel thumbnail choices that they are very comfortable leaning into.
So, Big Red, a very well-known member of the feminist movement, probably one of the biggest detractors. The tirade that was had with the individual getting mad in a queue at GameStop.
Problematic loaded imagery in order to drive views.
One of the gender activists that were out there campaigning against Dave Chappelle. The people who said stupid-ass statements such as whites must pay an entrance fee. We can't just watch every single Abba Preach video this is coming from, even though it would be great content for Abba Preach, and great content for me. At the end of the day, the point is that I've already extrapolated on with the examples I've given thus far, is that when you say something, you're either clip chimping and you're removing that entire thing that negates the element that you're claiming that you're for, but you just can't stand the other element that is within it that you're against, or you're just fucking lying. And like, I can spend all the time. Nigga, I got time to call out you lying. But we also need to get to the end of this video because there's another one after this that we need to do. And like, I can't. I don't need to because I've already made my point. But Nick, I can't. Literally, I can. But metaphorically, I can't. I can't even believe. Why would you lie like this? Why would you lie like this when we have the resources? Why would you lie like this when we have the reference? Normally when people lie like this, they try to take an extrapolation of something that happened on Twitter and try to expand it to a giant concept that has to deal with, like, the meta-narrative of a bigger discussion. When you lie and you clip chimp off of people who we know, it makes it really hard for you to justify it later. Because if we had a debate, and I had this debate with you, with Abba Preach as moderators, and I said, explain to me why you think this, and we start going through each piece of the content that you're using as a judgment, and we say, wait, hold on, how did you get this from this, and this from this, and this from this, and this from this? You're gonna have to sit there and explain on a live broadcast in front of an audience of multiple people. Unnoted scripted dialogue not matching up to the supposed real-world influence of trans misogynoir that you're supposing Abba and Preach are involved in. Not even to mention the normal misogynoir, the white misogynoir, the misogynoir against your ideals and beliefs. Otherwise known as, these guys made fun of people that I feel bad for. Therefore, they're mean.
From a very specific population that these types of images of which none of the people depicted in these thumbnails are at all related to the videos in question, but relate into stereotypes about marginalized communities. This is nothing.
They're for thumbnails, bro. The same way that you talked about Jay having great thumbnails, that's them making their thumbnails, just like the way I use my thumbnails. If it pisses you off that for these videos, Signifier, I will be using you as the thumbnail, please keep in mind that we are on-screen personas, and that happens. People have done it to me, people have done it to you, people will do it to the topics of subjects and matters that you will talk about in the future, past tense, and whatever. Just like you can make a thumbnail suggesting that Dave Chappelle is transphobic, I can use you in a thumbnail, and they can use whatever the fuck they want in a goddamn thumbnail. Suck it the fuck up, nigga! Suck it the fuck up!
Particularly, they save their worst takes when they engage on trans issues, just like everybody else.
You really have to resort to attacking another minority community to boost your numbers?
Ain't nobody trying to talk about y'all that deeply. You guys just won't shut the fuck up, and you guys are in every news article, always trying to cancel folks. Of course, ain't nobody talking about Native Americans or indigenous folks the same way they're talking about you. The reason why folks talk about y'all is because you guys put yourselves out there all the time and then constantly demanding change from everybody. Up until like maybe 5-6 years ago, the trans stuff wasn't that common in terms of stand-up comedy.
No.
Then the pronoun stuff happened.
We laugh. Comedians is the news. If you look at comedy that did not age well, it's a reflection of not the comedian, but the era which you live in. So if you talk a lot and you're all in the news and stuff like that, we're going to talk about
who's to blame for that rise in attention. Trans women are in the news a lot because it makes for good outrage content.
No, trans people are in the news because they're the newest cudgel used by the establishment to create people that they can use as cudgels. Which is to say, leading back to what I said yesterday about the military-industrial complex, the media-industrial complex, the actual news media, the physical force that it is, whether you want to talk about opposition media, whether you want to talk about controlled opposition media, whether you want to talk about the media of missing link features, people who are between legacy media and new media. All of these people are connected to the same source. And a lot of the times, if they're not signed on contracts, The very few of them who are independents who will then make Substacks and talk about shit, which is the best way to go about it, to be honest. Having a Substack and publishing an article and then making a video about said publication of the article so that even if people were to do what Destiny has done like twice now, yeah, something happens, I publish something on Substack and then I make a video about it. And I explain in detail on that video. And everybody watches the video because they're probably not going to read the article, but they'll watch somebody read the article. That is a part of the evolution of how news is discussed and how media is discussed. The same way that I'm choosing to cover your video rather than make a video essay breaking down why I think it's fucking dumb. Mainly because, for me, I choose to do shit in a live stream. Because there's an element of life that you need to capture live and the reaction of what people do live to really capture why what they're saying is really fucking stupid. And I'm able to do what I could do in a video format better in a live stream because when you have to lie about people and say that they are only about this and only about that and only about this and only about that, it hits different when you say that shit in front of a live studio audience than when you are realizing that as somebody's editing something and it's like, this nigga really does hate me. Because it becomes obvious. This happened when I went through the first hit piece that was ever made about me by a Poe's ex-producer who no longer is on the internet, or is at least under a new persona, trying to whip up another person that they can try to grift and glom onto for clout. That motherfucker sat in a Terraria live stream for 5 hours looking for clips to try and mock me to go onto a hijacked broadcast. And then when he lost control of that channel, he immediately fucking ran because he realized he had nothing left. He had already exposed his hand. The coup was over. There was nothing he could get back. Same thing happened the next time somebody tried to make a hit piece about me. And the next person, and the next person, and the next person, who eventually ended up being Clout Shark. You can't say things and do things the way y'all do and believe that no one's going to remember and that people aren't going to bring it the fuck up. This is how the news media works. This is how common fucking news works. It's how the internet works. It's how YouTube works. And it's most especially how people who talk about the news works. Yes.
Carl, perfect example in the big mainstream media is Learn to Code.
Of course.
Remember a whole bunch of uppity, rich kids who got into journalism because they have no talents for anything else, so they need cultural control, started going, oh man, learn to code, when their policies and worldview got rid of necessary jobs from infrastructure. And then as soon as like AI, ChatGPT, their industry started drying up, oh my goodness, what do we have to do? Oh my goodness, they act all surprised. But then what happens? When the plebs give them that same energy because they remember what happened. Shit got all too touchy. You can't say certain things. You get removed. Your account gets banned.
Yeah. Pretty much. Like, these are people who, by your own phrase, signifier, are individuals who have the power of the haves and have-nots and then use them to control and structure things top-down on those underneath them. Those individuals are responsible for that. And, you know, the common everyday John is not gonna like it when some fucking yuppie sitting in a Starbucks queue who wants to mock about how somebody is a chud because they don't agree with their stringent political policies somehow starts whinging on the internet about things that, oh my god, this is starting to feel a little bit incelish. This is starting to feel really fucking target. It's like, yeah, bitch, I did a target. Because there's a target on your back. I got you in the viewfinder right now. Cletus, get the long rifle. We're finna do a deliverance. Yeah, it feels real targeted then, because it is. It's called getting your comeuppance. Not everybody deserves it, but for the people who are the loudest in the bunch, they finna be made an example of. They're ending up being an example of an entire group. They shouldn't be. It's not necessarily good that they are, because not every trans person is going to be a trans shooter. Just the same way that not every quote-unquote incel is Alex Jones. Or your version of Alex Jones in your head. Or your version of Nick Fuentes in your head. Nick Fuentes is also an odious person, let's not get that clear. But he and Alex Jones are not the same. But you will paint Alex Jones as a big honking man of meat who's dumb and talks about really anything, from conspiracies to everything else. And then you'll try to compare him to somebody like Hassan when Hassan is running away from motherfuckers like Sam Hyde. And Sam Hyde's an actual comedian. And he features himself as a comedian, sitting on Twitch, lying to people about the shit that he talks about, being given rewards for news media journalism when he wouldn't be able to stand a fucking conversation with Richard Lewis. Or Thor and Dustin Shields. Or me!
Like a lot of y'all's content. Because conservatives love to talk about the marginalized group that most people don't understand or see as worthy of protection. Because they can't attack black people like they used to.
They're not conservatives. Abby and Preach are probably some of the more liberal individuals on the platform.
Yeah, that doesn't make sense if they're conservative, but you know, it's mostly a dismissive way to like refer to people whose opinions they don't agree with.
Because trans stories are low-hanging fruit.
It's not an issue of trans panic if somebody does something stupid and we have to tie it into other stupid things that have happened around that kind of topic. It's what people do when they're creating not an agenda, but when they're creating a picture. They paint by numbers. Guess what numbers are produced in news media? The ones talking about current events. Guess what people remember? Current events that happened in news media. Guess what people are going to do if they remember a story? They're not going to remember the story about a random trans motor or trans-maxing individual on Twitter. They're going to remember the firestorm that happened because of a news media circus and then end up finding about that person because somebody happened to mention them in a broadcast like mine. See, I'm using these things as frameworks here. That's how normal people think. The journalists think like this, but they have to extrapolate. It's not just, you said a thing, and I said, I don't think you're telling me the truth. I'm gonna go find the video, and I'm gonna see if that's true. It's me actually knowing what the fuck is going on the internet and saying, that's not what was said, this is what was said. That's not what was done, this is what was done. Remember that shit you was talking before? Here's the shit now coming home to roost. You got shit to talk now? That's how this works. That's how the new media works. To say that it's not built on spite would be dishonest, because a lot of it is, especially for individuals like myself. But it's not spiteful against the world, it's spiteful against groups of people or a person. You could spend time focusing on a single person and making them like the cope source and the whipping boy for the memes that you make, but a lot of Breadtube has already done that. Realistically, this is you trying to make a whipping boy out of Gary Vaynerchuk, Fresh and Fit, Abby and Preach, Jordan Peterson, Spree Shooters, Aaron Yeager for some fucking reason, how the left should do better, and about your final thoughts about all of that. But realistically, at the end of the day, you wanted to talk shit about people who you also wanted to try and court controversy from, so you could build clout for your channel. If we, like I, wanted to make fun of you and use you as an example of what we think most black Breadtubers on the left act like, they act like a token who's used as the black Uncle Iroh that everybody should relate to, it would be infuriating to you, because, oh my god, how could you say that? I always bring interesting perceptions and conversations to the fold. But that's not how niggas use you on the internet! That's not how niggas use your conversations on the internet! That's not how niggas use anything on the internet! Whenever anything comes up, just like you just put this little fucking blurb here, the same way you put that fucking blurb here, all of a sudden we're talking about some real shit, and all of a sudden, here comes the new agenda! Here comes niggas quoting FD Signifier! You wouldn't talk shit to him, would you? He's got a bigger channel than yours. He's bigger and more relevant than you. I know what the real problem is. We know what the real shit is, and you're not one of those things. What's that, Destiny? You said something to me on the internet, and you made fun of the fact that I was talking shit about people's looks and appearances, and then all of a sudden, you made it very clear that I was not one of those people, and you called my fucking bluff? Where's that clip? Here it is.
So, what is the flip side? Shit, they dude. It's about
Oh, ew, he played League of Legends?
Here.
Yes. All of us seem to have a crippling addiction with MOBAs.
Hey, that's a dude? Bring him on to chat. Oh, it's one of the few guys. He has really, really, really strong opinions about me. It would be super fun to rattle this dude's brain. Dude, yeah, before they fall asleep. They're disgusting fuck stream right now. Hey, that's a dude? Bring him on to chat. Oh, it's one of the few guys. He has really, really, really strong opinions about me. It would be super fun to rattle this dude's brain.
My IT class, too.
At university. Oh, he's listening to I was taking the final class required to become an engineer, the most difficult class. Oh, follower only. Is this gonna tell me to follow for like 12 hours? 10 minutes.
Yeah, he is.
Because fear that there's instant kill himself. Well, as well as pulling my hair over this shit. I noticed something in class. The 20% women in class, nearly all the white guys able to easily just literally walk up to any guy in your class and start talking about the problem, have the blue, and very positive reciprocation from the guy. And I literally hear/see how easy it was to get a group going for them and working on the design problem. Hold on, can we hit 2 minutes? I don't know if you can do another game.
You're a fucking statistician.
28 months, why?
Wait, do you think I keep following on following? Is it like
This, you're right. This is unironically his Joker backstory. This is true. This is his Joker backstory.
Remember what I said yesterday about this motherfucker making fun of people calling them Jokers and saying that that's your Joker backstory, but he paints himself up as Joker? This is up to a year ago. I've held on to this clip and clips like this for a while because it's necessary.
I really want to know. Okay,
We're gonna have to watch this in completion.
This phenomenon, just like some of those little challenging ideas, there was like one black woman in the class and one hijab wearing Muslim girl, and maybe like 2 Indian girls. I never saw the black woman or the Muslim girl ever talk to anyone. They just stayed before the entire class. Any lefty possibly denied that in this situation before, regardless of whether it's all a lie or not. How would you not deny that? Assuming my story isn't a lie, the white girl has a significantly easier time going through this than the black girl. Well,
it's just I'm not gonna take these sort of I'm not gonna make these sort of societal prescriptions off of a weird this engineer eating beans and everyone claps sort of like story.
Why not engage? Why not engage a little bit? So what is the flip side? Do you think that's not reality? I want to hear you say that. Don't be a little fucking coward bitch. You're like, oh well, that's not an anecdote. Yes, it's an anecdote. Anecdote bad. And correlation causes anecdote. Person anecdote. Correlation causes anecdote. Straw man. Like engage with it then. Do you think that a white woman in any of these classes wouldn't be able to get help from literally any motherfucker in class? It's funny because like, in some ways, we have to catch up to the military in terms of people in the real world. Now, I am always open to being wrong. Always open to being wrong. I love your emails because they give me really good perspective. And even things posted in other threads give me good perspective. To be honest, I think the best perspective I've gotten on the Ottawa trucker shit were people writing big threads in response to Vosh's text. I was like, oh, that's some shit I hadn't considered before. And that's why I think I'm okay with the asset freezing. Even still, I haven't written much about it, but I think I'm okay with the asset freezing based on there's a really big thread that guy posted in Vosh's subreddit. He got banned for it. There's a lot of really good information. Oh god, fuck, I just started doing blue buff and nothing but the game. Fuck, wait, what were we just about to talk about? Oh god, I just lost it. Oh, the military. You want the phenomenon that we're kind of talking about with white, moderately, I don't even want to say moderately attractive, but average looking white girls in society is seen in the form of military women. If you want to see what entitlement looks like on full display, if you want to see what that type of attention will do to a person, ooh, army chicks have a reputation that is unmatched. Now, that's just what I've heard from people in the military. Now, I was never in the military, but I've heard it. I've only met one army girl in my life. She was actually pretty cool. It was a girl that did my trinket or whatever for D&D. But yeah, I don't know. It feels like, I don't know why people, in what way? The way that it's described to me is that women in the army basically think that they are God's gift to Earth because the army, why would you do that? Because the army has very few women in it, and so if you join the army and you're a woman, every single guy will treat you like a queen/princess, and you will get so much attention. You are literally a goddess. You can have guys lining up to clean your boots with their tongue, and you will find men to do it. And I've heard, might not be true, but I've heard that like this attitude will come with them out of the military as well. That even when they're out of the army, even when they put in their 20, they put in their 4-5, whatever contract they're on or whatever, they will leave and they will carry that attitude with them for the rest of their life because like that level of attention is just unfathomable. But like this phenomenon exists. I don't know why people deny it. Engineering class kind of saying, yeah, that's my guess is going to be that any college major that's like ultra dominated by men is probably going to be the same, right? There were like 2 ways I've heard, like meme ways. I don't know if this is true or not, but I've always heard there were 2 good ways as a programmer to get feedback on your code. One is to post and say that like, oh hey, like I'm a girl, blah blah blah, have like a profile picture, but like pretty girl or whatever, like oh I need help on this, blah blah blah. You'll get like a million guys. Like, oh let me help you, queen. Let me help you. The second is if you're trying to get something done, like say you're coding like I'm actually gonna die. Why would you fucking sit in the bush? What a fucking loser. Fuck me. Okay, we're done talking. I have to talk again. The second is that like you're trying to do something in some language, C#, C, whatever. Go into like the other forum, like Python forums, like hey, my friend says that you can't actually do this in Python. Is he right? And then my friend says that this is way better in C+, whatever, or C, or whatever. Like do this, and then like everybody will be posting like no, he's wrong. Do this way, blah blah blah. Okay, all right. If this guy wants to chat, let me know. But I have to focus on it. This seems to me. Oh, this Queen Marcy person is a subhuman, mentally ill, deranged lunatic. This person needs to be locked in an institution with the key thrown away, preferably in a straitjacket, or not. That seems to me he's always accusing other people of bullying, harassment. Their guy post shit like this about smaller creator. Oh, he's a smaller creator. Smaller creator. Using a copy of my fucking website. Get the fuck out of here, you fucking losers. Why not post the context? Oh, she even did post the context. What a fucking moron. Bro, talk shit, get hit. That's the law of the internet. I'm here. I am here to enforce those laws, okay? Talk shit, get hit. Somebody's on the internet and somebody says, wow, that guy called that other dude some really bad words, okay? He said homophobic, racist, anti-Semitic, anti-indigenous, I don't know, whatever horrible things to that person. Your first response should not be, wow, that person is horrible. Your first response should be, well, what did the other guy do? That should be the first response, okay? You know what? Sometimes people need to be bullied a little bit, all right? Sometimes you need a little bit of bullying out here. This is why Shark won't talk to you.
I would say Destiny. I think if people are like, he's not private. Destiny.
Oh no! Who's that? Oh no! What's that? Oh no! Oh no! Oh no, Signifier! Carl did his homework! Carl pays attention!
Debate bro. That's his entire, like, I don't want to say shtick.
Every single person that calls me a debate bro is a debate bro, by the way. I don't know if you guys realize how the projection game works, but I have had plenty of conversations with people from across all walks of life. Some that agree with me, some that disagree with me, and I will match your energy. If you come on and you act like a fucking Neanderthal, a fucking ape, like a fucking pig that wants to roll around in the mud, then goddamn it, we'll do it. I love it. I'll do it. As much as you want, I'll do it. I love it. But if you want to have a reasonable conversation, I don't care how much we disagree. I can have a reasonable conversation with anybody. All these people that project, oh, he did a debate bro. He just did a debate bro. That's because you're a fucking coward. Just say, I don't want to talk to Destiny, because if I do, he will push my shit in. Because I am a fucking idiot. Just say it. Just say that. I'm an idiot. I know that I can't talk to that dude, because if I do, I will look like I was held back in 2nd grade for special ed students. That's how fucked I am right now in this conversation. Just say that, and then we're chill. Like, okay, cool. No harm, no foul. But to just dismiss everything, say, oh, he's a debate bro. Like, it's funny because I give so much advice for having conversations to not be a debate bro. Like, don't call out logical fallacies in conversation. Don't say shit like that. It's cringe. I even make fun of people that do it. Don't say shit like, oh, you've engaged in a slippery, oh, that's an ad hominem. Oh, that's a false accusation. I say don't do that shit all the time. Don't invoke philosophy in a conversation. If somebody's saying some shit, be like, oh, well, you know, I think at the end of the day, I don't know if this is like going to create the world we want. Say that. Don't say, well, from a utilitarian framework, I don't believe the calculus justifies this sort of normative behavior. Right? Don't say that shit. Don't use philosophy in debates. Right? Try to understand your opponent. Try to give an argument. Try to like rephrase what they're saying. Right? I give like so much advice for like not coming off as a debate bro, for not being an asshole. Just for these fucking losers. Just for these like dipshit like rolls around in diapers full of fucking diarrhea. Okay? Because mom and dad are so disgusted by how fucking worthless they are. They won't even come over to change their fucking shit-filled diaper. These people to just call me a fucking debate bro. It's just stupid to talk to me. Fuck you.
But that's his identity, right? He's the guy. He's like, debate me, come on stream. He'll be playing some game. He'll be like aggressive and he'll be like pretty sharp. And no matter if he's like right or wrong, yeah, he's witty.
It's like they have like this whole vision of like what I am in their head based on like clips. They talk about being in your own fucking media, like your own pool of media. We never see anything else. Like, oh, Destiny, I know all about him. Yeah, I look at clips from Candace and the Squirrel Girl all the time. I know all sorts of shit about Destiny. Would you call Vosh debate bro? Yeah, but I think that Vosh is okay. The big things that Vosh does that I don't like are using philosophy terms in a debate or calling out like fallacies. I think are really cringe. But I think that Vosh tries generally to like have an understanding of what the other people are saying. Unless he's arguing with somebody that's just like off the wall, but I'll do that if it's somebody that's off the wall. But I think Vosh tries. Like if I were to call Vosh a debate bro, it wouldn't be condescendingly or wouldn't be dismissively. It would be like, oh, like he's like a debater kind of person. Fuck, I won that fucking cell. Maybe. Actually, I don't even know if I would say like Vosh like a debate bro. No, I don't think I would actually. I'm trying to think, but then again, I don't see all conversations. I don't think that I don't know if I would. I don't know if I would actually. I would just say he like does debate. I don't know if I would call him a debate bro. Well, the vocab deal. Maybe I don't know how to think about it.
He's quick on his feet. He's sharp, and no matter if he's right or wrong, he'll for a lot of the part of it, unless he's like very wrong and he just starts to like just ask questions, which happens sometimes. He'll seem like he's doing pretty well in debate. That's just like his thing. He's a very skillful debater. And once again, like debate isn't necessarily about finding out who's right. Debate.
Yeah. Oh, not like video essays. We read fucking 2.5 articles on like you don't even read the Wikipedia. You go to like www.ilovetheleft.so much. I'll deep throat anycommie'scock.com. All right, and then you just regurgitate whatever half-baked, non-intellectual, ahistorical garbage that you find there. And you go, oh, well, it's a video essay, and I do funny edits and I cut, and I have to edit and jump cut every 2 fucking sentences because I don't actually know anything about the fuck I'm talking about. Now that's intellectuality. That's really like truth-seeking behavior right there. You fucking break, dude. Video essays are dumber than the fucking dirt they roll around in at night before they fall asleep. They're disgusting fucking pig sheds. Here we go.
And to think Destiny's fucking diamond. To think Destiny's fucking diamond. Oh lord. Said the grandmaster player who's teaching people in fucking gold how to play the game. Let's continue.
All right, so here we are for the first or second addendum. I don't know. I'm not doing all of this in order. And I'm here because I wanted to kind of elaborate on this connection between like these reactionary, right-wing, conservative, quasi or overtly fascist figures and entities seeking to, you know, create political movement by attacking trans people, by attacking queer people, and traditionally by attacking black people. It shouldn't, like if you've been paying attention to politics in the last couple of years from the right, especially in places like Texas and Florida, and really states all over the country, you see that for about a year they were all fighting, well, we got to get rid of critical race theory in the schools. And now,
because critical race theory is the kind of thing that tells your child 2 + 2 = 5 because black man actually knows better and the white man is trying to control you. Yeah, I think I want my child to learn how to properly build a building so they don't end up pulling a China. Or worse, female fucking engineer.
Now they pivot back to trans women in sports and grooming or whatever other, you know, anti-LGBTQ attitudes that they can muster up. And this,
in his case, is less a bit of being obtuse and more bad timing. Because Tennessee just happened.
Yeah, but like even in that situation, he's using the whole critical theory, like critical race theory, but critical theory in practice, fallacy of, none of this actually matters because unquantifiable bullshit in the air because your daddy did something to my daddy 200 years ago. Bullshit. Like it's no matter what happens now, it's going to always be this argument.
I recognize this as mental illness.
It is sickness.
Years, the arguments about how Black Lives Matter was a terrorist group and how Antifa was destroying the country and looking to take over America. You know,
it was, and they tried to, and it stopped working, which is why they are now classified by the U.S. government as a terroristic cell. And why Patrice Cullors immediately flew into the wind with her communist black Marxist money. And y'all defended it! Remember kids, BLM stands for buying large mansions.
All kinds of stuff. And I want to like try to draw that through line so people can see it, because when I go back to think about how people responded to Dave Chappelle and his transphobic stuff in his comedy special, it was clear to me that a lot of people didn't quite recognize that all of this is part of the same right-wing movement to basically subterfuge political activity into these negative attitudes about these marginal identities.
Fellas, is it a hegemonic activistic movement by the far right to recognize crazies using political power to further their goals and saying, hey, yo, bro, I think this is a bit fucky-wucky, don't you think?
I mean, like, FD signifiers just representing what, like, it means to be a corporate, like, slave. Like, when all these corporations basically fund you to be a dumbass, it basically shows just like how bad you are. That all the evil organizations in the world were like, you know what? We want you to have power. I wonder why.
As Radimer Cam once said, you are literally being given the streets for throwing a petulant tantrum. You can't say that you're fighting the power when the power is handling you a sledgehammer and saying, go call those transphobes a bunch of Nazis. You can't do this. You can't do it. You can't do it and be serious at the same time. That's fucked up. That's really crazy. That's extremely crazy. And they keep doing it. I don't know why, but they keep doing it. Well, actually, no, that's a lie. I do know why they keep doing it. It's because nobody has the balls to tell them that they're doing it, and then tell them, stop doing it, or we will start making examples the rest of you. But they just keep doing it. They just keep doing it. They just keep doing it. They will never stop. They will never stop being cringe. Never.
Pay attention to anything political from the right now. They're not talking about anything but guns, black people, and queer people. That's it. They don't talk any policy at all. There are no explicit policies around issues that most Americans would care about that are coming from the right. It's just galvanizing.
Well, that's a lie. Because there are people who do not want their children to learn shit that they didn't ask for them to learn in school, which was the basis upon which the Tennessee bill was made, as well as a bunch of bills in a bunch of different states that y'all didn't cover in the news because you didn't care because you were too busy throwing a fit about Hogwarts Legacy, that prevented people from doing things like having drag kids and drag shows around kids. Because why the fuck would you put, and I'll say it again, the trans comparison to minstrelsy around kids? Why would you need to do that?
I think they kind of missed the memo that it's mostly adult entertainment and it's not exactly something that
These people get mad when like Lotus Eaters call them nonsense. Because like, why would you need to do that in front of kids?
Like, there's a reason why it was weird when Blue's Clues had a cartoon drag queen talking about queer pride. It's like, okay, yeah,
like,
Blue's is
you don't do that. It's like that was the thing that kind of made me go like, okay, maybe Pride Month is a bunch of shit.
I mean, it's stopping your queer pride if I tell you, listen, bro, I know you want to go wear the assless chaps and the leather dog mask out in the street and potentially have men walk up to you and proposition you for sex so that you can then get fucked in the butt over in like the corner of the park. And this is real. We have pictures and videos of this happening. This used to be something that Carlos Maza was extremely loud about bragging he did before he started blocking everybody because people found his Reddit account and started posting the examples of him doing this with his husband, getting fucking dick swapped in the park and getting gas busted in the ass. Also, for anybody who knows, that's actually what it's called. They call that gas busting. There was even a weird depraved sex group called the Ghostbusters, and it was like a very fucked up parody of the Ghostbusters logo, but it was a pair of cheeks, but where the cross would be on like the exclamation no sign was like the open cheek of the butt. They got a whole theme song to it. Ghostbusters. And you are welcome for that image I put in your head, kids. But no, it's a bit strange when a person says, you're stopping my pride, and it's like, the pride to get injected with needles that may or may not be infected with HIV? And they go, you're stopping my pride from not allowing you to wear a dog mask in front of my child? And they go, It's really the same thing as if you were to see Savannah. You know which Savannah I'm talking about. Those of you who know which Savannah I'm talking about, you know which Savannah I'm talking about.
I don't know.
The dog fucker. Whitney Savannah? The dog fucker. It's like if Savannah was to say, I want to be able to express my zoophile love, and it's like, no, bitch, you can't. And the white puppy girl Jenna, you know, the white girl with the fat ass who pretends to be a dog, one of like 10 girls who do this on the internet for attention and clout. She went from Twitter to TikTok, by the way. That's what she went to. Yeah, I'm gonna stop you from doing that the same way I'm gonna stop puppy girl Jenna from pretending to be a dog in a Starbucks queue. Cause it's fucking cringe. Like, live your kink however you wish to in the privacy of your fucking home. The second you step out into normal society, I don't want to see that shit. I don't care.
Carl, this reminds me of that fucking meme where they're like, oh, there's this kid petting this huge dog, and you have the realization, wait, that's not a dog. And I'm like, oh God, why outside?
Mm-hmm.
Organizing people against these marginalized identities. They are relying on people's allegiance to this hegemonic thinking to create momentum for these fascist policies that they are.
Fellas, is it fascist to want to protect your kids? Yes!
Come on. Okay, like, Carl. Like, so this is the weirdest, like, representation of somebody who needs to use leftist logic on themselves. Check your privilege. You are the petty bourgeoisie. Literally, he's the issue. He's the class that's trying to be the elite to society. He even said it himself, like, several videos ago. He wants to be a kingmaker who decides who has power in society. Remember this. He's the type of person who gave what is that disgusting freak's name? Jennifer Yaniv in, like, Canada?
Jonathan Yaniv, yeah.
Yeah, who gave that person the type of power to have kids come to, like, a party where no adults were allowed. And this person is an obvious creep. You don't want trans to get looked at differently. You don't give that person power because they're what? An obvious creep. And doing shit like that. He's the type of person who gave that person power. He's the white mom in these relationships with the cucked husband who out here going, I think our son is a girl. Are you sure? I think our son's a girl. And then, what's the name of that disease? Munchausen's. Yeah. And then just doing that on an epic degree. He is the reason that happens. He is the person who wants to be the celebrity who names their kid, like, Molly. Like the drug and not the actual Molly name.
As a content creator, I would say that's probably not his full desire. As an individual, I'd say, nigga, you are sus. You are very sus. Because, as a content creator, Signifier wants to do for others what Khadija Mabawi did for him. He says he wants to be a kingmaker. Motherfucker was made by a black woman putting him on. If we want to draw a comparison between himself and me, you could technically say that even though I've been doing this for a while, a lot of this comes more from me being on broadcasts with Jay, as well as the shout-out that Dev recently gave me in his 100K video. Even though he shouted out the account that's going to be used as my private Twitter, rather than the one that's going to be used as my public Twitter. Regardless, he wants to be a kingmaker because he claims he wants to go looking for the kind of content that he wants to watch. It's what he described when he started to talk his shit about Fresh and Fit and Adam Preach. He is upset because he was going and looking for pro-black proper stances, and then he got mad because they were just shitting on people. They were just shitting on helpless people. They didn't do nothing. They didn't do nothing. How could you do that? How could you look at the world around you and say, nigga, that's weird? How could you do that? Can't you let them exist in peace? Can't you just leave them alone? And I can understand wanting to see and hear a different perspective and a different take. But the problem with that signifier, I don't care to learn his first name because I don't give a fuck. His first name probably starts with an F, that's not like a moniker. Who knows? Most of them end up using their real names to cover their channels anyways, with the exceptions of Xanderhall and Vosh. So, it could be. For all I know, his first name could be a real strong name like Francis. For the purposes of the meme, I will call you Francis. Francis, I don't care if you want to see pro-black, all black, everything dead, pro-black, everything black. I don't care if you want a pro-black society. What I do care is the way that you're trying to go about it. The way that you're trying to go about it is by slandering a group of people at a distance, and then when those people come to you with the potential for discussions, with the potential for debate, with the potential for pushback, whether it be in live stream or video format, You then say, oh, I don't do debates. I don't talk to debate bros because I don't want to get involved in that shit. And one of your biggest ardent ass kissers is an individual who is the quintessential definition of a Twitch debate me bro. And that Twitch debate me bro avoids niggas like me, not only because, one, he's tried to victimize me, and two, didn't get away with it because he didn't realize how long I'm willing to sit on details and sit on information for the purposes of catching him out when he tells a lie. But three, the people that you're surrounding yourself with are people who are responsible for the dearth of conversations that you're looking for. The reason why you're surrounded by white males productively collapsing the space is because they're white allies that are there to speak to and be a tool to recruit more people to their side. If you want to see a pro-black, all-black everything, you have to get away from them. And the way to get away from them is to have discussions with people who are not like-minded with you, because they believe in strict top-down coherency of the hierarchy of control. You have a career, and you have a channel, not just because you chose to make videos that are the essay format that speaks to what you want to view, but because it also is within the purview of the left. You are giving them the control narrative that they want. I'm not even halfway into your video, and I've been able to get this much content out of you. And that's because the semiotic wormhole you're sending me down, my guy, is taking me to places where it's like, bro, here's the real world. Here's you. Something's not clicking here. What is it? What is the sound of these cheeks clapping? Somebody's getting fucked. And it's probably not me. And you're sitting there saying, oh, I can't believe that sound of slow hand clapping is my worldview clashing against the reality. And I just have to find a way to make the sound stop. It shouldn't be like that. You could always just, stop the hands clapping. You could say within my house, I don't do that shit. I don't pervade myself on that. I don't do all that mentally ill stuff. But what you call mentally ill, everybody else calls real. And what you call real is what we call performative. There's a lot of words I could use to describe it. Bitch made is one of them, but I would use the constructive word performative. It feels performative. It feels like a performative minstrel dance being done for the benefit of a left-wing audience who takes your form of minstrelsy and says, yes, see, this is what we're supposed to do. This is the black excellence I've been looking for. And anything outside of that framework is viewed the same way you're viewing this shit. It's disgusting. Because it's rhetoric that we have seen since the Goober Gang. Because it's rhetoric directly from the Goober Gang. Divide and conquer strategy doesn't work anymore. Because everybody's eyes are getting opened. This is partly because of the fact that we have the ability to use places like Substack to talk about these conversations and topics without needing to have a giant platform to do so. And you say you want to be a kingmaker? You want to platform other people? No, you want to platform the people you like. Which is how we got here! We got to everything is a alt-right pipeline leading to an alt-left pipeline by you trying to smother the voices of other people you didn't like. You want to see unique, diverse voices? You have to give a platform to those that you think are on the level, but you want to see if they will crumple under some real pressure. That's where diamonds get made in the rough, my guy.
Trying to instill for all the things that Trump did beforehand. Because when Trump was doing it, it was Mexicans. It's always a group that they can other. And so the idea that people are okay with othering this other group that's not a part of my group, we got to stop that. So picking on Avon Preach in particular, as well as Jordan Peterson later on in this video, about their propensity to align themselves with transphobic movements is a very important thing to point out. And even though
transphobic movements is when they talk about the current events in the news cycle and they choose to address the fact that they happened instead of just avoiding the topic or taking the topic but being staunchly against it by saying, listen guys, we're going to talk about trans issues, but first we need to have a 10-minute discussion about why it's not okay to insult trans people.
Peterson, Abba, and Preach purport to be centrist or aligned with leftist ideologies, the actual action that takes place with these social movements when you align yourself with these regressive attitudes ends up being in service of the right and the far right. That's the thing.
Aligning yourself with the progressive attitude of mocking dumb shit you see on the internet fuels the far right.
No, this is really bad, especially with Jordan Peterson, because you can see his slow transition.
Oh no, I can agree with Jordan Peterson. Jordan Peterson is under audience capture, but that's not what he's saying though. He's saying Jordan Peterson and ... If you want to talk about Jordan Peterson, talk about Jordan Peterson. Leave everybody the fuck else out of it. Make a single video where you're basing it down. Make an even longer multi-part series where you talk about your progressive problems against that content creator. Don't lump them in with everybody else and then try to put them under the same fucking umbrella because you want to make it rain outside.
A little while back, they commented on a video of trans protesters in Texas getting intense with an openly transphobic congressional candidate. While they're pretty comfortable with calling out the candidate and his beliefs as transphobic, the core of the video, and most of its comedy, is derived from the aggressive and intense response of the trans protesters.
So, when they do what you exactly want, you're mad that they're not doing it the way you want it to be. Nigga, shut up. Oh! Oh! Why are you like this? They didn't do everything the way that I wanted, exactly the way that I wanted it, so they're problematic. Does anybody else have anything to say before I start speeding through this section? Because I feel like I need to start skipping major portions.
I mean, you can go ahead and skip.
I just want to get to the next fucking section. I cannot be fucking bothered. Scapegoat, thank you for the 5! As a gay man, I hate that Westboro was proven correct. True!
Well, of a lot of people. Later in the video, Abba goes into a familiar soliloquy for tax. This was hostile. He's accusing other people is a current nationally accepted to get your children and being trans and living and put into state. Around the time of this video, Texas had passed a law that said that giving any type of support to trans children for transitioning could get your children taken by the state and put into state custody. So imagine being a kid, a trans kid, who's lucky enough to have had a parent that affirms your identity and wants to support you. And just by living your truth, the state can have them arrested and you put in foster care. If you know anything about trans people, you know that there's a high suicide rate that is not caused by the existence of being
blah, blah, blah. I don't care at this point.
Trans, but it's caused by videos like that, trans people.
Shit, I accidentally got taken to the beginning.
On the could be, I guess, but that means that explicitly masculine. Yeah, that doesn't work. And I want to put a pin on why it's a really important and good thing that boys are getting opportunities to understand the world from an explicitly masculine perspective, and why we on the left should care a lot more about the fact that so many boys are seeking affirmation through these venues, and what that means that we should be doing about it outside of being critical and making fun of these types of figures. So to wrap things up,
that's all you're going to do, is be critical and make fun of these figures. You're never going to offer them any opportunities or any alternatives, because the alternatives you're going to offer them is castrate yourself, figuratively or otherwise, to our ideals and believe only in us. That's the only thing they can do. Convert or die.
I don't preach are bad, but not as bad as they could be, I guess. I don't know. All right, so we've gotten through the top layers of the manosphere iceberg. What is next on the list?
What's supposed to be funny?
May not know is basically white Kevin Samuels. In fact, I'm pretty sure Kevin Samuels.
White Kevin Samuels. There's a take.
He talks about Jordan Peterson and some of his content and read his book.
Anybody here familiar with Jordan Peterson? No. Dr. Jordan Peterson, he's a psychologist out of Canada.
There are a few differences, though. While both appeal to vulnerable and emotionally damaged boys and young men seeking guidance and support.
He did not appeal to emotionally damaged young men, because emotionally damaged young men were the first ones that were getting mocked by him before he started talking to the women and realized, wait, actually, I think some of these guys' trauma is responsible from these women.
Masculine voice. Samuels' rhetoric is overtly misogynistic, while Peterson combines subtle misogyny with...
It's overtly misogynistic. The content that you watch that was constructive only of the female content creators that he talked to and the female guests that he talked to. Not any of the examples of the male guests that he talked to. Okay.
Sprinkle of racism, a few scoops of homophobia, and a whole lot of transphobia.
Do you think men and women can work in the workplace together? I don't know. Without sexual harassment? We'll see. Here's a rule. How about no makeup in the workplace? Why would that be a rule? I don't know. Why do you make your lips red? Because they turn red during sexual arousal.
While Samuels' fan base is vulnerable black men and some women who have been fighting and arguing in these ongoing gender wars for the last however many years in black pop culture, Peterson's rhetoric has become a useful tool for legitimizing white supremacist and fascist movements and validating aggressive and oppressive ideologies and policies in westernized nations. While Samuels has made himself pretty popular on YouTube and Instagram and done a few decent-sized podcasts and online interviews, Peterson, despite the affinity that white supremacists and the alt-right have for his content and his overt trans and homophobia, has been mainstream.
Isn't Jordan Peterson hated by the alt-right, though? Because I'm pretty sure like a while ago they were like making fun of him for being milquetoast.
Again, in his case, since this is made 9 months ago, this is a little bit more of bad timing on his part, rather than just being ill-informed.
Media outlets and highly syndicated podcasts.
Most of your viewers will have watched
Especially since a lot of Jordan Peterson's recent audience capture developed within the last 6 months.
Probably. There's a scene in Pinocchio where Geppetto wishes on a star. I wish I may. And so he lifts his eyes up above his daily concerns and he says, what I want more than anything else is that my creation will become a genuine individual. Right? It's a heroic gesture because it's so unlikely, and that catalyzes the puppet's transformation into a real being. and we start as puppets.
It greatly speaks to the big differences between the white and black manosphere. Black men simply are not allowed to exert this type of influence and power to spread toxic or even just transgressive ideologies without impunity, which is fine. Like, I'm not arguing for these guys to get more attention, but it's important to recognize how white...
I'm not arguing for them to get more attention, as I then give them attention and then argue that people should talk shit about them, giving them direct sources to the videos in which I'm citing, so that people then can go watch the video and see whether or not I was on the mark or not. Priming my audience to be negative? What's that?
White men will...
It's not like people who are kingmakers also realize that the most influential thing to be is the person who's control of information, message, and that if I control the information, I can control the people, message, and that if I can be able to control the information and the people and frame every person that I dislike as some kind of evil profiteer of bad information, that I can then be able to control what they'll do and how they'll react, message!
These harmful ideas differently and with a different level of impunity. Whiteness protects them and makes the damage that they do much greater and much bigger of a threat. At the same time, Peterson does have a few features that explain how and why he's been mainstream. Aside from being white, he's also an established professor of psychology at one of the more prominent universities in Canada. He's written 3 books and was very accomplished as a professor for years before entering the public eye. He, in some ways, challenges the hegemonic ideal of masculinity. It's honestly what makes him such an elusive and dangerous figure in the first place. While every other figure in these manosphere streets has a very basic and stereotypical image of masculinity based in their style or status or success with women, Peterson focuses on masculinity manifesting through religion, discipline, temperament, strong relationships, and honesty.
As though all of these other people who I make fun of are just some influenced niggas on the internet, this man is a person with degrees, probably more than I ever will have or will ever want to aspire to have. Therefore, I cannot make fun of him the way I make fun of other people. I must use the lobster memes.
You don't want to tangle your life together with someone, because you have someone to, well, it's like 2 ropes that are tangled together. It's stronger, especially during times of weakness. And you have 2 brains instead of 1, and that actually turns out to be really helpful when things are complicated. And it builds a solidity into your life and a reality into your life to have someone who's along with you on this very long voyage. And so I think that deepens your life in a way that isn't really possible with fragmentary relationships as a single person. Definitely.
Really a lot of very good and important principles that if they were the focus of how men saw the hegemonic ideal, this video probably wouldn't be so long. And that's the stuff that he tends to focus on. Like, this probably makes up 80% of all of his content.
Like, Jordan Peterson is such a, he's like a fucking, siren on the rocks for, lonely white dudes. Like, I never really got it, at first, because I was like, he's got a weird voice, he seems odd, I don't think he's gonna be that big, but something about his message and the way that he speaks to this specific group, this disenfranchised, white guy group, the way he speaks to them is, he's so skilled at that. Like, in a way that I think a lot of these other kind of IDW, Joe Rogan podcast types, they don't have it like he does.
And to his credit, he has been pretty explicit on various occasions to express how he doesn't support the manosphere label or being grouped in with alt-right and white supremacists, and that he does not like them or all the stuff that they are connected to. And he hates identity politics no matter whose identity it is.
And yet, that ain't gonna stop you from putting him in with everybody else!
As much as he is the darling of right-leaning and white supremacist spaces, he is just as hated by many of them as well, and we'll come back to that. He is definitely loved and valued by large portions of the less toxic manosphere population who are just seeking ways to help, and his overall prescription is less toxic and more real and honest. So aside from the queer and transphobia, you might be asking, well, what's the big deal? And that's the problem. The queer and transphobia are indicative of the endpoint to Peterson's unique form of weepy, gentle voice fascism. Peterson has this evolved image of masculinity that weaves through his work, and while his teachings have proven genuinely valuable and useful for a population of boys who feel lost and adrift in meaninglessness, nihilism, and aimless anger, his views and work are still very traditional and very unevolved in terms of being critical of the hierarchies and systems that create that anger and nihilism that I'm speaking about here. In fact, Peterson seems to have an almost pathological disdain for anything that threatens hierarchies and the status quo. Peterson believes deeply in the value of hierarchies and not tearing them down, even though he acknowledges that some are bad. He sees the radical left and the postmodern Marxists or something as inherently seeking to destroy civilization.
We've seen the rapid expansion of identity politics throughout the universities. It's come to dominate all of the humanities, which are dead as far as I can tell, and a huge proportion of the social sciences. And we've been publicly funding extremely radical postmodern leftist thinkers who are hell-bent on demolishing the fundamental substructure of Western civilization. And that's no paranoid delusion.
And if you extrapolate his rhetoric to its logical endpoint, then you recognize that he sees chaos as a world where white men are no longer centered in major institutions of power. He doesn't say this explicitly, but so much of his rhetoric is clearly extrapolated to say that the world is as good as it's going to get, and it would be better if we would just let competent, strong white men do what they do. He is prone to saying something along the lines of equality of opportunity, not equality of outcome, which is his way of reifying the status quo and cautioning against changing it. He's open to the ideas that hierarchies are tyrannical and corrupt and produce inequality, but very resistant to really doing anything about it. And we see the way that he responds to the fact that things might be slightly changing and Christian straight white men are having to rethink their place in the world. His reaction is often over the top and intense.
The fundamental assumptions of Western civilization are valid. How about that? It's not... You think it's an accident? Oh, here's how you find out, okay? Which countries do people walk away from? Hey, not ours.
He's trying to say that's bad, but like the West is fundamentally kind of benign. Like Westboro Baptist Church and several groups like that are like minorities, even in like the South and how racist it can be in certain areas. The majority of the place is very functional as a unit. You look at the outside of the West, you get a whole different spectrum of the issues, including all the issues the West has. And he can't really just say, oh, well, he has a problem because he doesn't want to undercut this specific one. Like, this is an issue with FD signifier saying functionality is white. Being functional is white in his eyes.
That's weird. being a functional human male makes you white, which is the same thing as somebody saying, "Hey, yo, man, why you talking so funny? Why you speak so proper, bruh?" Because at that point, if I do anything that is not within the viewpoint of what you consider to be normal, that makes me abnormal, when I'm as normal as any person can be. And why are you using a clip of him speaking passionately at a talk to try and frame how actually his worldview about these things is wrong?
Because he's mad. He's mad with power.
Which
Man, why power?
countries do people want to move to? Ours.
And sure, he will say over and over again that he isn't racist and that this isn't about race and he hates the alt-right and identity politics. But when you listen to the way he talks about equality and egalitarianism as bad things, and you hear him defend hierarchies, all of which in the West are obviously controlled by white men, but never mentioning that particular piece.
Yeah. The hierarchy is definitely controlled by white men, who are also then controlled by white women. True, bro, true. And even for the ones where it's like, okay, but that's true. When it comes to things like Activision Blizzard King, the white man at the top of it is a person that we all lavidly hate, because Bobby Kotick is running that business into the fucking ground, and he will be protected with a golden parachute for his decisions and his actions, as they potentially get acquired by Microsoft. And it's not because he said the right things and did the right shit. It's because he's actively trying to get the corporate America scene to back his play, to try and sell everything to China.
Yep. Also realize that he goes, white men, but then realize the reason why these very few minute white men who have all this power pander to white women, so they end up filling these spaces with all this power with white women, which makes it even more corporate, more bureaucratic, and more corrupt. Because it becomes a hegemony of ideology in these spaces. Pretty much every company is like that now.
And if they aren't, they will be soon.
And the way he attacks critical theories that are meant to deconstruct that. And then you see him posing with Pepe the Frog and hanging around with Lauren Southern and...
Pepe the Frog is a meme, just like all the other memes that you claim are bad.
No, you gotta take it seriously because they indoctrinate people, you see.
That's gotta be racist. There's no...
Hey. Like here he is, clearly engaging in a systemic analysis of how race determines criminality and unfair outcomes of sentencing, policing, etc.
Like, well, look, one of the things I was interested in talking to you about, you've written a fair bit about racial differences in incarceration in the United States. Yeah. And you've made a case, and I don't want to put words in your mouth, but I'm trying to sum up what I understand, that the fact of those differential incarceration rates not only has a variety of negative, medium, and long-term consequences for everyone, but that it does point to a kind of systemic problem that's fundamentally discriminatory.
And here he is calling the idea of systemic racism insidious and false.
I've been thinking about this idea of systemic racism a lot lately, and it's a very, very treacherous term, and purposefully so, I believe. But then there's this systemic issue, you see, and that's sort of snuck in there. Systemic. Well, systemic implies central tendency.
And here he is crying at the idea of it being harder for white men to get girlfriends.
It's so sad that so many of these men, they've not had an encouraging bloody word, a real encouraging word in their entire life. It just takes a little bit of encouragement and care so that they're willing to set themselves straight to some degree and start trying. It's just a catastrophe that's so rare in their lives.
I think there's something extremely insidious about a person that would dare try to mock somebody in a video essay format, crying about how men have been so abused, the same way a normal woman will then go viral for being like, bro, I told my boyfriend that I appreciated him, and he started crying like, who in this man's life, who didn't tell this man that he was loved and appreciated? Like, the fuck? Someone's gotta start making sense, bitch. Someone's gotta start making some fucking sense.
He's being critical of here is the fact that cis white men like him and his friends maybe, and the many men that follow him are going to have to lose some privilege for everyone else to address the inequality that he swears is not at all systemic. And he will argue his point valiantly in circuitous and uninspired parables and metaphors and non sequiturs. But the fact is, he just really doesn't care about the issues of those misfortunate.
That is not what he said in any of those clips. What he explained when he was talking to the man about racial incarceration recidivism. This is such a hard word to say. You do not understand. Recidivism rates is that the recidivistic nature of the black male being in and out of jail is provided to a systemic issue of the court system being railed against them because of the propensity that a man will go to prison for a longer sentence than the same crime a woman could perpetrate and be given preferential treatment, which suggests that women are going to be preferentially treated under the law differently to a man, because we consider women to be soft-spoiled creatures that didn't do nothing, even if the woman is a gang rapist who has been fucking boys since the age of 5 and has groomed them to the age of 16 and had their child. This is a lot easier to talk about, because guess what I'm about to do? That's right, I'm going right back to Abner Preach, because they literally just talked about this shit. Roll that clip, Jethro! Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Right here.
We have some significant breaking news to get to you right now that is just coming into us exclusively here at NBC News. You remember that Virginia 6-year-old who
No,
shot
let
an
this play
elementary school
out.
teacher? We are just
I
now
need to
learning
go
that he will not face charges.
Next time, can you warn them?
Can little Samuel take the stage? You can't even see over the bench.
That's a 6-year-old, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's crazy though.
What?
I just said it out loud.
Like, how did it happen?
I think it was his parents' gun.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, from what I remember.
We shot his teachers. I mean, that's at school.
Yeah, no, you took that shit.
Yeah.
That shit was not properly stored.
Yeah.
Put one in the chamber. Because the last day Miss Natalie gonna fuck with me.
Yeah.
That shit.
Yeah.
And it's like, yo,
Get this straight.
Yo, Nathan, about that, bitch. I think that's what happened. I really think so. Because it's not an accident. It cannot be an accident.
I just can't picture a young 6-year-old like, yo, Google got a bitch. And just, obviously 6-year-olds don't think
Yeah,
but close. There's just something about a tiny little person. Like 6-year-olds are tiny.
A firearm is a lot to handle for a normal grown adult.
I'm going to say, the fact that he hit, that's impressive.
No, they were close.
Even that close range. For a 6-year-old, that's impressive.
It's not that.
Listen, I would be really upset if my 6-year-old shot somebody. If they shot someone successful, I'd be like, that nigga got potential. I'm just saying, we raised ourselves a shooter.
You're the problem.
Beyond him being 6, the fact that this is even a headline means the prosecutor really considered it. Where are you going to send him to jail?
Exactly. So where are you going to send it?
Am I unaware? Is there a jail for motherfuckers under 10?
No. I understand.
You get charged, and then for shooting his teacher, like you've been sentenced to like 5 years of detention. I don't know why. I just imagine getting a jury to sentence somebody. It'll be a jury of your peers. There's a bunch of other little kids. Imagine a bunch of other kids. That nigga never gave me no Dunkaroos. Fuck him.
It's not even that. This motherfucker 11. It's like I just did 5 years in the pen.
Yeah.
I just did 5 years inside. And I'm about to get some booty cheeks.
That's wild.
Again, this is from an interview that you will only see here on NBC News that our team is getting with the city's prosecutor just in the last really couple of minutes or so. The Newport News Commonwealth attorney who's overseeing this case says they have some questions about whether the 6-year-old could take the stand, but that he's still looking at possible criminal charges for adults. Now, to recap this story, and remember, it was headlines for, weeks here on this outlet and others. The 6-year-old shot his first-grade teacher, Abigail Werner, in the hand and chest back in January at Rich Neck Elementary School.
Yo, he hit her twice. We got ourselves a shooter. He said, well, you gonna write me up with one hand, bitch? Pow. That's a wild thing to do.
I mean, she probably had her hand in front of her when he popped the gun.
Yeah.
And stop. Oh.
She spent 2 weeks in the hospital. A lawyer for the boy's family and the law firm representing Werner are declining comment as we speak. I want to bring in our NBC News legal analyst, Kristen Gibbons. Okay, so Kristen, the prospect, and again, this is just breaking here on NBCNews.com and right here on NBC News Now. The prospect that a 6-year-old would take the stand was described by this official as problematic here.
The fact that you had to get a legal expert on to get their opinion on this shows how retarded you are. Literally everybody else on the planet looked at this and went like, a 6-year-old should not be on the stand. Unless I'm unaware, what country are you guys in where they charge 6-year-old? This is only a thing that I ever could see happening in America. I'm not gonna lie. Then again, in some countries they marry off children, so what the fuck do I know? I mean, I said that shit, I'm like, wait, you know what, America? I gotta give you some respect. Y'all not marrying out these kids, so I'm just my mouth shut. I apologize to all my American brothers and sisters.
Yeah, that shit was kind of wild.
I'm just saying. But I own it. I like lying shit on y'all. I do it sometimes because I enjoy it, but I mean, sometimes I gotta give it y'all. You don't marry off the kids. You know, you let them shoot each other, but you don't marry them off.
Keep in mind, all defendants, whether a child or whether an adult, have a constitutional right to a fair trial. That involves having the ability to assist in one's defense. Well, when you have a child who is 6 years old, typically most states say under the age of 10, they are unable to understand the nature of the charges posed against them, and as a result, they, from a competency standpoint, cannot exercise their right to zealously represent or assist in their defense, and so they aren't able to be charged just from a constitutional perspective based on their lack of competency due to their chronological age.
The other piece of this is that Howard Gwynn, this Commonwealth's attorney, said that the focus now, if not the focus, at least the attention is turning to others, meaning adults. Meaning, for example, I would imagine, and he didn't specifically say this, he said any person or persons we can believe proved beyond a reasonable doubt committed a crime.
Newsport Police Chief Steve Drews described the shooting as intentional. On Facebook Live video last month in which he said prosecutors would begin reviewing the case, Drew told viewers that it took time for the detectives to interview the children and examine forensic evidence. Zwener, 25, the teacher, was seriously wounded in the hand and her chest, but police said she still managed to safely escort about 20 students out of the classroom. She was hospitalized for nearly 2 weeks.
That's horrid. Pat, okay, child, okay, children, we need to get out of here. All right, yep, Brandon is crazy. You just shut me up.
So, according to the lawyer for the person who got shot, a first-grade teacher, that's Zwener, the boy had behavioral issues and a pattern of troubling interactions with school staff and other students. A notice of intent to sue said that the boy was given a 1-day suspension for breaking Zwener's cell phone and returned the next day with a 9mm handgun that he used to shoot his teacher in the classroom while she sat at the reading table. Dean Toscano, Zwener's lawyer, said at a news conference in January that 3 teachers went to the school administrator about the boy's behavior and that he was believed to have had a gun on campus. Wait, they knew? This has happened before? In the wake of the shooting, the family of the 6-year-old boy said in a statement that the weapon was secured in the home and that they have always committed to responsible gun ownership and keeping firearms out of the reach of children. Bitch, you lying. Bitch, you lying. And secure, what the fuck does that mean? In your drawer? Is it in a gun safe? Is it behind a locket your kid don't know the combination to? I refuse to believe that this little motherfucker brought this gun to school multiple times, okay? And you guys had it secure. That's cap. And charges should be laid against the parents.
The gun was not secure.
Because any responsible gun owner knows that once they secure their guns, their kids are not getting access and the kids have been given access. So, you know, I'm one of those people who I am pro-gun. I think people should have access, especially in dangerous places. That's how that person is. However, that also comes with a tremendous amount of responsibility. And people like this are one of the problems that make it harder for people to be responsible gun. Unfortunately, there's just going to be a lot of folks like this. So I understand the pushback that gun rights activists get when examples like these are made up. A 6-year-old having access to a firearm, that's crazy.
And the parents really push on the fact that it was properly secured. I don't know what it means for you, but properly secured for me and for anybody here in Canada means that it has to be locked with a combination that nobody knows. You can even put it in a safe with a combination that nobody, if this, and it happened before. So it's not that there's access. That's major cap. No, that's super cap. You cannot, that's actually arrogance. That's arrogance. You cannot come to me and say that, no, it was properly secured. And this thing happened, and damn, I feel like sometimes parents, their kids can do no wrong. And they can't do no wrong either. If he was able to access the thing so easily and bring it, and the campus was advised that he did it before, no, that's not secured. That's not the definition. Go look up the definition of secured. Go look up the definition of secured. You know there's such thing as childproof? You know the little thing that they put on lighters, right? There's like a little thing for them to not to, it's not childproof. We know that. Kids can light up fires with that too. They claim it is to make them feel better, but it's not. You storing that gun however the hell you store that gun was not childproof.
No, I'll agree with everything.
Jesus fucking Christ.
Dude, somebody's get charged with it. School administrator, parents, somebody. 6-year-olds having access to guns, people not taking the precautions necessary to protect those people. That's your job. If people brought this complaint to you and you didn't do anything about it, you gotta hold that on.
And any kind of level of school, if teachers come to you and be like, I think that kid has a gun, and nothing is done, you're putting the kids at risk as well. At any level. I come to you with the climate that there is that's going on in the States with the guns in the schools and stuff like that. Teachers go to the direction and say, hey, I think that kid has a gun. And you do nothing.
Hey, the school's getting charged, the parents getting charged.
Everybody can get it.
The kid's not gonna get charged because he's 6. But geez,
Charge that little nigga too. Give him detention for a few years. Everybody can get it.
that's not even grounded. There's no word for that.
Detention?
You shot at someone. You're not grounded. You're the ground.
What do you mean?
I mean, how much time do you have to stay inside? No, like,
Oh no, if I was 6 and I had 5 years of detention every day, oh, that's punishment.
I know what you're saying. It's just that that's prison basically.
Yeah.
That's 5-year-old prison. That's
Yeah. But hey, this really falls on the adults. So yeah, let us know what you guys think in the comments below.
Just chicken.
It's not chicken. It's got rice in it. I don't know what kind of rice that is.
I temporarily had to disappear because I had to pull a son to make sure that mother ate dinner.
Okay.
1 second. Alright. Back to this. First, make sure. Yes, alright. Okay, cool. So, I have to disappear for another minute. One moment. Okay, so, as I was saying, that hot shit I was talking. Woman can go get no jail time for raping a boy. But you want me to be concerned with Jordan Peterson. Nick, come on. This is also a great frame for me to use for a thumbnail. Oh my god. I wish there was a button that could automatically take away the lower bar on the screen, but there unfortunately is not.
In a weird way, he completely admits this and kind of sees this as the core of what the left is, which makes his antagonism towards it even more gross.
What about disparity of distribution? So there's the problem of absolute level of wealth, let's say. That's improving. But there is still tremendous disparity. And of course, that is fair enough. You could even point out that the role of the left is to provide a conscientious voice for that's constantly attending to the fact of continuing disparity regardless of absolute level of wealth. And fair enough.
Because the sad and funny thing is, if he really cared about these men that he's writing these books for, he would recognize how these same systems and hierarchies that he so fervently and passionately supports are the core reason why his core audience is suffering the way they do.
You know, it'd be helpful if you stopped clip jumping him, because there's more he said to that discussion, but I'll try to elaborate and paraphrase. If the left chooses to place themselves as the object that is allowing a person to have a discussion about wealth and distribution inequalities, the left is responsible for that discussion. But then, how do you discuss when the left has gone too far? When they start to try to structure and circle the drain, telling people that they're doing not enough for the lower class, but when the people who are giving those critiques are people who are themselves a part of the upper class and are not doing enough, how does the right, which is going to be the thing that creates the system, going to be able to help those people? When the right is all about trying to create a well-oiled engine that stays on track and stays on the path, and the left is all about creativity and the ways on how to extrapolate upon that concept. That's why when you want to have a person who's able to make a business, you go to somebody who's on the right wing. If you want to talk about how to diversify and expand that business further, you go to people who are on the left wing. Because the liberal and conservative mindset is all about being liberal and conservative. If I'm conservative, I am conserving something, and I am preserving something. It used to be the statement and one of the trademark sayings of my city, Columbus. What tradition has preserved. We preserve old slave quarters. We preserved old slave plantations that are now the wealthy houses of the intermixed, interracial white and black families that own them. And we preserved the historical districts of old business that makes up what we call our Broadway, where the extremely liberal art college students go up and down the boardwalk from the bike store to the axe throwing rink that is right next door to the college pub bar and the secret undercover college pub bar that you can't get into if you don't dress fancy. We call all of those things the historical district, but all of those new innovative shits were presented at public council meetings by the liberal and extremely gay members of the student body government of Columbus State University. We preserved what the state was allowed to do to be able to have places that produced my ugly mug that I drank my coffee out of because a kid thought, what if I decide to use my art sculptures as a business to make ugly mugs that I can then sell for business? And the wall business that provided that service went under with the coof. The preservation not working enough because we were not able to come together as a union and everybody falling to tribal states. The entire point he was making in that is that people focus and hyper-focus on people who are doing the worst and doing the least, but never focus on the people who are doing the average or doing better than the rest, and thinking that everybody needs to be brought down to a level or brought up to a level, but if they can't bring everybody up to that level, they bring them down to that level, and they forget about everything else they're supposed to be doing while talking about all that diversity. Like a black man saying, I want to see diversity of thought and opinion, and when he finds a black male like myself speaking against him, explaining in pure detail and straight words what he's not saying in his purple prose, he says, no, not like that! Does that make sense?
So, Carl, what you're basically saying is a whole bunch of people who may not have all the power, have a little power, and are going, we the people, but are duty deniers.
Yes. It's really annoying. Because the people who do that are usually the people who are against the thing that brings them the best prosperity. Because they don't know what the fuck comes from where they live. It's like living in Georgia and not understanding one of our biggest exports is agriculture. And having the audacity to come to my state, and on your way to the airport, and on your way in the air, in the plane, you go over all those flyover states and saying, what are those squares for? Not knowing that's also a place that produces agriculture. And then coming here and saying, oh man, I love the culture, I love the food, but all you ever eat is takeout. Every day I wake up knowing I can't put my hands on you niggas.
It's hilarious when you think about it, because for all the crying about great replacement that is woven through Peterson's rhetoric, is really a bunch of nonsense at a material level. Even he said that the world on so many measures is better off now than any time in history.
So many things have happened in the last 40 years that are so good, you just can't believe it. We've lifted more people out of abject poverty in the last 15 years than in the entire course of human history, in terms of sheer numbers of people. And starvation, except for political reasons, is now pretty much absent across the world.
He cries the idea of white men feeling bad about themselves because they might need to use someone else's pronouns to not be considered rude. Like, if white men were so starved for meaning and representation.
What happens when the person who demands they use their pronouns calls them a cis-het boycock? Did it create or reduce the amount of harm in the world? Also, I would use your name if you try to demand that I use your pronouns. Because the fact of the matter is that if you're demanding I use pronouns in a normal conversation, you don't care about people using your pronouns. You care about the power that using pronouns on people gives you. And the social perception you get to then throw if they say, bro, stop being weird. And you're like, what? It's so hard to use my pronouns, John! It's weird.
I don't know, pay attention to most of the fucking world. Instead of complaining that a black guy is going to be Doctor Who, they would just watch the other 30 years of white Doctor Who. A funny thing occurs.
If the black Doctor Who sucks, they're gonna say the black Doctor Who sucks, just like they said the female Doctor Who sucked. Because the female Doctor Who sucked. Do you even watch Doctor Who? I bet you don't, but I bet you paid real close attention when it came up that they will be hiring a black actor for the role. Because it's time to niggify!
I don't get the mentality of, it's annoying because what you realize, especially with all these talking points about equity and everything and all this other stuff, it's an aesthetic. It's not a principle. It's not really even a belief. It's an aesthetic.
Yeah.
Because race changing does nothing.
It's like, oh,
it makes you even more of a token.
It's like, oh, the character is fucking black and you just don't like it, so they're just gonna watch the white one. It's like, the motherfucker could have been born green. He's still the Doctor. The point about making it is that you are saying, well, it doesn't change anything, but it's like, the character, realistically, is going to now have discussions based upon his perception. If people are like, what? This? It's so hard to do a Dalek voice. You need a fucking transcoder for the fucking thing. What? This black Negro is the Doctor? Explain! 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 It's like, it's gonna be a thing that's gonna come up in discussion because that's what science fiction does. It skirts the line between political reality and the perverse and profane by presenting a scenario that we think would happen in a universe far, far away, but is actually happening somewhere in a boardroom in Middle America. Or in the case of Doctor Who, Lower East End. When you make the Doctor go from male to female, or in the case that started this, if you really want to be honest, you make the Master go from male to female, which, let's not talk shit about the performance of Michelle Williams. She knocked it the fuck out of the park as Missy. When you make a character that has been one gender become another gender, and you try to miss the gravitas of what a giant action like that does, you are effectively missing what a story beat is. Why do you think it was so important that a random homeless man was revealed to be the Master? And started the Fornox Plus of Doctor Who. It's because the Master is such an iconic enemy. To bring such a character back, and then bring him back as an Indian man, let's be honest, an Arabic man, is a bit of a take. Because we're like, bro, I thought we saw the last of you. But no, we did not. You did not die! Somehow, you survived, Master! I don't know how you did, but you did! We all saw Missy die! She was out of her generations! But somehow, she preserved. But Bill did not. When you do that, when you make really shitty storylines, and then you justify the change by saying, well, here's the way that this makes sense, you break the suspension of disbelief. You know, that writing convention that you should know about as a content creator? The writing suspension that says that the ability for the audience to believe in what is currently happening to them is based on the proponency of the art and the story to make the actions happening in the framework of the context believable. If you say, what, you think that you can have chocobos in video games? Referring to the Final Fantasy 16 bullshit. You can have chocobos in medieval time, but you can't have niggas? I don't know. Are the niggas from halfway around the world? Probably? Maybe? Who knows? I don't know. But, that's a weird thing to bring up. The same way it'd be weird to bring up, what, Doctor Who's a nigga? What does that have to do with anything? Don't you think that's a bit strange? Don't you think it's a bit weird that you're so upset and it's like, I don't know if the Daleks would understand. I don't know if even the Time Lords had black people. Let's assume they did, since they had pretty much everything, since, you know, you did this thing with the world building where you decided the entire successive power of the Time Lords was based on torturing a infinitely immortal child until they figured out the secret of regeneration for themselves. You know, that thing that your story building did. I think it is emblematic of the problem that you feel so controlled and controlling of other things that you will force your worldview onto them and then demand a shitty explanation in the context of that universe to justify making things realistic for a modern audience. I think that's the point that people were making with that signifier. Not that they would never watch no nigga doctor. I'll never watch Dr. Nigga.
You know what's the most egregious thing about that? Like, as a practice, that for all this race swapping, corporate shilling bullshit, they refused. Because if he's doing YouTube and he's making a decent amount of money or has a Patreon or anything, he can put a couple of dollars to actually good black art. Not race baiting bullshit, actual good black art. I start partaking in webtoons that are really good and take place with black characters. They look good, they have great action, great characters, great designs. And I never see people like him actually just give a voice to these people. There's talent out there.
Because if you give a voice to the downtrodden and you fix the problem, you can't bitch about it anymore. It's Grifter 101. Don't fix the problem, bring attention to the problem, and then demand people give you money. Also, me personally, I'll take a black Doctor Who, but you need to have the person who's cast as the role be Ruth Negga. It has to be her. Because if we're gonna have somebody make up jokes about Dr. Negga, we're gonna have people make up jokes about Dr. Negga, it has to be her. Because that's actually her last name. The internet will have a field day! Ah, shit. Missed the spacebar.
We see this constant crying and whining from the alpha male advocates, white supremacists, anti-SJWs, etc. about how real men and real masculinity is disappearing and the media doesn't want you to see it. But despite that, so many of these guys aren't all that interested in supporting or getting behind the traditional images that are present half the time. Remember a little while ago, God of War released concept art for Thor, and they made him fat and awesome looking and burly and very manly. And these guys complained that he didn't look strong enough, he didn't look manly enough.
I mean, because the idealism and scene of what we see of Thor is not a man with a fucking belly, which, in your viewpoint, you're like, well, what do you think Thor's supposed to look like? We can decide what he looks like, whatever the fuck we want. It's a fantasy. Why can't you just live the fantasy?
No. The funny thing is, Thor in this depiction is more accurate, but then you have the black girl,
Andromeda, mother of monsters, as a black woman.
I was talking to a friend about this. He's like, okay, I can actually give the black women being the giants a pass because they're just because it's like they're supposed to look weird and strange. And I'm like, that still doesn't.
Oh, I'm just upset that we didn't get to see the 15-minute extended sex scene between Loki and Andromeda.
Okay. You know something that's even funnier? That's even funnier about this. Thor is half giant. He's a ginger who's part black. Just mix it around.
Well, you see, race is powerful, don't you know? Oh shit. Anyways.
Which is weird because I'm pretty sure more of them look like this Thor than the Thor they now hate. But then just a few months ago, The Northman came out, and this was a movie that was so white and Viking that people just memed it into being automatically racist, which maybe wasn't fair at the end of the day. Because it turns out that The Northman was a fucking amazing movie, an insane trip to watch, and definitely not for everybody, but amazing. And yes, there's zero melanin in it, no representation of any queer anything, just pure hetero boning, lots of gory violence and manly grunts and gore.
Otherwise known as Norse Viking mythology, following the story of a Viking warrior. A well-known Viking story, which was the basis upon which it was made.
There's like a Viking boss battle in the middle of the movie out of nowhere, and just all kinds of other awesome shit that I don't want to spoil, and it bombed. And it's not because they didn't try. Like, I saw.
That film did not fucking bomb. It was a critical success. It probably didn't make the money it was meant to, but it's because it wasn't necessarily a film that people are going to, quote, get. It's what we call a sleeper hit, sir. That film's gonna be remembered by a bunch of people who are like, bro, out of the Skarsgårds between him and his brother, after their father Bill, him and his brother are making fucking cinema. Granted, I think his brother Bill is more suited towards horror films, and that's mostly because of the fact that he has that ability to do with his face and his voice what we would have expected to see from, you know what, Jim Carrey, Michael Myers. when it came to, like, performance. But Alex Skarsgård has done a lot of shit since fucking True Blood. And people just don't acknowledge it. Because sexy, hot white man isn't necessarily the thing that I'd expect somebody like Signifier to recognize.
Tons of advertisement for this movie, so I know that other males in my general demographic saw the same thing, but these white men that are just so starved for alpha male representation in the media were too busy complaining about Woke or Seeing Red to go watch a movie about fucking Vikings. Like, y'all know a bunch of black people went to see Redtail like 20 years ago, and it sucked, and we saw it anyway.
Feel that bullet, feel that man, we fight, we fight, we fight, we fight, we fight, we fight.
That's what it feels like to be starved for representation in the media. That we had whole family events to go see fucking Redtails. Back to Peterson.
Why would you?
Wait. So like, the movie, like, he miscategorized it as it's a sleeper hit. So he assumes no white people saw it. And so is he assuming that this entire demographic that desired the thing didn't see it? Like, you can bitch on the internet in the movie theater.
It's weird because the framework for that is basically the exact thing that happened with the Tennessee Bill. You guys unironically were so possessed with bitching on the internet that you didn't go to the chambers and actually go to your town hall and voice your opinion against the bill on why it would be a problem. You sat on Twitter and you thought Twitter was real life and the bill got passed. Granted, you weren't going to be able to overturn the actual prevailing vote, but it would have been a lot more productive than bitching on the internet and trying to get and successfully deplatforming a virtual VTuber.
Even though he doesn't use the usual bigoted, racist, homophobic, or transphobic rhetoric that other conservative and right-leaning figures do, it's impossible to...
Which ones? Name them.
Completely disentangle him from those political standpoints, because his rhetoric, while more polite and with fancier words, essentially seeks the same outcomes as those on the right that he outwardly professes to despise. And what annoys me to no end is that he doesn't want to acknowledge that he's being pulled into the alt-right and neo-Nazi movements for a reason. And so many defenders of him, when it comes to this particular criticism, act like they can't imagine why a guy who openly supports hierarchical power of straight white men and offers smart-sounding arguments for it would ever find fans among conservatives, the alt-right and neo-Nazis. And I want to address that ongoing debate that the alt-right and neo-Nazis don't like Peterson. Peterson has been very open about his dislike for them, and at times he almost seems to regret the fact that he's been recuperated into their rhetoric.
They haven't been able to find one thing I've said in 30 years that, what would you say, justifies any of those accusations, or any other accusations for that matter. So it's quite the phenomenon. I mean, I understand it to some degree.
I don't buy this argument that they don't like him and see how his rhetoric is valuable for their cause, or at least clearly didn't at one time. One video that attempts to make this argument makes it pretty clear that while surely some noble figures on the alt-right and among neo-Nazis don't like Peterson because they consider him a half-measure, which again, I really wish his fan base would digest that a bit more, because like, being half a Nazi, still not good. But they wouldn't be talking about him and trying to attack him the way they do.
How is he half a Nazi? Describe it. What is the key characteristics that he's being half Nazified of?
They clearly didn't have a lot among them who like him and found his rhetoric valuable for their cause.
What else is there to say about these people except that they're dangerous to say the least, and not as much of a gateway to us as some alt-writers like to think. If anything, they are gatekeepers and speed bumps that allow people to take the easy way out of confronting the social malaise of our times. They're halfway rest stops that allow people turned off by the rabid SJW left to counter-signal their opposition in a comfortable way and without embracing white identity.
In responses in these videos about what the Nazis are saying negatively about Peterson, they're basically saying Peterson isn't fascist enough, which... And let's not forget, Peterson, like Samuels, was nothing special, not well known, not widely understood to be a figure or player in political or psychological discourse until he found a voice in a reactionary conservative movement seeking to harm marginalized people.
No, he wouldn't become a person until his voice against a bill that then passed and demonstrated how far the social HR engine is willing to go in sacrificing civility and normalcy. I really hate that we made normalcy words when it's normality. For control opposition was, and people pushing back against him made him into a figure. You're literally describing how he came to a meteoric rise. People did to him what people did to James Damore. And you proved him right! Granted, where he is now and where Damore is now are two different things. Damore was never one of us. He was a man who autistically understood the differences between men and women and STEM and spoke about that, and you killed him because he was right. And then you proved him right by showing that women are not willing to take those jobs. They would much rather find a man who's willing to do the hard-working job for themselves and stay at home and be his wife. Meanwhile, on the other side of things, Jordan Peterson, along with people like Brett Weinstein, said, "Ayo fam, this thing that you're doing that you're demanding people be a part of, I don't want to take part of it because the thing that it used to mean symbolically, you people mean unironically. And then you proved that they meant it unironically, and have been proving so. Him being ideologically captured has only served for you to say, see, look, we told you he was becoming fascist," and it's like, yeah, because you guys pushed him deeper and deeper into having a fucking audience capture, because you wouldn't fucking talk to him. You wouldn't debate him. And because you wouldn't debate him, he went to where he was desired and wanted. Like any person would. That's not a good thing. And that's you causing it.
For Samuels, it was a viral video of him embarrassing a black woman, and for Peterson, it was him participating in a protest against trans rights organized with known white supremacist Lauren Southern. Imagine that.
It was not against trans rights, it was against a bill that demanded and provoked compelled speech with pronoun usage, which could then be used to send a person to prison, which it has done at least 100+ times now. Articles and stories that we've covered for years on end at this point. Why are you lying?
What? You have no idea if I'm your enemy. You have no idea about me.
You won't use my pronouns, so I'm pretty sure you're my enemy, yes.
Yeah, well, I know you think that, but I don't believe that using your pronouns is going to do you any good in the long run. I think it'll do quite the contrary.
All of this stuff is subterfuge because Peterson doesn't act like a chud and a Nazi. He says
He doesn't act like a chud or a Nazi. Here's Signifier using a phrase designed to insult people at a distance because they don't do what they want. This man wants to be in a position of power to platform other content creators.
okay things, openly distances himself and genuinely seems to care about men and boys, and he's clearly helped a lot of people. But his care for them is centered on their role in the hegemony, the hierarchy of white men at the top and everyone else under, and to try to alter that from history.
He does not present it as that. What the fuck is wrong with you?
Is literally sinful. And that brings us to the most concerning part of Peterson, why he's on this far end of the spectrum from my perspective, even though ostensibly he's much less openly toxic, is that he is mainstreaming these dangerous views and ideas that clearly align with the most extreme elements that can be found in the manosphere. That, of course, isn't his fault. That's the fault of our sensational entertainment media that just...
So, this is bad because Jordan Peterson views competence as the top of the hierarchy. If you want to fix it, he would think plenty of black people can get to the top of the hierarchy. The issue is by saying, white supremacists, is that you're arguing that for some reason, Jordan Peterson arguing for competence excludes black people. That's weird. Like in context, that's weird.
Out of context, that's fucking weird. Because what you're insisting is that he's saying those endowed niggas over there just aren't smart enough like us white folks. And again, 30 years, nobody's found a single thing that has ever even been to the air and the feeling of that. So someone's lying, or he has a secret Hitler altar in his house that he prays to. Well, type of thing. I've convinced. I can't do a fucking Peterson voice. I've convinced them very good, Mein Führer. I've convinced them very good. The lobsters will sail at midnight.
Wait, can you not do a Kermit the Frog voice? That's all he is.
I can do it.
Kind of like whiny.
Like, doing Kermit the Frog to imitate him is fine, but the actual problem is actually nailing his method of speech while not doing Kermit. You have to be, like, half in Kermit, half in Canadian male. And I can't do that. I think Dev probably could.
Can't help be curious about the cuddly Canadian with the weird voice who the Nazis really like. And wow, I wonder why that is. All of these figures I've talked about exist in a relative niche space that has to be found and recruited to. Peterson is making headway into mainstream venues and drawing a straight line between vulnerable white boys and men looking for meaning and support in a chaotic world and literal Nazis.
So if he's calling it niche, you don't need to worry about it as much. Like if they don't have if they're not radicalizing people with like school shooters, you don't need to worry about it.
But he's getting mainstream coverage on the Joe Rogan podcast. That makes him dangerous because he's talking to literal Nazis, even though he's literally half a Nazi. And being literally half a Nazi is being a literal Nazi. If I have half a sandwich, did I eat a full sandwich?
Good job, bro. But these are the types of things you don't care about when you're not affected by the dangers of being lower on the hierarchy. Peterson, much like the edgelords I talked about at the beginning of this video, don't have fear that their rights are being taken away, or that there are people that are trying to stop them from existing, or having abortions, or having access to good healthcare, or having their history effectively taught in schools, or trying to engage with the structural barriers that hold them back, or what the ramifications of enforcing monogamy might be. It's silly and funny to get all triggered to them, because there's no sense of fear in what these things mean. It's all the negligible whining of triggered snowflakes, simps, cucks, SJWs, and radical postmodern leftists. We're all just a bunch of idiots looking for something to complain about until somebody finally comes to shoot us.
Again, this is really terrifying when you start putting this shit back into context, baby!
Bad because when you realize that these same people are arguing, they are the modern day version of brown shirts. They're the people that are at the behest of like the fascist government. When you realize that Peterson actually is worried about that type of stuff to a certain extent, because when you put up like compelling a speech, and you go to jail, and when you put up like no rights to privacy and all this other stuff, like even what some of his takes now, and he doesn't believe in privacy because he wants to actually pull off the bail of anonymity to fuck over all the people giving him shit, so he can look at them and tell you clean your room. But like Like, besides him being a whitey bitch about it, like, he actually is worried about those things. Because as much as these people, like, FD Signifier, like, likes to act like, oh, they have no fear of this, people do not get how quick shit can change. All you need to do is depower people a little bit, and then they're victims.
Well, you see, if I was to ask him, so what's your opinion about Tennessee? Do you think that they were pushed into doing things to fight for their existence? I imagine I'd get a swift block on Twitter. I'd imagine that would not work in this context. Because the fear-mongering is only supposed to be the left questioning the right and saying, what's wrong with all of you guys? Why do you always have mass shooters? But they never talk about all of the extremely permanently online people who love to brag about using weapons and knives and dream of doing this kind of violence, who suddenly, when they get exposed, do that thing that we did. You know, the bullying? The bullying you guys like to do? We just do it on the internet. And ironically enough, it works! Because they then go private and then have to spend time deleting their tweets. So they don't look outwardly like a fucking crazy person.
I am much more likely to die from heart disease than gun violence. Even less likely to die in an active shooter event. Women ages 20 to 40 are more likely to die of an unintentional injury or suicide than homicide. But for those homicides, over 1/3 are killed by former intimate partners. I'm bringing up heart disease and accidents to make sure that we understand that the threats to our lives are much more often things far less sensational than being the victim of a spree shooter or some other form of domestic terrorism, or even
So stop using them as fear-mongering tools.
and active intimate partner violence. That said, the impact that these types of events and stories have on our daily lives and psyches is not to be disregarded. That's what terrorism is. And
Yes, the stochastic terrorism of the news media, making you terrified of white males. The hierarchy structure that you're claiming you're trying to depower is this thing that is using this against you. You! People like you are making you scared of other people! Divide and conquer! You are very dumb.
Okay. School shootings, I think, since like any like killing kids has been limited. I think, what is the number? Like a couple, like 400, 300 since like the 1800s. That's how little. Kids have been bullied into suicide, been raped, been hit by buses, more than that. Have been died from like physical abuse in the schools, I think, of similar amount. When you realize, sensationalism, but why do you act sensational over guns? It's not because guns bad. It's never an issue. It's because you want to depower people. Jordan Peterson has no isn't afraid of all these things and your rights be taken away. When you actively use these things and these platforms to try to depower people, they want to be authoritarians and petty ones at that, and try to depower people. That is fucking vile.
But it will continue.
Paris present certain types of violence by men and boys, both white and black, cannot be ignored. I don't think I'm saying anything special to point out that white supremacists, insoles, and insole-adjacent ideologies are overrepresented in the modern history of spree shooters. Insoles, for anyone who has made it this far into this video and somehow doesn't know, stands for involuntarily celibate. And although it was coined by a woman blogger who wanted to discuss her experiences with struggling with intimacy, it was co-opted by young white males as becoming an identity for them to gather around and gripe about not just their difficulties with intimacy, but how the core of their difficulties to them lies in an oppressive social system controlled by women that marginalizes them as men who somehow lost a genetic lottery. What I will give
Not really. What happened was that they identified themselves as Anons, and then female Anons were like, oh my god, I'm such an Anon, trolling on the V-board, and they immediately did what every dumb person does when they don't realize that they're being fucking subverted, and immediately abandoned it and tried to pick up a nude phrase. And then they picked up incel. That's what happened.
The insults is that they, like some of these other figures in the manosphere, actually have great critical thinking skills to an extent. They did a great job of analyzing the social systems of attracting and partnering and hierarchies across race and gender and economics, etc. They understand access to a man's capital, and lookism and ableism and race will dictate not just a man's options for romantic partnership, but also their ability to do well in life to even attract a mate. From a sociological standpoint, the grounded theory of these crazed incel rants on gender and sex are actually rich with kind of effective analysis. The problem is that, akin to other manosphere spaces, is that at the end of the day, at the end of all this analysis that breaks down these hierarchies, their response is to say, okay, let's keep the hierarchy and figure out a way to put us on the top of it. And that's not how this works.
Okay, this is hilarious.
Oh, don't worry, I got some shit for this. Hold on, I had a specific section in the video for this. Pass Carl, hand him a wait. Oh my god, he thinks he can do that. You are dumb, and so is he. If anything, you should be asking don't say things new as a I cannot file novel ideal into me and done. Photography. It's a bit with the controller, hold on. I forgot where it is. It is the master. Grab his fucking head and show him what he is not to look at the old college trying to she might led to that number. I know. This is anything yourself. If you I can correct me to do the actually with aptitude. That is probably Straight Poppins. Where he her first before they ever sex and devil may I'm trying not to be a gun. In which they woman cannot get in to impregnate and rather see my prospect. Yeah. The ones that happen are like become the thing that they desire. They are instead saying their pillar the women are in what they think or desirable in other men, according to the perspective of them as men onto women. Again, a horrible reading of what incels are and what they think. That's not what they think. These incels, the men that you label as individuals who cannot get sex because they are misanthropic towards the world, are looking at the primary sexual marketplace. They're using their eyes, they're observing, and they're seeing what the women are choosing and selecting and picking. Whether it be for casual sex, it be for copulation for the purposes of intentional pregnancy, whether it be the men that they're choosing to impregnate themselves with sperm for surrogacy, if they happen to be lesbians. They're looking at all these primary male first and secondary pillar characteristics, and they are seeing that that is not them. When they look at what is reflected back in the decisions and choices that women are making, it is not them. And rather than doing what a person should do, which is to say, well, what about myself can I fix to become either feeling better about who I am and increasing my prospects, or to become the thing that they desire, they are instead saying, my girlfriend, I'm just sitting here playing video games on the internet. Then my queen will find me. That is what they think. That is what they believe. The ones that are helpless and cannot be helped, they are the ones that we tell physician, heal thyself. To you, I would say, physician, cream thyself. Because that's what has to happen. Nobody can fix you but you. And no amount of help, no amount of outside force, no amount of loving, gentle, motherly, buxom assistance is going to achieve what you yourself have to want. You have to want it. That's why it's called self-help. You have to want it. And you have to commit to it. Like yeah, so I already said the same shit myself, but I actually said it the correct way around. The way that the signifier is framing it is that, oh, these men are extremely intellectually intelligent, but, like, they want to put themselves at the top of the hierarchy. What it is that they recognize that there is a hierarchy, and that they are not that hierarchy. And they have either, one, did the thing that he described, one of the few things that he has correct, that they are passive people that are looking at the hierarchy and are saying, well, nigga, fuck that, I ain't getting up on that goddamn shit. I'm gonna stay the fuck down here and play video games and be a neat. Peeking the Maurice that is, here I come. And then there are the ones that are actively involved with it, and those are the ones that created the Chads and the Stacys and the incel maxing and the trans maxing. That's where all that shit came from. They don't want to be in the hierarchy. If they don't want to be in the hierarchy, they become, what's that called? MGTOWs. And what did you say yesterday about MGTOWs? Yeah! It's so pervasive. Because, like, from video to video, he says one thing, then immediately countermands the very thing he spent a significant amount of time explaining and laying out so that he could then do this shit. That's what first video yesterday was. That was him talking shit so that he could then talk even more shit. But he was defining the shit. Now he's serving and talking the shit. A lot more heinous.
Incels are kind of the tip of the spear when it comes to the worst elements of the manosphere, along with the remnants of the pickup arts community, which seems to have died down and maybe was watered down into whatever Fresh and Fit and Alpha Male podcast.
Also, keep in mind, this section is talking about incels, but the name that he has on top of it is spree shooters. So in his mind, incels are all spree shooters in the making.
Along with men going their own way or MGTOWs who conversely have decided to live lives without the toxic influence of women, these are like the triumvirate of the most toxic of manosphere communities. But I mean, that's not where it ends.
I agree with him, but like, that includes like trans people too. like angry little people who can't get sex, so they lash out or they don't get the attention they want. I mean, that's literally kind of right, but it applies to everybody: black, white, gay, straight, trans, and I don't think he likes that.
See, the problem is that when he says that, he's unironically talking about people like Kidology. Like, by his definition, by the worldview that he just explained, people who would consider themselves incels, volcels, or any kind of person who is abstaining from sex because they think that the sexual marketplace is not offering them good designs, good offers, and a good path towards real, meaningful, deep connections, or in Kidology's opinion, real, good, toe-curling sex, those are spree shooters to you. So you're saying that people like Kidology are spree shooters in the making. If that's what you're going with, I'm not going to say you're wrong, but I will bring it up whenever it is fucking funny to do so, because that's a hilarious visual.
So much of the manosphere is closer to dumb annoyance than existential threat because they express bad ideas and harass and dox people online, etc. But overall, they aren't really an explicit existential threat like, say, white supremacists and Nazis, unless, of course, they are actual white supremacists and Nazis.
This just in, Nick Fuentes, America First, and Kiwi Farms are spree shooters because they make fun of people on the internet and spend a lot of time fact-finding on them. And if they happen to dox somebody, that makes them a spree shooter, because why would you need to know that?
You can see the conservative movement is slowly coming back around to its implicit racism of the old days. You know, like I remember when Obama was president, there definitely was some thinly veiled, you know, racism there.
The thing with the manosphere is that there's a contingent of that space that follows from problematic but overall non-threatening stuff like your guarantee or Ab and Preach and find their way into outright fascist and neo-Nazi activity or
the alt-right pipeline, from Gary Vee to Jordan Peterson to Fresh and Fit to Ab and Preach to come Detective Nick Fuentes. It's all connected. It's all connected.
Similarly, right-leaning organizations or belief systems prone to violence. And to be clear, it may surprise some of you, this is not.
I honestly, I want to say this is more convoluted than Kingdom Hearts lore, but then if we tie Kingdom Hearts into this, what would that make? What would that make him? Would that make FD Signifier Ansem Cinco of Darkness, or would that make him a young Xehanort?
I think he's Ansem.
Ansem Cinco of Black Darkness. It can't even be just darkness. It's black darkness.
This man is giving me such a big headache. I feel like my head is going to explode like that one guy from the movie Scanners. You've probably seen the clip.
Why do you think it takes me so long to get through his content? It's not a purposeful choice to be like, oh bro, I gotta take a while to talk about this. It's like every nugget of every word he says requires like an explanation and a deep dive.
An explanation, a deep dive, and a whole lot of Zoloft.
I ain't got Zoloft. I got food and popsicles, that's it.
Oh, you poor man.
Yes, I'm a very poor man. Sub to the channel, everybody! Okay, let's keep going. We're almost done.
Something that only affects young white boys and men. A factoid that I think many people are going to scoff at is that, depending on how you define it, spree shooters or mass shooters are not disproportionately white. A paper published in the Journal of Current Sociology in 2016 was one of the first to do a full-on analysis of mass killings and race in America, and it found that mass killings, as defined by the killing of more than 3 people in a single incident, it found that the rate of mass killings mostly mimicked the racial dynamics of murder race in general, and that white males are only slightly overrepresented among mass killings. In fact, the ethnic group most overrepresented among mass killings was actually Asian men. Now, of course, this means by virtue of population dynamics, white boys and men commit a lot more spree shootings as a raw count, and like most crimes, the victims will be in community with you. Thus, white mass killers are more likely to kill other white people, and black killers the same. So this means that when white mass killers attack and they kill other white people, this guarantees, for the most part, much more media attention and public outrage, except for in those cases such as with Buffalo or what happened with Dylan Roof in South Carolina, where it's a clearly racially motivated issue, and it does get national headlines because people love to watch black pain. On the flip side,
did you add in gang shootings there? Did you add in mafia hits there? I don't think you did, Signifier. I don't think you're gonna like that number. It's weird. We just talked about this on Twitter. There was like a whole 5 threads by individuals like myself and definitely by fucking Ping about this.
The worst thing about the gang fights is the fact that, like, the guy in the gang fights, like, killed, like, 2-year-olds because they were, like, 5 feet away from a guy and they started shooting in the air because they were too scared to actually hit the guy.
Lest we forget...
bullshit theory.
Lest we forget the small children who get killed because niggas couldn't even have a funeral for a nigga who died outside the Arby's they burnt down during the Summer of Love.
I'm not surprised.
By black men who do these types of acts, it's often a very different crime altogether. For black men who do mass killings, they're often in the process of some other illegal activity, such as a robbery that goes wrong in some form or fashion and people end up getting shot. They're much less likely to do one of these things in public for no apparent reason, which I'll get to in a second. But one thing to think about is that, as generally defined, the definition of mass killings often doesn't include black men who have similar activities and motivations as their white counterparts, but the crimes are...
Nigga, gangs does not mean black people, okay? I understand your brain's coked out on racism, but gangs can be many people, like Chinese gangs, Japanese gangs, Italian gangs, Irish gangs, Caucasian suburbanite white dirtbag gangs.
Got Japanese Yakuza, got the Italian mob, you even have Jewish mafias, Irish mafias,
MS-13,
Italian
cartel.
Just so thankfully, a lot of those guys are in prison now. Shoutouts to the, I forget his name, but he basically put a bunch of those dirtbags in jail.
Didn't liberals seethe because How dare you punish criminals?
Mm-hmm.
How dare you punish criminals for basically turning an entire country and even parts of America into their own gang hangouts and target practice? How dare you?
Slightly different, such as the cases of Christopher Dorner, Brian Nichols, John Allen Muhammad, or Steve Stevens, all black men who went on some form of a murderous rampage. But because it wasn't a mass killing all at one time in a public venue, it doesn't really fit the description of a spree shooting. There's a lot of different variables you can investigate to figure out differences between white spree shooters, black spree shooters, Asian, whatever. But the thing that's the same between all of them, the thing that's pretty much the same worldwide about this phenomenon, is that it's almost always men and it's almost always heterosexual men. And that so many of these events are directly tied to a sense of reclaiming power that these men feel has been lost. So with black men, you see that there is still a form of misogynistic and misanthropic rhetoric that permeates a lot of these men's behavior and does have the ability to spin into random acts of violence. Gavin Long, who shot 3 police officers in Baton Rouge, sent his manifesto to Boyce Watkins, of all people, a notable diet manosphere staple that's been around for years. In 2009, Asia McGowan, a small-time YouTuber, was murdered by a peer on her college campus who was a raging misogynist and an avid consumer of old-school black manosphere content. And just a few months ago, the New York train shooting that happened was committed by an older black man who reportedly was an avid consumer of misogynistic manosphere content.
Again, if I approach you in a conversation, I tell you, so what's your opinion of the trans shooter in Tennessee? I don't want to hear none of this bullshit about, well, you see, they were fearing for their lives. No. They dressed in a MAGA red hat and tried to put themselves in the position of having somebody describe them as their political enemy. They knew what the fuck they were doing, and they got put down the way that the shooter should have been put down in Uvalde. No cap.
Oh, YouTube's been around for at least longer than I, probably about 12.
Only Capital was the one in their head.
That's fucked up, bro.
Oh, no, my name's law when I rain my vengeance upon you.
You wild for that?
I know I'm wild.
I want to declare that the murder rate for black women and black trans women has no specific ties to the manosphere except for in those specific singular cases. But you can't deny that this world that normalizes misogyny and hatred of women at that level cannot be making the world safer for black women. That said, when it comes to this extreme end of the manosphere,
the whole violence, safety for black women thing can't happen when like black men are a minority because, oh my god. When you realize that so much of the black population is ran by women and the most aborted baby is a black man, you cannot be protected if your black men are dead.
It's kind of hard for your black man to protect you if he goes to jail on drug charges because he was out here making that real good money that you like, but because you like to fuck with thugs and not the motherfuckers who like to study in books. Kind of real.
Can't protect you if he's 6 feet under.
He can't protect you from the gun. He can't protect you from the dick. He can't protect you from the clapping of the cheeks. He can't protect you from him running out on you with other niggas. Like, that's why there's a lot of white women that are realizing they're losing the white men to black women because the black women have realized, you know what? I think I like stability. I think I like an autistic man who sits indoors and plays video games and all I gotta do is cook for him, clean for him, and suck his dick. I think this is pretty easy to do. Letitia, why don't we go steal Aiden and Josh away from Amanda and Brittany? Let's go get a train ran on us by the entire chess club. It couldn't go badly for us. Y'all girls can have the football team. We finna take the entire mathletes.
You can have the football team, Brittany and Jordan. We're gonna have ourselves the chess club.
I swear, if I Google porn of that, I'm probably gonna find some.
Oh God, why are you trying to do that?
Well, because I think it'd be funny.
E to a J5.
I'm just imagining that as like the cum shot scene. Alright, girls, now it's time for checkmate. Oh no, I've come all over my black queen. Oh shit.
Oh, you got me with that one.
Still mostly talking about white men and boys, and I guess to some extent Asian men and boys. And in this case, there's a lot
you know what they say? White goes first.
Perceived masculine.
We do a little bit of trolling here.
Oh, that is perfect.
That should be like the title for the fucking track. White comes first. Black queens prevail. Oh, shit.
Police didn't have to search long to learn what motivated a 22-year-old gunman to kill 6 people and injure 7 others.
Before doing so, he posted a 141-page manifesto, mostly blaming women for not having sex with him.
The same study that...
No, it's funny that you talk about that with manifestos when the first thing the news media does is scrub any relevance and any link to the manifesto in question. And instead of actually reading the ideology from the person, you do it specifically to try and prevent people from knowing his ideology, and you say, listen, bro, they all have the same ideology. When the ideology that came from the shooter that you're quoting from Buffalo, he specifically did all this shit as a very obvious means of gun control. I still have the manifesto downloaded. He had a fucking checklist of all of the materials that he would buy that were available at the citizen level. That nigga was a honeypot. Most definitely. That and a person who unironically believed in crypto-fascism. He had the literal crypto-fascist black sun all over as like the banner framing his text file. Which is immediately why, because it was a Google document, it was immediately taken down by Google.
I mentioned earlier points out a few significant features. One is that white males are much more likely to carry out spree shootings above
Here we go. He's about to transition in Attack on Titan.
killing relatively indiscriminately, and that white males have a significantly higher body count when they commit their spree shootings. Furthermore, in their interpretation of this data, they take the stance to put crime-related shootings of multiple people on the same level as a kid going into a grocery store and shooting only black people. And while there are some reasons that might connect those two crimes on a thematic level, it's pretty clear what the difference is. So you have to take that only slight white skewing with a subtle grain of salt. And this gives us a lot to consider about how racial identity and privilege connects to these events. And to explain, let's finally get back to talking about Attack on Titan. Attack on Titan is an anime show based off a manga that started in 2009. And it's not your usual Dragon Ball or Pokemon or something maybe more puerile. It's the closest thing that I think anime has gotten to game.
Nigga, did you just say DBZ is puerile?
This baboon.
You fucking baboon.
Hey, bro. You gotta say no race.
Moon-based chocolate moon pie.
I promise I'm not laughing because I believe. I promise I'm laughing because the words he's coming up with is fucking dumb. Not because I think, oh man, yeah, get in his ass. Get in his ass. Pause.
Don't worry, I got that autistic raise. Functioning.
Oh god. Oh lord. Nigga said all these other animes are fucking puerile. Oh, don't let me find out what the fuck you watch, nigga.
Sterile FD signifier.
Don't let me find out what the fuck you watch.
Sterile.
Well, he's not sterile, he does have a kid. But his fucking anime opinion is out there.
Thrones with an intense story, with lots of characters, very dark, complex themes around racism and politics, war, etc., and some insane plot twists. For years, it was looking to be my favorite anime/manga of all time until it got to its last arc. So, yeah, it's...
Oh no, he's one of those! He switched up on Eren! This nigga's a switch up! Oh, what a bitch!
It's a lot like Game of Thrones, actually. In the last arc of the story, Eren Yeager, the story's protagonist, goes from being a plucky, typical shonen protagonist with lots of angst and whining and maybe some awesome moments of friendship and perseverance and selflessness, and he turns into a cold and calculated genocidal fascist with abs. It's a relatively startling character shift that I was initially on board with just out of curiosity and hope that the writer who had shown some concern.
I was initially on board with this idea of this genocidal fascist who was a main character because I thought, damn, they're really making it clear that they're writing for me.
Inclination over the years to be low-key intellectual, but maybe not that was true, bring it all together in a way that makes sense. He did not. Without going completely through this story, which is 11 years long, just understand that in the last part of the last arc, Eren has kind of become a death god and is fighting his friends who are trying to stop him from completing yet another cataclysmic doomsday plan because he's a fucking edgelord. Except, spoiler alert, he does it. He pulls it off. His friends don't stop him until he's killed nearly 80% of the world's population. He commits a massive global genocide, and the story treats this so casually and matter-of-factly that it blows my mind.
Okay.
And why did he do this?
Okay. It's because I know he's going to bullshit about this. The reason why I think there's a big thing that the creator wanted to argue against what Eren's doing, but he didn't like that people were agreeing with Eren because people, especially outside of, I think, Asian world where you're more about being more fitting the role you play and less conflict and everything, less individualism. Eren was very much fuck around and find out. My people didn't do this for like years. World War II equipment is clapping us and you guys hate us. No, he had the ability to look all possible timelines and said, nah, this is the best one. My people are not going to get genocided. Everybody gotta die. And the thing about that is, he's mad that this is the thing where he goes, white people shouldn't be afraid of these things. uses every talking but to try to depower white people, then man, why did Aaron do that? Aaron made the bad choice. Like, really? Really? I won't be a victim. I will be the monster. Really?
Also, that face of FD signifier right there looks goofy as hell to me.
And it ain't got the spice of like, oh, bro, I'm coming out of a K trip and this is fucking wild.
I'm supposed to support him because I don't know.
I'm not feeling him though now.
Well, it's complex and hard to decipher, but it boils down to because we live in a society. Because he had the power to do so. The Rumbling, his doomsday activity, has many of the characteristics of your typical spree shooting, and I fucking hate it. I read.
He reviews all possible timelines and finds out that the world, no matter what, is going to vote to try and kill his people. So, Eren Yeager is a monster because he chose to go through with the Rumbling, but specifically set up the plans so that no matter what happens, all of his friends that he cares about and loves are safe. And they're safe no matter what.
The school shooter! The obvious school shooter!
Like,
the obvious school shooter!
Like, the problem that comes up with this comparison of calling him a school shooter is, like, the school shooter, basically what you're saying, if he was to be an acceptable person to society, the school shooter has to let everybody die. That's the correct thing that the character should have done there. Eren Yeager should see the possible timelines and see that no matter what happens, his people are going to be genocided against their will for the crime of nothing, and he should be okay with it. Nigga, if I said the same thing about slavery, do you realize how quick motherfuckers would say, you deserve to be canceled, Carl? But that's what you're saying the characters do. That's why you're not a writer.
Read this chapter and watched a ton of analysis videos on this moment, trying to make sense of why the author and so much of the fan base was open to part of what the ending was. And wasn't completely taken out of the story by this type of ending or seeing it as such an ugly and ridiculous and kind of abhorrent thing to just kind of casually put out there to a large fan base of what amounts to young people and children. Why were so many fans okay with the ending being a global genocide that also had the byproduct of leaving much of the world under control of fascist regimes? Regimes. What is regimes? Just leave it in. And the most sensible answers I could find were numerous arguments saying that Eren had no control, that he was destined to do this based on some complex story elements that I won't fully get into. But when you go back and you read the reasoning that he gives in the story, it sounds like some shit a spree shooter would literally say.
You forced me into a corner and gave me only one option. The decision was yours. Now that the slate has been cleaned and you have the world's attention, the question is, what are you going to do? Seong Kicho, Virginia Tech. Just like me, those people were denied everything they deserved, everything they wanted. Though we may have been born bad, society left us no recourse, no way to be good. I have been forced to align myself with demonic forces. Chris Harper Mercer, Oregon. I am the good guy. Humanity struck at me first by condemning me to experience so much suffering. I didn't ask for this. I didn't want this. I didn't start this war. I wasn't the one who struck first, but I will finish it by striking back. I will punish everyone. Elliot Roger, Isla Vista, California. I have fought and fought, always defending against eradication and the fallibility of man. There's one more battle to fight with life, to face death, embrace the long-standing hatred of mankind, and overcome all fear. James E. Holmes, Littleton, Colorado. In order to completely destroy the cycle of hatred and revenge, we must destroy this hatred's history. We must eradicate it with the very civilizations that harbor it. Eren Yeager, Attack on Titan.
The story models Eren's by
Is he serious? Is he legit serious?
We must eradicate it with the very civilizations that harbor it.
So, like, here's the problem with all of these school shooters. They're explaining that society hurt me, so I'm going to hurt society.
And there's one more battle to fight with life, to face death, embrace the long-standing hatred of mankind, and overcome all fear.
These men are not talking about what Eren Yeager's talking about. They're talking about the small cycle of trying to justify their hatred and anger to society, a society that did not know who they were until they sought popularity through the murder of others.
James E. Holmes, Littleton, Colorado. In order to completely destroy the cycle of hatred and revenge, we must destroy this hatred's history. We must eradicate it with the very civilizations that harbor it.
In Eren Yeager, he has recognized that the problem is that his people and the very process of using giants as living human weapons is a thing that will continue to happen. People will do to others as they want done unto the victims that they decided deserved it, and the victors will declare themselves as a thing that they are not. Knowing this, they will claim basically the kind of situation that happens with the world building of the Hunger Games from Suzanne Collins, that the Capitol was able to, in the former United States, set up the ability to create the districts, and in District 13, the nuclear power district, the one that had control of nukes, they created a long-standing potential where they were going to possibly have serious nuclear fallout. So instead, they harbored a negotiation where District 13, the nuclear power district, was able to basically pull out from the resistance of the war, and the capital took advantage of the fact that the other districts did not know that they had already escaped from their bunker, and took this truce as a methodology to say, look, see, this is what we'll do to you. We'll bomb you into shit. And created the, the Partitions of Treason, P-word. I'm pretty sure it's probably the Treaty of Treason I'm thinking of. Those of you who are big Suzanne Collins fans will probably figure this the fuck out. But, the Treaty of Treason and the 12 districts then becoming victimized within the first Hunger Games to demonstrate that this is what was, in Snow's opinion, the least tolerable thing. Because in his mind, and in the mind of men who think like this, it was preferable to cause the smallest amount of violence possible, because in the framework of the Hunger Games, having your children be reaped in cold and put into a death scenario of a death game was better and more preferable than your entire way of life being eradicated by nuclear fire. In Aaron Yeager's case, causing the rumbling is preferable over having the people that he loves be killed for no other reason than because all the other nations do not care about his people. So why should he care about them? But more importantly, in order to deal with the hatred, he has to kill off all the people who are causing it. This, in context, makes sense for his character development. If he is a tortured war experiment who's had to become a strategist over, I don't know, infinite dimensions.
The thing is, because, like, that's such a school shooter. Like, his best option was literal sterilization and limiting of the population of his people. Best option that was given to him by the people around him. Who fights for that? Who says that's okay?
Apparently, FD Signifier. He would prefer characters be made into slaves that are victims of eugenics, like the Uyghur Muslims inside of China, than a Hitler genocide.
Aaron Yeager, Attack on Titan.
The story muddles Aaron's motivation by indicating that he was forced to do this by a separate entity, but it's not ultimately clear who was really in control, and to me, it doesn't matter, because again, if you read the words of many street shooters, you'll hear similar statements about how they were forced to do these things by a voice in their head, fate, or society.
Street shooters are not anime characters. Stop it.
Also, even if Aaron was real, intent and context matter.
Both you and the fan base are bothered by the inconsequential way the story and characters treat this end result, that this nonsensical plan to genocide
the main problem with people like him is that they treat people as if they're fictional characters. Like,
he treats people like fictional characters, and he treats fictional characters like they're real people, and tries to assume that one is the other. People in a book do something, and he relates it to something in real life. People relate their real life to the art that imitates the life of fiction. And he says, see, I told you. But then when people write against that, he's like, bro, this isn't exactly the way that I want it, so I don't like it. You know, like he did with Wakanda Forever.
Piece for what's actually happened, and the characters left are like, yeah, sorry about it, let's put a meeting on the calendar to figure out what to do next. But I feel that this is because the reader base has a similarly perverse relationship to a sense of power and entitlement as Aaron Yeager. A grandiose sense of self-centeredness that if you have the power in a situation, then you have the right to use it however you see fit. The reason why white shooters shoot more in public places is because they feel
Okay, this is gay. Like, his entire argument is gay. When you realize so many black people fucked with Aaron's decision. Like, so many black people were like, nah, Aaron was right. Fuck them niggas.
Then you have the right to use it however you see fit. The reason why white shooters shoot more in public places is because they feel comfortable there.
No, they don't. They shoot in public places because they're trying to cause the largest amount of mass damage and mass property destruction possible. They want to maximize the hurt in order to maximize the attention that they'll get for doing the heinous action, dumbass. If I want to be able to cause a mass panic, I'm not going to do a murder at a hoity-toity high society party. I'm going to bomb the Madison Square Garden. This is a joke. This is a joke. This is a joke. This is a joke.
Yeah, it's a joke. But like, also, are we going to act like, again, the current shooter? Yes. I was planning on going to a different school. They had armed guards. Where am I going now? Oh, the defensive people. They go to places they know they can reap the most damage. So, like, it's obvious.
feel entitled to have dominion over those spaces. The reason why they have higher body counts is because they plan their attacks out more for maximum lethality. They have the resources to buy the most lethal means of attack, to buy body armor, and probably more significantly, to plan and act uninhibited because the police and other authorities don't respond to them with the same level of urgency that they do others before and after their shootings. It's already an odd coincidence that so many white shooters get to just surrender peacefully.
Charleston shooting suspect Dylan Storm Roof got a free meal from police on his way to jail. They went to Burger King.
Another thing that a lot of people don't know is that many of these shooters were encountered by police before their shootings, and many of them were in some form of state supervision that they should have been seen. Their actions should have been stopped before they actually had a chance to commit their acts of violence.
Well, that's because your Democratic-controlled FBI does not take shooters seriously, because if they did, they would use that overvailing control of the Patriot Act to try and get them into custody. But they always, as they do, and say with me everybody, have them on their radar!
These men, like Aaron Yeager, don't have the power to do the things that would make the world right for them.
The FBI is for targeting conservative people who may be a danger politically. Oh yeah, any conservative with enough money, hey IRS, just start fucking with them for some reason.
We don't want to talk about that, because if I bring up Eric July, his head might explode.
They don't have the power to undo their traumas, to fix these social structures that harm them, or to change the things that cause them pain. But they do have the power to deliver death to other people, and that's what motivates them. When you look at the motivations of black people...
No, what motivates them is that if you will not notice me, I will make you notice me and feel my pain. They're literally pain of Naruto, my guy! They're literally saying, my pain is greater than yours!
Shooters, you see motives often tied to entitlement.
What did I say the other day? When people have pain, it needs to be acknowledged because everyone's pain to them is real and genuine and unique. And when you refuse to recognize this pain, you will cause dire consequences for everybody involved. Yeah, talk that shit, Carl. You talk that talk.
But usually connected to a specific issue: police brutality, a jilted lover, revenge on a place of employment. Still abhorrent acts, but in a frame of reality that most people can make sense of. But for these white street shooters, they're literally playing God. If you read their manifestos, many of them explicitly express this desire to feel godlike. This is obviously bigger than any specific creator in the manosphere and beyond the scope of just regular old misogyny. And remember...
Let's see here. Where's the manifesto? It's probably in my download folder still. I really hate that I can't make use of my search bar because I want to be able to search it by name, but I would probably have to spend a long time trying to mandangle it, so I make sure to keep it in a place. Is the document okay? Yeah, yes it is. Let's see here. Scrolling, going back up, because I know he has explanations across everything here. I have to go all the way back to the top. Boop, bop, beep. So, this is the Buffalo Shooter Manifesto. He complains in his writings about white genocide. He explains his background. He gives us his personality type score. He makes jokes, literally talking about saying he's literally Sam Hyde. He then explains about why he carries out the attack. He then uses all the talking points that we would associate it with, which makes it even seem like even more honeypot. But at the same time, this is the shooter who was motivated by 4chan, so, like, what can you really do? But more importantly, show the replaces that they cannot replace us, directly recruits intimidation to European lands, to intimidate the replacers living on the lands to immigrate back home, agitate political enemies into action, causing them to overextend their hand and experience an eventual backlash as a result, to incite violence, to show the effect of direct action, to create an atmosphere of fear and change which will drastically and powerful revolutionary action can occur, to accelerate political activism, so active accelerationism, and spreading awareness. This is the generality of the majority of most manifestos. The manifesto of the attacker from Australia was like this as well. The Christchurch shooter. They do not say, I did this to play God. Most of them who do, they are always going to be leaning towards Elliot Rodger than most. And the problem with Elliot Rodger is basically that if he had just gotten a girlfriend, he would have been fine. But will you talk about the manifesto of the YouTube attacker? I don't think you will.
Wasn't she like some liberal vegan lady?
She was.
YouTube got
Yes, liberal vegan woman who did weird dancing videos and wore interesting outfits of, like, 80s, I think it's either Iraq or Afghanistan design. I know there was a Middle Eastern country that used to have freedom in the 60s and 70s, where was what most of her designs were encouraged on. But, yeah, her channel got demonetized, and so she decided to turn it against the YouTube, and, she was literally the only victim of her attack. Literally, white males do it better than women. White males kill 'em done. It's not funny. It's actually quite morbid, to be quite serious, but the irony that is to be had here is really wild, especially when you're leaving out the female shooter. She was very serious and expressive about the fact that she was pushed into doing it because she felt that it was unfair that her channel was demonetized. But again, this is what happens when you start cherry-picking in the cotton-picking fields.
Spree shootings, even as they alarmingly increase in rates, are extreme outliers in terms of violence. But it doesn't take much research to notice that so many spree shooters express racist and or misogynistic ideals and often act after a breakup or rejection from a girl. The manosphere has never put a gun in anyone's hands. But as I've been saying up to now, the regressive rhetoric and ideas around women and power and how to be a real man, how to affirm the status quo, that lays the groundwork for the worst and most disturbed and extreme figures that come to this space to rationalize their acts of violence.
So you're claiming that they are putting guns in their hands? I'm not saying to put guns in their hands, but I'm saying to put guns in their hands. See, you think the weasel word is that, oh, they didn't actually give them a weapon. They didn't say go out and shoot women, but they gave them the rhetoric. And the rhetoric is what gave them the ability to go do it. No, either I got somebody to kill somebody or I didn't get somebody to kill somebody. That's how that works. You don't get to say, well, your rhetoric, because there's a lot more left-wing Breadtube rhetoric that has led to people having extreme fascist ideologies than there have been right-wing figures that have done so. And there are plenty of right-wing figures in the fucking interim and the squalor that you never hear about, because you guys don't know who they are, and you don't talk about them. But you cannot say they don't put guns in their hands, and then say they put guns in their hands by giving them the rhetoric to then embolden them to do so. Which one is it? Are they or aren't they responsible?
And with that, and might be a little noise in the background because it's nighttime and motherfuckers having a party. It is what it is. I want to kind of re-engage with some of the Eren Yeager slander because as I put this out early for patrons and even just mentioning on Twitter, seeing the thumbnail with Eren Yeager on it, I was somewhat surprised that the biggest pushback I got immediately was the idea that I might slander Eren Yeager, a individual that I've complained about multiple occasions at this point, like literally my first Signify B-Sides videos. By the way, please go to the Signify B-Sides channel, check out the side channel. I do a little stuff, quick plug there. And I think it's great because it gives me a real-time current example of something I mentioned in the Edgelord video last year, which is for all the conversation that people want to have about something obviously being a theme or part of a story where you're not supposed to see Eren Yeager as a good guy, you're not supposed to support the fascist activity that is happening at the end of the story. Like a lot of people will come and say, these are just characters. Anime characters do this all the time, yada, yada, yada. And no, I'm sorry. First off, it's questionable, at least from my perspective, to say that Isayama, the writer of Attack on Titan, does not low-key support fascism, that he is on some level a Japan restorationist. Japan has a neutrality policy that they've had since World War II to not engage in any type of militaristic activity. The citizens of Paradis, the main place where the story takes place, Eren Yeager's homeland, also has an oath of neutrality to not bring the Titans back from wherever they were, a bunch of stuff. There's like a lot out there that indicates that maybe he doesn't have the type of fascism that we're used to thinking about, but there's clearly a fascistic belief system that is sublimating beneath the surface of this show, and it's hard to say.
It's just 10 Japanese writers are fascistic, because how dare you have things that paint the story? Why would you write what you know? That's not a writing tool. It is a writing tool. It is probably one of the most common writing tools in creative writing, to write what you know and experience. We're almost done.
Wait. No, let me just say this. Has he literally watched no media? American literature and American TV tends to take place in America. Japanese media and Japanese literature tends to take place in Japan or reference to the culture. Same with Korea, same with China, same with India, same with Africa. This is weird. He's just denying reality.
He's denying anime reality. Stick to Clannad, nigga. Stick to Clannad.
Whether the writer actually lands on that. And that in and of itself, to me, is a problem, especially when you start to dig into some of the details that I put out here in this section, or many other people that have pointed out that Eren Yeager kind of seems like he's been a sociopath this entire time, and they just kind of either hid it or made it seem like maybe sociopathy is the way to go. A very small creator named Lost Futures made a video that actually referenced my first video and came to the exact same conclusion that I came to, which is that it's a lot of fascistic stuff in there, except they went on ahead and did a lot of research on fascism in Japan. I'm not going to go through the entire of this guy's video, but it's a very good video that is...
Up goes the counter, and down goes the brain cells in my head. Cause motherfuckers can't do their work and they expect someone else to do it for them. Pain.
Providing a pretty compelling argument that the entirety of the show is kind of pro-fascist. And, you know, you can argue that it's not. You can argue that some people are just misunderstanding that the arguments that's pro-fascist are weak. But just like with my argument about Jordan Peterson, if it's halfway there, that's too close. And the other thing...
If it's halfway there, that's too close. What about 25% of the way there? Is that also too close? 15% of the way there. Is that too close? 10% of the way there. Is that too close? How many degrees of fascism do I need to be acceptable to you as not fascist enough, and that being fine?
Can I just point out that like fascism is a leftist ideology in structure? The only reason why it's seen as right wing is because it's pro culture and pro like identity as a people.
Yes. They don't talk about that very often. And they never like laying it out because the groundwork from the people who believe that happen to be people who believe in the structure of liberty, freedom, and diversity. French philosophy. And y'all niggas do not like quoting things from the French except our booze, our beer, and our women. Which is kind of annoying. Qu'est-ce que c'est?
You can go and look on my channel page in the community section. You can see some of the comments in support of Eren Yeager. You can go and look at my post on Twitter. You can see some of the arguments in support on Eren Yeager, or just Google the shit, especially on Reddit. And you'll see that while it's arguable to say whether or not the show and Eren Yeager in particular are fascist in terms of their undertones and...
Again, edgelords do not use Reddit.
Like important themes. I compare it to what I said in that old Edgelord video, in the previous video, about the Joker and Travis Bickle and the guy from Falling Down, Walter White, Rick from Rick and Morty. So many of these characters that are these, you know, Sigma male, edgelord, we live in society type characters are arguably meant to deconstruct that mindset and show why that's a bad thing. But too many dudes do not get that. There are too many boys and young men that idolize that type of power and that don't give a fuck, edgy, antisocial attitude towards the world to recognize that the message in those stories is to reject that mindset. They just don't get it. And again, look in the comment section.
You claimed that Dragon Ball Z is puerile, and the entire point of Dragon Ball Z is the building story of a man and his connection to a culture that he was never a part of that came to planet Earth to try to control and destroy it, and ended up bonding with the child of another Saiyan, who he technically is referentially related to, on a never-ending adventure, and how his friends must grow and learn and become stronger to dominate their opponents. And man having to also deal with the crises that comes with the responsibility of being that Earth savior. Bro, I don't know. I think you just don't get animes. I think you don't get animes, and I think you're not able to take politics out of your brain.
Do your own search. For those of you that are on the fence, you will see what I'm talking about. So yeah, I survived bars, I survived the leads. If you got a problem with it, it is what it is. For most of you, I'm not saying anything you don't already know. In fact, I imagine that if you're here on the left side of YouTube, that almost everything I've spoken about here is pretty well understood.
Actually, pause this. I just realized, because we can use like American media as a reference point, like Fallout and freaking Far Cry. Whenever they try to make fun of the right, you get like the fucking giant something Prime, the giant robot from Fallout that says communist detection on American soil, and then like the right will unironically use it because that's how they think. You're not making fun of them; they agree with it. But it's meant to mock you, and we're like, no, fuck you. It's not my symbol because you cannot mock me with something I actually believe.
Yeah.
It's also with that. What was that song? Keep your guns by your side, and what was it? Far Cry
5.
Yeah. And like I have that song saved. I'm like, it slaps. And there's a political compass meme version of it. Where it's like, hey, this song is meant to mock you. And he's like, and he's just singing the song. The liberal.
I can answer this. Keep your rifle by your side.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Fucking. Honestly, song slaps.
It does. It's a good song, and like literally, conservative people believe it. Like, oh, we're mocking you.
See, the problem...
Shall not be infringed, head boy.
See, the problem with trying to, like, create art and media for the purposes of mocking your enemy at a distance is that it requires them to feel some kind of shame from that mockery of them from a distance. And the mockery doesn't work if they believe the thing in question and would never feel shame from believing it. Because the idea of taking something a person likes, like, say, I like Diablo. I used to like Blizzard games. If you took Diablo and turned it into what they have turned it into, from Diablo 3 to Diablo 4, and then tried to say, yeah, look at what we did to your barbarian. Now she's a big titty woman with muscles, but her face is ugly. It's like, but that doesn't upset me at all. And then you start putting in the sinister fucking... You put in the sinister violin in the background, and it's like... That doesn't affect me. In fact, I'm gonna fucking find the music. What would I fucking type
Was
in?
it Lowe's from Death Note?
I don't fucking know. Fucking Christ, what is it?
I think it was for like Low of Spiritism. This is what I wanted all along.
You know something I find hilarious? That these people, for all their whining and bitching, like they act like, oh yeah, weaves. I'm like, if any of the leftist anime lovers, FD Signifier got like the Death Note, the world wouldn't improve. You wouldn't be moral with it. You would be a completely, totally online nerd who's out here just writing names down too fast, killing people for no good reason. Like, are we acting like are we acting like these people aren't actually awful? They aren't human and very fallible.
This girl I'm talking to was like, I'm so glad you're American. All Japanese boys do is cheat.
I'm trying to find that fucking thing, and if it's not isolated, hold on.
Japanese girl I'm talking to.
Fucking Christ. Nope. I can't fucking... Oh my god, why do these niggas do this? Anywho, you guys get the idea. Somebody can find the music later and put my fucking dialogue over it. But it's like, you come to them and it's like, look bro, look what I did to your show. Look what I did to your content. Look what I did to your music. I took the thing and I put women in it. Aren't you mad? I'm like, no. Oh no, I'm not mad at all. Just start slowly becoming more of an Uncle Ruckus. Like, no, I'm not mad at all. If it's not even fucking Uncle Ruckus, it's the fucking booty water. No, I'm not mad at all. See, I love what you did to the woman. I like them big. They're adventure. They're a mountain. I like to climb. Thank you very much. Like, no, you're not supposed to like this. You're supposed to hate it. Hate it. Oh, see, I understand. You don't understand my love for the big. I love the big. I love the small, too. Petite bitches, bring them, too. Autistic bitches, bring them, too. They ain't never known no love. And you know they got good coochie. To me, coochie is more important than wife. Coochie is more important than water. It doesn't work, okay? Because the mockery...
Oh my... The tallest is y'all.
Well, no, the meme that I made is not, it's the easy or the wider. It's like, it's the thick way or the short way. It's like, well, actually, no, it's actually thick or long. We can do this the long way or the thick way. The choice is yours. It's not really, but it will be. The mockery doesn't work if they don't care about the structure upon which they're supposed to be cringe, right? Because anything that a person that could call a chud by a person from the other end, they could call an SJW cuck, right? So, like, if I mock you for being an SJW cuck, that requires you to believe in my systematic framework. And if you don't believe in my framework, the insult doesn't work. Same thing with chuds. If you call somebody a chud, that assumes another instrumatic framework. And if I don't believe your framework, the insult doesn't work. So, when you try to insult people using their work and say, no, don't you get it? You're not supposed to like this. They're the villain. You're part of the problem. What I'm actually doing is the inverse of what they all did when they did this, right? When people said, The Matrix is a story about a trans man discovering their new female identity. Ow, I hit my knee. It doesn't work because the story you wrote and the allegory that it's supposed to represent don't reflect. Because if it reflected, it would work better. It's like the Paul Verhoeven version of Starship Troopers versus the actual book. The book makes it clear that the bugs are communism, and that the idea of being such a creature that would do something like invade a colony and start a war based on a colony planet of theirs potentially having humans on it is a declaration of war in the eyes of any person who's normal. But the way that they film the movie makes it seem as though the children are being indoctrinated into a Hitler-esque Nazi ideology, down to the very fashion they choose for the pilots, for the intellectual intelligence officers that somehow are into the macabre, because how dare you have a science officer be using mentalist skills to detect the fear of a bug, and the fatalistic mindset of the soldiers. But the idea from the actual books is very clear that, no, this is not a militaristic society where you are forced into these divisions of war. It's a system that if you work in it, and you advance in it, and you excel in it, and you are held accountable to it, has a very clear provincial policy that must be done. That is clear throughout the entirety of the story. Same thing with any other story that's ever been done. And even clearer in Fallout 5. There are people that you might be trying to mock with that, but they truthfully believe that. And the sequel game after that, New Dawn, featuring the two black female twins that are supposed to be the villains of the story, that happens in a war-torn world that comes about because their plan happens, and they were successful. So even in the framework of saying, well, this is what the bad people wanted, it's like, yeah, the bad people won. And then what happened? Like, you can say that you're upset about this. You might not like that, but that's what owning the chuds amounts to. They don't get owned. They start mocking you. And then it becomes cringe that you even made the attempt, right? You put in all that work and all that effort. What do you have to show for it? You put in all that effort to make me look like a soyball cringe lord, where you wrote the comic and have made me into the crying chud and made yourself the Chad. And what did that bring you? Back to me. It's weird when you guys put in that much effort, and then it doesn't work out for you. And then you get mad and say, well, how dare you even recognize that that's happening? That's cringe you even recognize it. And it's like, bro, I ain't the one who attempted. There was an attempt, and they will mock you for the attempt, as well as for even trying to make them look bad. Which I think
funny
is
enough,
funny.
Signifier and his types, like, they do all the other stuff to try to mock people, but, like, just call somebody racist. There's a reason why people get vehemently angry at that comment, because you're calling somebody something that's vile. Like, as much as they want to go, oh my god, these racists, and people get mad about it, it's because racism bad. Like literally.
And if I was to call somebody racist, and they're like, well, I'm not racist. And it's like, how aren't you racist? Don't you hate white people? Don't you dislike white people? It's like, well, I don't hate white people. I just want white people to do things that I want. Is that not racist? Mind melt. Mind brain. Brain melt. Brain break.
My question is, what are we doing about this? Of all the topics and issues that we want to
What are you doing about it? You're making video essays on the internet and calling people chuds. That's what you're doing.
Understand and argue about. There's no bigger weakness in our rhetoric, in our ideas, than our ability to understand and engage with masculinity. And I can show you right now my analytics that the majority of my viewership are men. So this speaks to this idea that there's such a great demand for anti-SJW content, and that leftist and progressive content is not as viable with this population. So this begs the question, even though of course I'm not as big as some of these other manosphere creators, can we blame YouTube for pulling people deeper into these holes if they aren't actively being sucked in by YouTube's algorithm? The research says no. Noah Sampson addressed this in a video a little while back, and I found two different papers published in the last couple of years that also support this claim. Both found that the only people who fell deep into those types of rabbit holes of aggressive, violent, racist, etc. content were people who greatly were predisposed to that type of worldview to begin with, i.e. ones who are already looking for it. The algorithm and YouTube on its own is not as powerful as we like to think in terms of radicalizing normies, at least not anymore. I think this is something significant to understand.
At least not anymore. It never was. It never was. Popular videos were being suggested to people because people were watching them. That's why there was a majority of videos being seen by these individuals. They'd never been able to get this fucking viewpoint anywhere else in the world because you tried to blacklist them from everywhere possible. And you did the exact same thing you did then, now, and back then as well. That's why the alt-right pipeline was always a lie, and the alt-left pipeline is much more real.
On one end, I am somewhat skeptical of the research because the one question I have is that what counts as predisposed for that type of content? So much of how we teach boys and men to see masculinity could easily predispose a good amount of young men to pursue radical content. But more significantly, if we recognize that there is a battle for the proliferation of certain ideas among this population, but we still see the massive influence and reach of everything between Gary Vee on to Jordan Peterson for men and boys, then to me that says that we aren't really putting our best foot forward to address this on the left. A video essayist Macabre Storytelling did a pretty awesome video on his experience with pickup artist communities. He bravely admitted that he had unironically spent some time in the community and then got out, and while in, he noticed that most of the men were just normal men who were like him, trying to get better at talking to women. He also noticed that although he could see the flaws in the community and that there were several great content creators who had done excellent breakdowns of why pickup artistry was bad, when it was time for him to find a better alternative to pickup artistry and manosphere type content, a lot of these creators didn't have as much to offer.
These guys may seem like your saving grace, but their methods may lead to you only seeing women as objects to be won. Ah, yes, I can see that. Glad you let me know this before I got too deep into it. Bye, cringe lords. No. Awesome. So, can you help me? Help you with what? Well, like I said, I'm pretty insecure when it comes to women. Oh, well, just be confident. Just be confident? Yeah, just, be confident. There's plenty of fish in the sea. You'll find the right girl eventually. Well, thanks, but I was hoping for some more substantial advice. Like, my mom told me the exact same thing, and it isn't really all that practical or specific, so there may be Hello? I was hoping for some more just be confident.
So, you have white woman, white male, ex-bomber guy, and Charlie. Why is Charlie in this gaggle?
Yeah, why is Jack's film and Charlie? They don't do anything wrong. They don't do nothing wrong. Ex-bomber guy has done more damage, I would say.
Ex-bomber guy is responsible for so much fucking damage. I don't even recognize the one that's in between them and Charlie. Who is that?
It's like a non-binary person.
Is it because of the glasses or because of the hair that makes you say that?
I mean, it's a combination of both.
True.
Just be confident? Yeah, just, be confident. There's plenty of fish in the sea. You'll find the right girl eventually. Well, thanks, but I was hoping for some more substantial advice. Like, my mom told me the exact same thing, and it isn't really all that practical or specific, so there may be Hello?
And to me, more than the edgelord stuff, more than any dunks I landed on Jordan Peterson, this is the most important takeaway I hope people get from this video. Honestly,
the takeaway I get from your video is that you have a seething hatred for Abba and Preach because they're not doing enough in your opinion. And that because they're a large content creator, you can only see that at a distance and make jokes about them. Because you really don't like the fact that for every single nugget that you can try to clip chimp, there's also multiple years of content that demonstrates that actually, they're not anywhere near what you called them.
I've improved my life so much by
That's all I got from this. That and you don't understand anime.
my own toxic masculinity and examining my own, why don't I let myself cry? Why is that? I'm not trying to impress. That has only been good for me. That has been a vast improvement in my life, and I wish that for everyone. Yeah, it's interesting, right? I guess all of these alienated white dudes who are susceptible to the beauty pipeline types. Did
you just say PewDiePie pipeline?
Yeah.
That nigga has a whole wife and is expecting his first child, and y'all niggas tried to cancel him over a fucking moment in a fucking video game. Stop it! This nigga does not think about you.
Okay, but he also promoted ER and some philosophy that was anti-leftist slightly, or so it was pro responsibility for yourself, and it was like that's obviously fascistic.
Everybody knows that self-accountability is fascist.
They're looking for guidance. They're looking for some answer to their problems, and I can definitely understand. It would be nice to have someone on the left that was speaking to that group. I'm the one who's being oppressed here. How dare you accuse me of feeding into that? And that defensiveness, it makes it very difficult to pull people out in some cases when they've gotten caught up in these movements.
I understand that there are some barriers in terms of how well we can talk about it, as well as how well we can give that message to individuals who maybe aren't that open-minded to it, or if they are not going to necessarily be the best folks to engage with on a regular basis in this type of political discourse. Many of the biggest figures on LeftTube are women, but LeftTube is not without its fair share of creators who, regardless of gender expression or sexuality, present masculine and have large swaths of mass viewers who they appeal to. So it's not an absence of opportunity, it's kind of an absence of efficiency and effort. And again, I understand why. So much of how all of us have been taught to understand masculinity is built around these destructive and toxic frameworks. Many of us, myself included, are in a constant negotiation with masculinity as something we value and identify with, but also something we've had to in some ways unpack and relearn in order to get healthier. Some of us don't know how to define.
Nope, not me. I don't need to repackage. I just fucking look at it and say, nigga, stop that shit. It's a talent. It's a tool. It's a skill my family developed at a very young age.
Perform and embody masculinity without the toxic elements that we agree shouldn't be there. A few weeks ago, Kendrick Lamar released what amounts to a recorded therapy session for Black men in the form of an album, and I think it was great. The album,
Nigga, get off of his man's nuts. He's just a rapper that uses his social justice as a fucking aesthetic.
To address Black men's internal struggles with trauma and masculinity and toxicity and queer and transphobia in a way that I never could. But in the process, he misgendered and dead-named and even platformed a known predator in the hip-hop community. I would argue that even those bad parts of this album make it even more effective for addressing and engaging with a population of Black men who are not going to read Antonio Gramsci anytime soon. But at the same time, I don't have the same perspective as film and queer participators in this discourse that feel put off and uncomfortable at this type of rhetoric being loosely used in any situation. I hope this doesn't sound like complaining. I hope it sounds like the numerous layers of complexity around engaging with masculinity from this weird progressive standpoint. And
no, it sounds like weasel words, and that you just shilled a bill that you saying that you don't support because how could you dead name somebody in the hip-hop community? Nigga, I don't care. Either say who the person is and why it's a problem, or don't mention it. Because you telling me and not giving me the details will make me go in and dig about it, and then I'll ask myself, why is this such a big deal for you? And the weasel words makes it so that I don't care.
Why I feel like a lot of men on the left maybe just avoid the minefield altogether. On one end, there's
because they know that it can get them canceled.
In fear of making the wrong move or saying the wrong thing and maybe getting canceled. But
correct.
So there is an innate fear, I think, that we somehow end up reproducing the same problems and frameworks that we are hoping to defeat.
It's like
Because you all work in a framework that allows you to put yourselves on top and everybody else underneath you if they disagree with you. Again, platforming your social friends that are responsible for it is not helpful. This man has the audacity, the janitor, to bully people for deciding and even claiming that they're nice. If they say, I am a nice guy, he has the idea of thinking that that meant that you said, I am God to women and they should worship me.
It's like super important to me now to not even be perceived as like someone that is toxic to like progress. You know, a lot of my old videos and old ideas I still like basically agree with, but I'm like very careful about how I say things and what I say because I want it to be clear that whose team I'm not on basically.
When you see the way that some men on the left act, when you see how many a celebrity or professed male feminist shows themselves to be shitty in the long run, when
oh my god,
you see
oh my god, he literally said, "I agree with some of this stuff. I'm just in a leftist circle, so I don't say it." That's all he said. That's all he said.
He didn't say fuck the police and fuck white people, so it's not good enough in Signifier's book.
How this fear is warranted. But we should also hopefully see that this is not an ideal state of affairs for our goals, and that by avoiding these topics and this whole area of gender discourse, we're only empowering our enemies to corner the market on that topic. So we aren't.
They can't corner the market because you've deplatformed them from the market, you jackass. How can they get into a marketplace that they've been barred from entering? Fucking dumbass.
No, you see, they deserved it. You see, they were hurting the children.
Making things better by not being explicit about engaging masculinity in our work. No shade to anyone, but it's not hard to shit on chuds and make fun of alpha male podcasts or to call out obvious assholes doing the obvious asshole things. Those things are important, but they are also...
No, they're not important. Because insulting people is a lot less important than addressing their opinions and then finding ways to relate them to the normal person. Again! Carl air thrusting about how women are designing the man that they no longer want to be desired to. You're part of the problem. You're literally fucking the problem into existence. No one takes accountability for it. Because women taking accountability as a monolith means that every woman who is ever a part of the problem in any viewpoint, for example, your hatred of Big Red being used in thumbnails. If Big Red wasn't one of the biggest ardent anti-voices against men's rights activists, and general MRA ideology, and thought lines, she would not be used in the thumbnails. It's like getting angry that people use Trigglypuff. And what was Trigglypuff known for doing? She was throwing a fucking fit during a speech featuring Steven Crowder, Miley Yiannopoulos, and Christina Hoff Sommers. Or how about Smugglypuff? What was Smugglypuff known for doing? Actively calling for violence at an event involving Jordan Peterson and Lauren Southern, and then lying about it to the police on tape. These people become a meme not because they hate women, but because of the circumstances and the factors of their actions surrounding the iconic moment. Why do people use the screaming feminists on the sidewalk meme? It's because it was what people were doing at the election and the inaugurations. They decided it was in their best interest to record themselves and be recorded, screaming and wailing, saying, "No!" to Trump being elected. It's just as cringy as the people who were sitting there saying, bro, J6, J6. And this is going to be a take that some people are not going to dislike, but you do understand that it is the job of the Secret Service to protect members of the Senate and the Vice President. You should not violate the grounds of a building. They have the right to remove you by force. However, at the same time, shooting somebody in the back of the fucking head who isn't even trying to get into the chambers is probably an egregious act of murder justified under the carte blanche that they have to protect said senators. Your side, not your side. Place in between. Everything I just said is in between that space. Recognize it. Identify it. Call it whatever word you need to, but figure the fuck out. Because this will continue to exist until you recognize it.
It's like Baron Grossen. Improvise, adapt, overcome.
They really haven't adapted to the you don't recognize what's between your side and my side problem. And it's not even my side. It's weird. It's really weird. You think the best people... You really honestly think, Signifier, the best that people can do is write video essays on the internet and live streams on the internet where they talk about these ideas and mock them? Because the mocking of the idea is less important than the discussion. And you can only be able to mock the idea when you fully understand the idea and what its contemplations has as an outcome on the real world. Why do we mock Nazis? Because the Nazi ideology of the Uber society individual, known as the Aryan race, is weird. Because it would require for women to effectively take a part of what would be the weirdest form of Mormon-like, honestly, just Mormon-like, church interbreeding possible to ensure the best white male genes. And it's really weird because it requires you to also then create a control economy that then has the ability to argue in control of sectors of finance and business until you can try to undermine the scruples of society and basically make everybody like you, which is unironically an idea that has been ventured by Vosh. Vosh, unironically, wants to create a command economy inside of a nation state that is the ability to control key factors of resource and business so that everybody who wants to no longer do business with this now out and devout communist state is basically forced to do business with them because they have control of something that everybody's going to want. Whether it be food, whether it be water, whether it be resources like fossil fuel, whether it be resources like intelligence of scientific, advantage and intelligentsia and academics that then leads to extremely life-saving benefits or extremely lucratively profitable inventions for the capitalist business sector. You know, literally the plot of Atomic Heart. It boggles the mind that y'all motherfuckers say these things about fucking fiction in real life and never apply this shit the other way. And then you say the best you can do is, well, I guess I'm just gonna call him a chud on the internet. Fucking lame, bro.
Abundant on the platform. What we don't have is a lot of analysis on boyhood, men's experiences in sexuality and sexual development, men's body issues, and God forbid, some type of useful engagement with boys and men, learning how to talk to women and engaging in partnering.
The way you talk to women is that you talk to women like you want to talk to somebody who you're interested in, but don't know how to talk to. That's the majority of your advice. That's the majority of the advice you guys give. That's why his joke there and that bit that you played was, well, just be yourself. Being myself is not going to be helpful if myself doesn't know how to talk to people. Which, if you want to actually have actual real advice, the best advice that I can give you, men and women who don't know how to date, be an improved version of yourself. Basically, Yami Yugi this shit! Develop an alternate personality. Allow that alternate personality to basically be the representation of you. A better, defined, more nutty professor version of you. And keep doing that every time you enter these social scenarios until you no longer feel like you're putting on a mask. Which, to those of you in the audience that are autistic, that is basically masking, yes.
I think a lot of people think that they're doing enough already. It's kind of like the difference between being not racist and being anti-racist. Okay, I think it's great and amazing if you're not racist. You don't say slurs, dude. That's freaking give me some sick, dude. Nice one. Now that you're not racist, now that you don't hate women, or now that you dunk on these like right wing guys, what are we gonna do with you guys? Because we're looking at like a sea of dudes who need help.
Oh, you fucking pig. Let's identify the fact that this dumbass is wearing a hat, just like how Keffels is trying to wear a "Please be patient with me, I have autism" hat, to signify that he is a real Sigma grind-set male, complete with his framed black glasses. In your world
is the pygmy ass pick-me.
And that's why we call him Clout Shark. When you... Christian...
Fuck Shark.
No. Which, anybody who's interested, that is his name. His name is Christian. Don't ask me how I know that. You don't want to know how I know that.
Oh great, he's Black Christian.
Christian.
Black and Chew.
Stop it! Stop it! Christian, when you say, "Hey, bro, it's so super cool," you don't say slurs. Nice.
That they're doing enough already. It's kind of like the difference between being not racist and being anti-racist. Okay, I think it's great and amazing if you're not racist. You don't say slurs, dude. That's freaking give me some sick, dude.
The fucking editing is disgusting. It reeks of Hassan. If a person is not racist, as in they literally don't think about race, they have never considered in their life, they are literally from a Power Rangers universe where they have never even considered what it is. They don't even know what sex is, but they know that they want it. If they are not racist and you infantilize them by saying, well, bro, you don't say slurs, bro, sick dude, diesel, hot. That is the fastest way to make me call you a slur. I will invent a word on the spot to call you a slur. Then you go further than that, because you couldn't just stop there, dumbass.
Nice one. Now that you're not racist, now that you don't hate women, or now that you...
Now that you're not racist and you don't hate women, but what if I didn't hate women to begin with at all? What if I just dislike some of the things that some women and some men do?
But
that makes you racist!
No, it makes you a chud. You don't care.
Take beats there, Carl.
I mean, that's what I imagine every time they do that. It's like the old Hanna-Barbera. It's like the old Hanna-Barbera car that always sputters when he speaks.
You dunk on these like right-wing guys. What are we gonna do with these guys? Because we're looking at like a sea of dudes who need help. What are we gonna do? But like we feel like we should stop and end right there at that. We've debunked them. We've destroyed them. We've turned down all of their stuff. Right? What are we gonna do now? Yeah, like high five. Good job.
Like, you don't destroy them, though. You mock them and you antagonize them. Or, in your phrase, like, in your case in phraseology, what you do is you take a picture of them and you put it over a video, and one of your lowest performing videos on your channel, you talk shit about that person, and you leave out all the context of the situation in question. And after not getting the attention that you wanted from the content creator in question, who threw a bitch fit that people made fun of her, because women make fun of each other all the time, that's something I actually learned about that situation, that as I did research into it. It's because I wanted to make my own response video to his very poorly made hit piece. The person who trolled that person? Ashley Roboto, for people who don't know. The very well-known internet content creator. And by content creator, I mean Twitch streamer. The woman who insulted her playing Kingdom Hearts was a woman. Not a man. Wild. But, you talk shit about people at a distance and use your face from their thumbnails, and then you try to move on from it after you bother people and annoy them, calling them smaller streamers, or big streamers bullying a smaller streamer. And you all would much rather do the insulting people at a distance and saying, look at your view count, look at your sub count, look at how irrelevant you are, than actually having a conversation with these people. Because you can't make fun of a person who's actually eloquent in discussions over the internet. You inherit yourself on making fun of people over the internet and saying that you're a smart, intellectual individual, but you demonstrate your incompetence every time you speak, because these people who are eloquent, as Signifier's already admitted, the people who you don't like that you say are a part of these groups, you spend so much time trying to say to yourself, how do I get you to be my subscriber instead of Sargon's subscriber, instead of Dev's subscriber, instead of Carl's subscriber? How do I get you to convert, goddammit? You're so busy trying to get them to switch to your side that you never considered asking them, hey, why don't you like me? Because you know that we'll tell you.
What are we gonna do now to reel these people back in? Because we can't just stop there. That's where the anti-racism comes in. That's where the deprogramming comes in.
There's been very little
Deprogramming, otherwise known as hacking and counter-programming. It's not good enough to not be programmed. You need to be programmed our fucking way.
A lot of these men and boys around their specific standpoint in this process. The only ones speaking directly to them are the ones that tell them to resist that change. So shockingly, I have fans that are both fans of me and somehow Kevin Samuels. And the only thing that makes sense of that from my perspective is that these are young men and boys that are so hard up for useful images of black masculinity that they'll take damn near anything, even if it doesn't make sense.
The only way that these people could like me and him is that they're fucking young and stupid. They're young and stupid, and I have to convince them to be young and stupid for only me. I can't beat on a dead man, bro. But now that he's dead, now there's no one left. I'll be able to prey on their weak-eyed little minds. I'll turn you into an Antifa supporter yet, boy.
Does he not realize that you get subscribed to someone and not believe what they say? Did he not realize that it's probably some Kevin Samuels people or some people that follow him who just follow them, subscribe to them, just so they can see what they're doing? Like, I follow leftists I don't agree with. It's just so I don't live in an echo chamber. They're all stupid, but you get what I'm saying.
But they all block people when they find out.
Why? That his subscribers are stupid?
Yes, he did.
How would he do this?
Bro, you are absolute fucking moon crickets. You absolute idiot.
It's like I don't know, man. The Homelander's theme. Ah, yes, thank you.
Homelander.
The theme I was looking for earlier. This is what happens when people just walk up to me and say, "Carl, look at what I've done to the women. I've made them big and muscular." Yes, that is a bottle of lube. There are gonna be people who are gonna question, Carl, did you just pull fucking Astroglide out of nowhere? Yes, I did. You'd be surprised how well it works on these fucking squeaky ass goddamn wheels! Anywho, let's finish this bullshit.
As I'm able to do it because I'm also a very carbon copy expression of I'm the vehicle of that patriarchy. People see me, and Tiana from Five Socialism was the one that made me realize this the most. She said I was afraid to put on your videos because you look like the type to do it. You look like it. And I was just like, you know, maybe I should change my thumbnails. Maybe I shouldn't put myself in the thumbnails. And it was actually the folks from Standard, shout out to folks from Standard, that was just like, no, I think that's the reason why.
That's actual bigotry, though.
That is actual bigotry.
Like she said, black man. Ah, bigotry.
It's like, how dare you put yourself in your content? That makes me think that you're one of the bad ones. Look at them. Look at them right here. Look at them in this middle assortment. All the bad figures. This motherfucker looming over them like a black Thanos. You got Khadijah here. You got Signifier here. I don't know who the fuck this LLA looking bitch is. I don't know who the fuck this person is either. I feel like that's Hunter Avalon, but I'm probably wrong. I don't know who this is. Is that Philosophy Tube? Is Philosophy Tube doing bisexual lighting now?
Also, I just had this idea. Blanos.
Blanos.
Then you spit something different, and it takes them for a
And that's really one last thing I'm going to get across before I wrap this very long video up.
He looks like Thanos in this shot.
Mm-hmm.
This long is the video that some of
you... Deep like African Thanos.
Do not agree with me.
Just this Thanos starts coming up and starts talking shit to people in patois.
Watching all the way through, just I appreciate that. And maybe you're not interested in moving for the left. Maybe you're staunch conservative somehow in some form or fashion. Maybe you're one of the many men that like me and the Kevin Samuels. Wherever you are in that spectrum, I don't need you to read Capital or Bell Hooks or anything else explicitly that is going to pull you into a leftist ideology. But what I will challenge you to do is to deconstruct how you see yourself as a man, apart from the messages and images that you see in the manosphere that we have now.
I do none of that, and I continue being myself. That's how I deconstruct it. I recognize the dumb shit that they're saying and the shit that I have value in it, and I identify it, and then I make fun of it on a live stream like I did today, and then I go play video games. You should try it, nigga! It works wonders!
Now, so much proof and evidence.
But Carl, that requires critical thought, and they want them to be stupid and just to listen and regurgitate whatever they say.
I mean, it requires critical thought when I need to put together a fucking item of Path of Exile like I'm gonna be doing next week, but, like, bro.
As men out here in the world, I get the appeal of easy laughs. I get the appeal of feeling like men aren't spoken for effectively in social media spaces and that somebody should do something about it. I understand. And I understand that as a man who has felt the way you felt, as a man who has questioned my efficacy as a man at numerous times throughout my life, a man who felt the urge to read Neil Strauss's The Game. Yes, I'm putting it out there. I read that book in my early 20s because I felt probably how a lot of you feel. And
that's because you didn't have no game, because you were always bragging about how D was getting all the pussy. This is the downside of me being a person who's listened to your videos. You have bragged and talked endlessly about your friend getting all the play and you having none. You literally were the guy that said, "Oh, I'll just wait for my queen to come along," and now you're mocking men that are doing the same thing.
You know what's even funnier? Remember when his friend, he actually talked with his friend, and his friend was like, "Oh, dude, I wasn't really getting played like that." Nigga sitting back like 3 chicks, and he was a god in his eyes.
My friend was able to get a girl's number. I will worship him as a sex god for the rest of my adult life until I get to the age of 39.
You know what they say? He who points one finger points 3 fingers back at him.
Except for niggas who do this. Knife hand!
Oh, damn, you right. You right.
manosphere stuff existed 20 years ago, when I was trying to understand who I was as a man, you best believe I've got sucked in just like some of you all, and I've prayed for this voice that I'm giving to you all now as a beacon to get the fuck out.
I'm not taking your voice as a beacon. It is a siren song. You call niggas chuds for the audacity of existing in Wayne, and you give them no true outing, because they can never be good enough in your eyes.
Because it does not work. It does not work. And it will not help you in the long run achieve the things that you say you want to achieve. Humble brag, achieve the things that I got before I even got on YouTube.
See, that's the problem right there. Just like how Kidology tried to insult men in the same breath as she said, I would love to have real, authentic, truly gut-busting, ab-crunching, toe-curling sex, but all the men are into sexual violence, and I could never be able to have it. You just did the same fucking thing. Said, nigga, you wanna be like me, nigga? You wanna be like me, nigga? You wanna be like a motherfucker, Black Uncle Iroh on Breadtube, nigga? You need to listen to me, nigga. My voice is the best thing you can have, motherfucker. You gotta listen to me, nigga. Only me, nigga. If I was like you, I would've fallen in too, nigga. But you gotta be with true, real blue, nigga. Gotta get with the real shit with the dude, nigga. No!
So, Carl, the worst thing about this is because, like, he's like, man, I just need to give them a voice. But to actually explain the reason why these guys get big is because even when men are doing great or have high social status, they have to put on certain fronts or do this or do that to get these women's attention. So, IRL, I have, like, a friend of mine. He's my brother's best friend. He's in school on scholarship for football. He's tall, dark, and handsome. Like, extremely tall, dark, and handsome. And I have literally been, like, my brother complains about this and be like, oh yeah, he'll just call him up randomly to say some bullshit, trying to act like a thug in front of some females. And this is the thing, he doesn't like white women. So he is fucking with majority black women. For real. But he's fucking with majority black women in a place where high education and high ability is, like, because he's in Georgia. So he's to college in Georgia. So he's with educated black women. He's putting up a frame of thuggery for black women. And he is the frame, he is what they like. Like, that's a dude who actually can get played just based off of his look. And he's doing this bullshit.
I mean, yeah.
So, like, acknowledge the situation. You have to actually acknowledge the issues.
It's a lot easier to fake the front when you have to front and do nothing else but. Especially around here. Motherfuckers will get shots for less, honestly. Sometimes a motherfucker gotta lie. They probably shouldn't.
Still, you were going on. You weren't FD signifier. You were FD stink meaner.
I guess, maybe. I don't know. I just felt like rapping. And for that, they will call me a coon.
Can't say that.
Single player coon.
Single coon Carl. I swear to God, if one of you draw me a furry avatar picture as a raccoon, I will laugh. And then maybe use it for October.
Things I just got in my life. Things that are perfect. They don't make me perfect or ideal as a man, but
it's maybe. It's not a promise. It's gotta be good.
You all say you all want. I'm no guru. I don't want to be that, but I at least want to be here to spread that message to you. Bruh, come on out the cave.
If we can teach you.
Did you just say, bruh, come on out the cave like the cavemen? Double fuck you, guy. Oh my God.
Oh, I want to help you. It proceeds to insult you. Like, if this isn't
you
like
Australopithecus looking ass.
It's like, it's like you're going up to a wild animal that you consider to be wild and dangerous. Like, come on, nigga, come here, nigga, come here, nigga, come on, nigga. We got snacks, nigga, we got white women. You like white women? We got white women.
He's mimicking.
We're the white women now.
He's mimicking what would be classified as a toxic male behavior. But he's not mimicking the positive aspect of it. But, like, he's like, oh, insult you. But he's not like a friend insult you or your elder insulting you. Like, don't be a dumbass, don't be a bitch, stand up, do this. He's not correcting behavior like that directly or in a sense of strength and expecting more of you. He's not doing any of that. He's pleading you to be a dumbass. He's pleading you, they're calling you a dumbass.
Mm.
He's being pathetic than calling you a dumbass.
Mm. Regrets kill Carl when? It depends, Mango. I haven't decided.
Young men that they do. I think that would be really, really healthy for them and really beneficial to society as a whole. Because like everything bad I'm saying about we teach it to them. You know, like we as a society breed that into them. And I think it's very easy to look at like some of the kind of uglier ways they behave and express themselves. But I mean, that's coming from somewhere. Like something in the pipeline is going wrong, right?
Right.
I have a lot of sympathy for like dudes who still have to accept all that and have that ahead of them.
And I don't have a prescription for that other than to do your part. Support creators that you know are trying to do better. Masculine creators out there, right?
That's right. Support niggas like Carl. Because Carl will make sure this shit gets solved right in the fucking bud. I got a plan for all of y'all.
Black, claim ownership of your masculinity. Express it and celebrate it as a good part of who you are and who you strive to be. Don't let the chuds define masculinity for us.
Chuds, otherwise known as people that I dislike. Don't let the people I dislike let you define yourself. I'll define you for myself. And then if you don't do what I want, I'll call you a chud.
And the people watching, put a flag down and stake your claim. To the films, the non-binary, the trans, and everyone else in between, I beg you give us grace. You guys know the difference between a guy being shitty and a guy trying to figure things out. There's no room for ironic misogyny, of course, but there is room for growth and learning. Further, and here's where grace is important, you also can do your part. Patriarchy is genderless. The conversation around patriarchy in this
Patriarchy!
This is stupid. The first thing he said was like, the women, you know when somebody's actually being shitty. Do they? They get manipulated by niggas. Do they? They get manipulated by niggas who are obviously and blatantly malevolent.
A system or society or government in which the father or eldest male is the head of the family and descent is traced through the male line, patriarchy is genderless! Even if you want to go by Wikipedia, patriarchy is a social system in which the positions of dominance or privilege are primarily held by men. Patriarchy is genderless.
Signifier, you need to replace the captain of your brain ship because he's drunk at the wheel.
Consequences are too one-sided, and men notice this, even those of us who know why it's a one-sided conversation. The ways in which non-men contribute to patriarchy seem to never get aired out, and it does feel marginalized within this space. The casually negative way we talk about men and boys is problematic. It feels like there are some people whose entire branding, aesthetic, and personality on Twitter is just niggas ain't shit. And I'm sorry, I'm tired of it. As much grief and pain as many men can present within and outside the community, I understand.
If you're tired of seeing people say niggas ain't shit, then stop looking at the profile pictures in the fucking feeds of people who say niggas ain't shit.
We still also need to resist the urge to be ironically homophobic or misandrous as soon as it's time to take issue with a man within or outside the
The
community.
literal meme. Every time I get on the site, Klansman wipes the glasses.
Not get boys and men caught
It's like that scene from Blazing Saddles.
It just means that we all need to be more proactive and gracious to each other and focus on the whole of the problem as much as one could muster at least. I know that the reality is everyone isn't ready or able or willing to practice this type of radical empathy with men or with white men. It's hard to empathize with people who in many situations and in many ways mean harm to you. I'm not asking those of us with the most to lose to carry the further burden of fixing men.
Then it's pointless and they shouldn't be doing it. Because if you're not willing to put all of yourself at risk for your ideology and belief, your ideology is not worth standing on the ground for, and you have no principle or purpose in your ideology, and it deserves to be destroyed by whatever is stronger than it. That's the principle of nature.
Amen.
I'm asking
Amen, Carlos.
to allow me and other men to do that for ourselves. And fuck, that's it. Wow, this was long. This is really long. Check out the research and the list of creators, like-minded mini black mass creators.
He's doing it again! Oh, we're gonna have to do one for every single person he mentions.
That are doing good work, that need your support, need your attention. Please check out the Patreon. The Patreon makes it so I can do long-ass videos and take a month and a half to get them done and hopefully make them as good as this one will be. So, yeah, that's all I got for y'all. Thank you for watching all of this. Peace.
It ever angered me that this man has a script and an editor. This video was ass.
Oh yeah, he admitted that he has an editor. A white editor. A white male editor. I already did the bit yesterday. If you want to see that, you're gonna have to watch the stream from yesterday.
This stuff.
And that counted. I'm gonna count that last shill there as 3. Even in a long-ass video, you still did it at least 3 times. You have all the time in the world to explain this shit, and you still can't explain your shit. It's a problem. It's a problem.
You know what? I think the issue is he functions the way you expect somebody to function who's always in leftist circles. I have an opinion. Let me explain myself so you people don't get mad at me. I have an opinion that's contrary to what we think. Let me explain myself so you don't feel mad at me or like put up some defense. Like, I'm a feminist, guys. Please, this needs to be said. Like every time, what is it, Anna Kasparian from Young Turks, or whatever that last name is.
No, that's her name.
Something,
yeah, that's her name.
Okay, so every time she says something slightly out of the norm for completely leftist bullshit, she's like, she gets dog powered on. But I'm like, she feels that way. She just needs to say it because, like, come on now. Can we be honest? I don't want to leave my social group, but come on.
Oh, now.
Ironically enough, Jay did not call me back at all during the stream. I wonder if she'll be available tomorrow for part 3. But yeah, we still have one more part to go, because he did indeed finish on his word, and did make that black manosphere perspective.
Oh no.
You know what the worst thing about it is? I know people IRL who like watch Canon Samuels and really like go to his word and everything like that.
Watched.
His content's still up, right?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So I need to point this out. Like I met a dude where like, and this is the thing is, the hilarious thing is like FD Signifier will never admit, or like he tries to casually admit, the reason why Kevin Samuels got popular with a lot of these dudes, a lot of them are high success, a lot of them are better off than a lot of other dudes, and some of them are going like, man, I realized in my environment there was a lot of trauma and everything that wouldn't get acknowledged or got downplayed or got reshoot. Like he brought up that his uncle at like 14 left the house because his mom kicked him out, and then like he has a bad relationship with women because the reason why he stayed off the streets was cougars picking him up as a teenager. Yeah, a tall black. Yeah, like think about that. Like, and he realized as he got older, because he's like a grown man now in his 40s, he's like he doesn't process any of his issues normally, because when you have that relationship with older women and with women, especially when you're young and impressionable, it fucks with how you behave.
Key example, process number 1. Anywho, thoughts, comments, questions, concerns? None.
The more I hear,
have you ever hated
it's just more of a reason why I dislike talking about politics with like other black people that are, usually like him.
Mm-hmm.
They don't know really how to think for themselves. They just like listen to a guy who thinks he can talk well and thinks he can like pinpoint what the problem is, when he's just basically talking shit, has no idea of like the damage that he's doing.
Either talking shit, or at the very bare minimum, he believes he can pinpoint the problem, but he's either misidentifying, or just outright wrong, or just missing the forest for the trees. But then burning the entire forest down. And then after the forest is burnt down, he's like, "But what can we do to save these trees? We were anti-tree, but now we need to. Like, we were not treeists, but now we need to be anti-tree. But we also need to save the trees. Some of these trees could have been like us, bro."
The trees are gone. You burnt them.
But I'm also glad I don't watch people like this. I mean, as I got older, I feel as it was kind of important to like talk to people who weren't, this fucking nutty about like social issues, in a sense.
Yeah.
Because I can tell he feels threatened by stuff like the manosphere, because these people are having discussions instead of like ruthlessly attacking each other over like trivial things.
Which is what Breadtube is doing, because they're cannibalizing each other for views. Shame. Absolute shame. Just absolutely terrible, let me tell you.
I think Jay's streaming right now.
She's probably playing Resident Evil 4.
She's playing Resident Evil. She likes Resident Evil very much.
See, I called her as soon as I got my black ass up, but it's okay. She doesn't have money to buy the remake, so I don't blame her.
But she was playing the remake.
Who bought her the remake?
I don't know.
Alright.
Somebody got it for her, I guess.
Okay.
Jay got a sugar daddy confirmed.
Stop.
Where did she get my sugar mama? I don't know. It's entirely possible we could have the exact same sugar father.
Sugar father?
Mahler got it for her? Okay, that makes sense. It was of course the long man! Who else could it have been? Or is he sharing his library with her like I did with her, like I did with mine with her? Who knows? I'll ask her later. Anywho, part 3 tomorrow, ladies and gentlemen. That's all the time I have for you today. Now it's time for me to go be an internet gremlin. And if you want to support the stream and anything else I do, please consider donating to any of the sources, as you can see above and below. And consider becoming a United Negro and Cringe founder, because a Carl is a terrible thing to waste. I've been SinglePlayerCarl, and this has been my chat room. I will see you all tomorrow. Same Carl time, same Carl channel. Bye, everybody.
In case I don't see ya. Good afternoon, good evening, and good night.
Play me out, Jethro! I can't find my theme music. Oh my god. Here it is. Play me out, Jethro! I just realized this is the fucking cell dance. Oh god. Only African Americans could have made that meme possible. It's unfortunate. Anyways, I'm gonna go eat chicken now. Goodbye!
Goodbye.